I don't have a what's the word? Night vision camera. Those things are heckin' expensive. We work with what we have? Yeah, those things are heckin' expensive. But yep, so welcome YouTube. I am streaming, or video, yeah, I'm streaming from inside a hurricane right now, so you see like the little camera there. It's not showing a whole lot. I'm kind of on the outer bands right now, but I'm gonna get hit pretty solid on. I don't know what the twinkling is there. I think that might be lights on the other side of the green belt. But you'll see that whipping around. I won't keep that camera running the whole time. Maybe when it really picks up, we'll take a peek at it again and all that stuff. But in the meantime, we're gonna be checking out the new DLC, Humble, for Planet Crafter. As always, I like to check accessibility things. I'm not expecting anything to change here. It's all fine. So there's screen shake intensity is kind of the big thing they have for accessibility. Otherwise, they don't have a lot, but this is one of those games that... Let's see, your suggestion of might regarding the storm cam, maybe increasing the greens might help, basically thinking it's night vision camera? I could try that, that's easy enough. Because I can go here, because I already had the color correction filter. So I can go to the color correction filter and say, you know what? Maybe we'll just saturate it. Really saturate it. I wonder why it's dark in the middle. Maybe, oh, you know what, the light you're seeing pulse on the edges here? That's the light in my room because the blinds are ever so slightly shifting like this due to the air conditioning. So it's actually the reflection on the glass you're seeing there. We could just turn that saturation down a bit. But I wonder if I can just give that a green hue. Select color. We'll go for the light green. Choose OK. It's not quite what I was looking for. It's just kind of weird now. Oh, nope, that was the wrong way. That was definitely not, that's not what I'm looking for. That might be a little too green. Well, let's just take that color filter off, because I've certainly boogered that up pretty fierce. That's fine. We'll just leave it alone without the color correction. I'll leave that up there for right now, unless we have like a UI element that's important up in that corner. If there is, we'll just try shifting it, and if it's in the way, we'll get rid of it. But anyways, let's get into it. So as you can see... Oh, did I start a YouTube series that I never finished? That happens a lot. But yeah, so as you can see, I did play this on stream, but you look at this, like, this shows the planet at the very beginning where it's just a dry dust ball. And then eventually, you know, it gets to be a little bit more atmosphere, and then you actually get, like, a really nice thing. So what we're gonna do is new game, and, on stream, Humble. And we're gonna go ahead and choose Humble. Now, as a reminder, I did receive the key for the DLC from the devs through Keymailer, so they gave it to me for free. Next time, better prepare with some real night vision goggles cam. Yeah, now for me though, there's like... Those things are expensive, so I probably won't. I'm trying to remember, let's see. So the relaxed experience, dying has no consequences, we don't care. We drop our items when we die. Every time your inventory gets destroyed when you die, oxygen, health, and water decrease a bit faster. Hardcore. So I think intense is new, I could be wrong. So it basically implies the more we die, the easier it becomes to die. That said, I'm not looking for the hardcore survival situation. It's really easy to cheese around in this game. You literally just plunk down a new building, give it power, and then go a little while and plunk down a new building and give it power. And just doing that, you can pretty much survive forever. So this isn't your sweaty tryhard thing. The hardcore, that is certainly a thing. But we're just gonna go with the standard and all that. Hey Nirda, how's it going? That was okay, so you have the gear. Yeah, game mode, standard, and the gear, free build, all unlocked, auto crafters unlocked. Oh, yeah, so that just lets me turn on stuff and adjust multipliers. We're gonna leave that all on its default. So we have the standard Humble playthrough. So we're gonna go ahead and get that started and see what we got. Humble's their new planet.
trajectory. Imminent impact. Imminent impact.
Alright. So we get our stuff we can craft here. So we have the basics that we had before. We have different resources. We plug them in here to unlock different things. We start with a box. It has some basic supplies, so grab some air, grab some water, grab some food. And then we've got our email. Please ignore any previous attempts to terraform the planet. Welcome to your assigned planet. Your mission is to advance the process of terraforming this world. You will need to generate O2, heat, and pressure. First, reach 175,000 Ti to create a blue atmosphere. Sentinel Corp. Now, the last game we played, the backstory of your character was you were in trouble for something. And your sentence, your punishment, was to be dumped on this planet to try and terraform it. And then the idea behind that is you're expected to fail, but if you don't, you know, they get a heckin' new planet, and you would supposedly get a pardon or whatever. And it won't spoil where that get Dolmite? I don't remember Dolmite. But it won't spoil what happens. But it is just a thing that, you know, things go a little bit differently than you'd expect. Oh wait, I don't think I have a flashlight yet. Alright, so with this, we kind of want to unlock some of these things first. So the tier 1 oxygen tank, we're going to make that first, because that's going to give us a slightly longer amount of air, because I really can't get very far. But there's going to be a lot of walking back and forth. There's a button to scan. I might have to unlock that, I'm just not remembering. So one thing I'm observing immediately is the other planet was really easy to see at the beginning, and then you got to areas that were dark and awful and lava and terrible and whatnot. And I mean terrible as in, like, inhospitable. Oh man, that is way scarier on how hard it is to see. Oh wait, yeah. Yeah, that is way harder to see than in the not DLC version. So we have the deconstructor and the constructor. So you can put the chip in. So now I can deconstruct things. Alright. So Dolmite, I have to do some type of extraction thing to it. So instead of just immediately getting the resource, Dolmite is like a middleman resource. Alright, so you got our bigger backpack. Yeah, so it's telling me, like, if you look over there in the top left corner, it's telling me what to do. It's saying make the microchip for construction, equip it, create an ore crusher, which is something new. We didn't have those before. Make a living compartment, yada yada yada. So you get the idea. They are slowly giving us more stuff that we have to build. I'm just going through because I can craft everything here. So I'm just going through one by one. So I still need to make the constructor, and I want to make a torch. So we're looking for the magnesium and silicon primarily at the moment. And resources do regenerate slowly, if I recall correctly. But it is one of those things that, like, with how slowly they regenerate, you can't just stay in one spot and just farm it kind of thing. I'm a little scared to get too far away, because you'll notice we have our gauges on the bottom left. Oh, I am seeing that I am covering one thing in the UI. Let me move the storm cam here in just a minute. Because, like, I have no indicator about where back is. So if I get turned around, we die. And I'm immediately feeling turned around. Oh, those are some pretty rare materials this day. So I do have an air bottle. I forgot you have to actually right-click that. You don't just get it. So we just need to find our way back to our thing, because I got turned around already. Because, like, where I've kind of memorized the old map, this map is new. Now we're in the daytime, so I can actually see stuff. There it is. Okay. Okay, so it's just about 30 degrees too far off to the left. This will take us a little while to, like, learn the map and all that. And then as we learn the map, it won't be nearly as bad so far as just getting lost. There is a good chance we'll take some early deaths just by the nature of me trying to figure out my way around. Okay, so I actually have all my equipment slots filled already, which is curious. And let's go ahead and go here and grab another air bottle, because that saves you from death when you're out there and you run out of area. So I need to build an ore crusher. Alright, so that takes 3 of this ore I've been finding that we didn't know what to do with. So we can get an ore crusher. Now you can put this over here for right now. Collect your mined ore here. Insert your ore to break apart. And you probably need wind power. Let's pop it here to top off our air real fast. So we can go here. So I need iron for wind power. And I believe you're empty, so I can destroy that so I don't end up accidentally picking it up a bajillion times. So we've got our wind power. Now, one nice thing about this game is you don't have to, like, tether every other thing together just to make it work. It's just, you have your power grid on the planet, and it's just there. Alright. So basically it looks like one turbine isn't enough to run that. Aluminum is a high-value material in the last one. We also see a seed in there. There's going to be a lot of me just walking back and forth with this until we get things set up initially. So you require 2.6 kilowatts, and you're making 1.2 each. So I need a third one of those, and then our ore crusher will turn on. We'll drop off the aluminum. That's a fairly high resource. And all that. And there's going to be a lot of that running back and forth in the meantime. I want the torch, but I can't equip it. I don't have enough slots. So we're going to have to get that sorted. And then I'm going to have to start being pickier about what I'm picking up. But I did find last time, early game, I ended up needing basically everything I could find. So, at the beginning, I was kind of, if it's not bolted down, I'm going to take it. Because with what I just grabbed there... Alright, so power's online. We could plunk down a drill, which a drill will make heat for us. Very, very slowly. We can make the Tech 2 craft station. That's gonna have to wait till I have a building to put in. So let's grab some of our titanium. And I'm gonna need to make a home. Now, it is one of those things... Oh man, this is some wild terrain, so I don't even know where I want to build my base. So I'm gonna take the chances right now of just plunking that down right there and slapping a door on it. It has power, so now I can get air in here. So I want to start moving stuff in here. So, you process materials. How do you work? Ah. So do you just do your thing now? Once every 2 minutes. So you're terrible is what you're saying. But it looks like I basically feed ore into it and it converts that ore into more useful materials. Good to know. Alright, so let me step inside because I just remembered, like I said, that camera's kind of in the way. So let me just move the camera real quick. So we can go here and just shift you. I said shift you. Come on, shift you. There you go. Just scooch you right down there. So you see that number right above me where it's like 23 and it's very, very slowly going up? That is your terraforming index score. The terraforming index score, we haven't found ice at all, and I've used my only water. Okay, so we need to find ice, or we will die. Dolomite. That's gonna be a nope in my book. Alright. Like, it might be that we can go down there later, but right now, if I jump down there, that'll be pretty much certain death. Maybe I can abuse the fact that I could drop rooms or whatever. Why am I seeing literally 0 ice? Can't, like, disassemble those or anything like that.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so we've got, like, an area that looks like it's ice cap over here. Man, we're finding some, like, actually really good materials in some of these. Alright, I need to head back. We consumed our oxygen. But I'm gonna head back, but I need to find ice or I won't find that. Let's see, love having to scroll past power-ups to see literally everything. I know. A lot of us have been very vocal about that change and being like, hey, no, really, this is actively really bad. I get you're trying to do your monetization and you gotta do what you gotta do and that kind of thing. But this is really kind of screwing the entire value prospect of this. Okay. So, from here... Do I really not have silicon on me? So I'm in a little bit of trouble here. We've got some good materials we're finding early on. Oh, and I'm low on oxygen as well. Oh, you know what I'm betting is what makes this one so much harder? I bet you it makes this one so much harder is ice is rare. Which would make water way more difficult to make happen. So let's find some silicon real fast. But yeah, so we are slowly fixing that. We received a new blueprint of Tech 2 thing. That's fine. Basically, I need to figure out where I can find ice and right away. Because once we get low on hydration this time, I don't have the means of making more water. I did find another bottle of water, so that's a temporary fix. And we also found some silicon. So that does give me one more round of that before we have a problem. And as we build up our area, it should be easier to figure out where we live and all that. Also, big number get bigger. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Very last 13, get their 275 stream streak. Catch the last 275 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so now I have the crafting station too. So now I can make some more interesting things. So I can make a bigger oxygen tank. I can get the exoskeleton, which will give me more equipment capacity. So we're needing both of those. So I'm looking for silicon and cobalt. And my inventory is getting unmanageable. That's iron. That's actually one thing I can do. We already know we're going to need a lot of stuff. So you need silicon to work. I could just slap you down over here. Let's grab another piece of iron real fast and shove some more power up. Yeah, so the idea here is you want to keep everything running as much as possible. Oh, okay, I misunderstood. I thought those resources were going to only give me that one thing. Alright, that's kind of good news. So the implication there is we're going to find ore, and that we will be able to use that ore and shove it in there, and it'll have a rare resource it can give me, but it also just give me a bunch of random other okay-ish resources. That, you know, could be filler. So the question mark there is, how do I get more of those? I have lots of magnesium right now. I really need the silicon. And iron's perfectly fine because I can just shove down more power or whatever with the iron. But yeah, so in this early game, we are going to be doing a lot of running back and forth, putting down more drills, adding more power, that kind of thing. There'll be lots of that. Yeah, so we don't have iridium yet. We don't have ice yet. We can build foundations and lights and all that. We can also get the grid and stuff built. Alright, so we get 2 more iron. Let's go inside so I don't suffocate. If we get 2 more iron, then I can turn around and do some good stuff with that. I just realized I made that and I can't even equip it yet because inventory space. Here, we're gonna grab you, drop you in here, eat that. Oh, actually, I do have a chunk of iridium. Yes, iridium and iron and a silicon, I'll be able to do that. How much power do you need before I build you? -1. So if I just build another wind turbine, I can power that. So there's the iron. So now I just need silicon. And I did see that's more of the ore I can break down to stuff. Okay, so that should be enough resources to work on this stuff. Okay, so we have everything out of this box. So we don't care about this. I can build you. Okay, and you're fairly small. Oh, it looks like you go inside. That's right. Okay, so we are now officially making both, we're making heat, and what are you? Do you also make heat? I don't remember what this is. Ah, you make air pressure, and you make heat. So basically that is burning the stone to make gaseous materials. Definitely not incredibly toxic and probably horrible for your health. But you know, that's fine. We upgrade our air supply. We can get our exosuit, which I will then take that up, put you on, put you in. And so we've got all these built. So the next thing I need to do is they want me to build the workbench and all that for getting stuff done. We can put our flashlight on, which, thank freaking goodness. Oh yeah, there we go. A flashlight, so when it's dark, I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. But yeah, so we are just slowly terraforming a planet. Obviously, where we're at right now, not exactly the most hospitable place. But as you can see, as I'm picking up this ore, I'm having to go a little bit farther and a little bit there. What do the heat from the drills do? So right now, this planet is incredibly frigidly cold. That water is only available in its frozen state, and it is just not hospitable for long-term survival whatsoever. So we are slowly terraforming the planet up to a survivable temperature. Oh, right, and I should also explain. So there's a couple different ways you unlock new recipes. The big one is that score above me that's slowly climbing. As that goes up, it'll unlock recipes, but also there are individual things in that. So, like, the air pressure specifically, once I get the air pressure itself over a certain amount, it'll unlock a specific recipe, that kind of thing. So all of your progression is locked behind progression of terraforming the planet. Okay, I have knocked out my power again. And we do get better and better power and stuff as things go along. So yeah, so we look at this. So right now it's telling me I have 0 parts per whatever Q is. Basically, I have no oxygen at all whatsoever. We have 43 picokelvin. I think that was it microkelvin? Microkelvin of heat, which is basically nothing. That's near absolute 0. Which would not be what the planet is. But still. And then our pressure is in the nano whatever. Basically, there's pretty close to nothing here. We did unlock the bigger backpack, so I just need iron for that, so that should be an easy find. I need to drink my water, and so now we're back into the urgent situation where I don't have water. And oh wait. So there's ice over there. Let's go that way. I have 2 bottles of oxygen on me. So let's go over there to where we see what looks like ice ridges. I'm gonna guess we find ice over there. If we do, I want to grab any amount of ice we can find there and bring it back. I'm hoping this game doesn't force me to do the thing where I have to put down a bunch of little buildings to just give me places to like what is leapfrog to. If it does, it does. Yes. Okay, so ice is over here. So it seems like it wasn't as hard limit that we had to have the bigger oxygen tank to get the ice, but that the bigger oxygen tank was probably going to be a thing if you wanted to succeed doing that. So let's grab one more ice. Grab an iron. I saw there's a silicon over here that I need. And that's my inventory full, so let's go back before I lose my way home. Because I'm also trying to not suck down all my oxygen bottles, because that takes cobalt, and right now where we're at in the game, a lot of those things are hard to come by. As the game gets farther along, the trees are moving. Yep. Yeah, we should be seeing the first bit of the proper storm here. I can make that. Looks like it's going to be a meteor strike. Or maybe not meteor strikes. Maybe this place just becomes a molten hellscape every single time it gets a little out there. All right, so we got a bigger backpack, so that's good news. We can produce a bottle of water, so that'll help a lot. We need iron to make a veggie tube. So I'm in need for iron right now. What is the big white square in the top middle? Oh, that's just a light reflection. I tried to do what I could to eliminate those, but it's just kind of the reality is gonna be a little bit. Man, this weirdly yellowish red brightness. It's like being out in natural sunlight, and I hate it. Thank you. I guess the game heard me. Like, it's actually a cool effect, but also I hate it. Alright, so bring that home. And now suddenly we can't see very well. But yeah, so early game, it is a lot of this running back and forth. We'll get ways to transport ourselves a lot more efficiently. I'm wondering if we'll be able to destroy some of these, like, pylon things to make it easier to move around, because I believe they added a vehicle in this game to transport yourself. So the dolomite goes in there. Let's pop in here and get our air. We've already upgraded our packs and all that, so there's nothing to deal with here. We do have the veggie tube. So if I find some seeds, I can chuck it in there for a little bit of oxygen production. Let's also check our screens. We can put down the blueprint screen. Yeah, so this will tell us our progression. So, like, for example, we're terraforming, so our total number. So when we hit 1000 KTI, so about 400 more, then we'll get solar panels, and then when we hit 2500, we'll get the tier 3 backpack. You get the idea. So number go up, you go this way. For oxygen, we'll start getting all this stuff specifically. For heat, we'll get this stuff specifically. For air pressure, we'll get this stuff specifically. So you get the idea. Straightforward. Make number go up, get reward. So now for our power screen, I need silicon, magnesium, and iron. Iron. And this dolomite I can break down into useful stuff. So I'm kind of skipping the titanium a little bit for now. It's probably going to be like the last game where titanium was one of those resources you kept grabbing by large quantities and then realizing you just didn't need those quantities. But for each step along the way, you will get more and more different, stronger, better things, and they end up being that much more powerful. Okay, so that's now crushing more stuff. So we get iron and cobalt. Oh, you're missing the magnesium. Let's go over here and drop the fabric off in this box. Because I can't do anything with that. Same with the uranium. And let's go out of our way. We're looking for magnesium now, which kind of has like a little bit of a Y shape. You'll also, over time, begin to learn, like, oh, I find this material over here and that material over there. So there's a seed. And once I empty a box, I delete it so I don't keep coming by and checking it again and again, because I will. Oh, inventory's already full. It also feels like... Okay, inventory's full. I'll drop the titanium. Alright. Because I also feel like this is going to be one of those ones that... We're going to want to work on that. Craft screen progress. So I'm worried our power is going to drop. Okay, so now we can see that we are producing 8.4 power, or kilowatts of power, and we're consuming 6.95, so it's no longer I just drop things until my power dies. Meanwhile, we can drop you in here. Oh, you're not the right type of seeds. Those are seeds you put in a grower, and then they give you food. These seeds, however, are the right seeds. And honestly, I'll drop a chunk of ice in there for right now. And so with that, we will officially begin producing a small, teeny tiny bit of oxygen over time. So we are now technically producing all of the very basic things to create an atmosphere. Not at any reasonable speed, but they are being produced. So in the interim, what we would do is expand on this. So we got 1.46. So if I grab a silicon... Well, actually, we can just go ahead and grab another drill and plunk it down. Okay, we're at 95. So if we grab another titanium, I could drop one of those. But it will be a thing that we want to expand our base. I don't think I'm ready to commit to expanding the base yet. I'll definitely want to see more of the map to figure that kind of stuff out. But right now, we don't really have what we're looking for on that. We can drop another drill down here. Because every little bit of that will make our self-terraform just a wee bit faster. Alright, so power-wise, we're getting low, so let's go ahead and drop down another windmill. And as I mentioned, it's not like you gotta wire all these things together, so I can actually move stuff around as I need to. Okay, so then if I grab another iron, we can make a heater. There's some more dolomite. Well, dolomite. And I think, I don't know which way north, east, south, and west are yet. But whichever way, I do think we are on one of the kind of extremes of the map. Which is interesting, because I think the last one you started pretty close to center map. Like, give or take a little bit. Okay, so let's put down our heater. And then we'll need more power, so that'll be more iron. We can expand the building with more iron. Because what happens if you put, like, a building... Like, if I put this square room next to the square room, it'll just make it longer. Okay, it's warning me that I'm thirsty. That's fine. Get more drinky drink. And we should be good on all those things. I haven't unlocked anything meaningful yet there. Alright, solar blueprint. Okay, so we got meteor strikes coming in. So they're striking pretty far away, that's making it hard for me to see what they did. I want to say it was one of these two took the hit. I just want to see what materials they left behind. Because a lot of these times, these will be a way to get early game rare materials. Until you get like later tech to be able to go after them more meaningfully. There we go. So yeah, so there's clearly a hit here. So we're looking for is whatever it dropped in the ground. So far, it looks like just typical materials. Nothing fancy. Okay, so that's just a replenishment mechanic. Because they do have it as you can get some of that stuff there. Let's grab you. You're really good oxygen. We'll grab the cobalt and the silicon. While I'm here, I'm going to eat that. And I'm pretty sure we were over there. So yeah, so it looks like these meteorites are basically just giving me more of the same materials I've already had. But, like, as you can see, I'm slowly kind of carving the materials out from around the base. That's going to make me go farther and farther. That this did give me a way of getting some more of that. And we'll get ways to make these things renewable eventually. But early game, that's just not a thing. Okay, so let's pop over here. And we could drop... I don't have dolomite, never mind. You can pop over here. And that really didn't change anything. This inventory is full as well. Okay, that's fine. We needed power, was it? Was I looking at power as my big thing right now? Yeah, so I need power. If I get another iron, I can put up a solar panel. And the solar panel will help out our power grid a lot. The issue I have is my inventory is a hot mess. So let's just drop you on the ground out here. And I want to go to you and put you in because you're going to be way better oxygen. So we kind of upgraded that. So I need to find an iron. And we can get boxes to store stuff in and all that later. We'll do that pretty soon. Because more and more and more inventory will become a burden. There we go. Segment of iron. And so now I should be able to go back and plunk down a solar panel. And if I remember correctly with this game, they treat the solar panels as if they have batteries just like built in them. So it's not like other games where suddenly your wind goes out and your whole place shuts down. It's another source of power. So we're now up to 7.15 to spare. So we want to go ahead and do a lot of these things. For the moment, it looks like iron is my big holdup. So let's just get more iron. Okay, see, I'm in more dolomite. Cool, that was easy. And if I get magnesium, I can get more veg tubes. So I can go ahead and put another veg tube in here. We're gonna need to expand this. Well, actually, let's expand the room. And just like that, the room's a little bit bigger. So I need more iron. Yep, now that's what the DLC is. It's a new planet. They've also changed a couple of things. Like, they added dolomite. So it seems like I'm gonna get my early game uranium and iridium and all that from basically an ore that you then process, and it gives you a variety of random outputs. So I've been getting some trace amounts of those ones. Because it was one of those things in the last game, as soon as you realize, oh, I can get the iridium from over there, if you start and you're trying to, like, speedrun the map, you could just immediately beeline over there and grab it right from the start. And this one, they got, like, a little bit of an RNG side to it. But also, we just don't know the map yet because we just started, so... we are exploring a little bit. So that's another thing for good oxygen. I'm gonna leave the others there for right now. Because I really need more iron. Yeah, so we really haven't stepped far out of this biome yet. We're just kind of too restricted on our air unless we start really dealing with stuff. We do have a giant, like, ice cliff area over there, which is where I get my ice for water. You can drop you in here and let you keep processing, top off for air. Drop you in there. So if we get another magnesium and another iron, we can get more of this. And you will find occasionally I'm going to do this kind of thing where I'll start putting things that are like other things near each other. That just helps in the later game being like, okay, well, where do I need that? Alright, so I needed more iron and magnesium. Which is gonna happen a lot. Like I said, it seems like I should always be grabbing the dolomite since it processes into stuff. Let's go check that box. Yeah, so that's where we get our ice from right now. Eventually, we will we'll thaw that. Here, you can have the crappier plant and give me the better plant. Oh, you're all good plants. Look. Not part of the equation. Alright. Looks good. I have to find the highest place. Yeah, I have no idea, relatively speaking, like, how high elevation. We are seeing really high up there ledges, but those could be map boundary kind of ledges. As opposed to, like, high ground you're expected to get on. We don't have context yet, which is good. I think it's way more fun when you don't have that context yet. Alright, so we're going to start replacing our tier 1 with our tier 2 drills. They're way more power hungry, though, so we're going to have to be careful with them. Do you happen to have the magnesium? You do not. I'll take that titanium, though. Do I have enough power? Okay, so there's a tier 2 drill. Now, to give you an idea, that tier 2 drill is giving us 1.5 NPA per second, whereas these are giving us 0.2. So this one drill is worth more than all of those combined. So, for me, it's worth it to take those down for the materials and swap them over, assuming I can power them. I cannot, for the record. I gotta get more power going. Okay, now I can power one. So I'll need another titanium. There was a loose titanium right there. So there's a little bit of this that you do where you take your existing infrastructure and go, yeah, but I can just upgrade this now. Alright, so we also have the better veg tube. So let's go ahead and grab you, take this out, take down that. The better tube costs us 1.5 power, we can afford that. So we can grab 350 was the highest plant? Yeah, 350. So that's a good upgrade. That also has run us out of ice. So that'll end up being a problem. But yeah, so as you see, we are gradually unlocking this. We're about to get our bigger backpack right now. There it is. The bigger backpack, so 2 aluminum and a silicon. I believe I have the 2 aluminum stashed right here. That we already found earlier. Give me that ice. And let's drink the water. So we're going to need to make an ice run, and there's my silicon, which will make my backpack bigger. But as you can see, you get gradually a little bit more effective and a little bit more effective. So our inventory just grew that much more. Can I make storage bins yet? Yes, I can. We need to start doing that. Okay, so for right now, the storage bins aren't going to have a lot of logic to them. It's going to be huck it in there if I don't need it for going out. And then we'll go out and grab supplies. Alright, so let's go over here. Let's grab a bunch of stuff over by the iron area. I do have plenty of air on me, and I have a little bit of food. So we should be able to survive just fine. Because while hydration is more of like a long-term survival thing, and I do know I'm passing tons and tons of resources. These are the common resources. I'm mostly beelining for boxes, and then to get over this ice area, unless I see something particularly new or exciting. So I'll grab those. I'll grab the water bottle, because that'll save me effort. Yeah, so clearly this is what we're on the meteors hit. We got a piece of aluminum, which is good. The rest are all perfectly good ores and all that, but nothing I'm going to sweat too much about. That's an interesting looking cave. I can't afford to explore it right now. I don't have the kind of air I need for that. Alright, we got a decent amount of ice, so I am just going to grab whatever. If it's something decently... 4 more. Indoor ladder. Nothing I care about yet. 2 more. Alright, let's get home. Okay, so grabbed a bunch of ice. So that seems to be the big thing, is if I want ice, I gotta run all the way over there. Check this box, see if there's anything I really need to grab. No. Alright. But yeah, so we are slowly making our planet nicer. Now, if you look up, there's no real atmosphere here yet. What we will see over time is the sky will go from being like barren and empty and all that to it'll slowly start turning like a pinkish yellow to a red to slowly making its way to a purple and eventually a blue, as we do build up an atmosphere that's, you know, survivable. Okay. So over here, drop off the spare plants. How am I doing on power? I've got 3, so I can probably upgrade you. Oh, inventory full? Oh, here, we'll drop out the dolomite. Okay, so now I could go here and say, I would like... Oh, I need the, I need a silicon? We can make that happen. Maybe it'll be a little hard to see in the dark. Find a silicon really fast. And get ourselves a second veggie tube up. Because that, again, will continue to get our oxygen up. And what is something that happens is as you improve the air, you can start getting a thing that will draw in some oxygen from the atmosphere around you if it's not... You know, it's not quite to the point that you could just take off a helmet and breathe. But it's getting there. And you can slowly get to the point where you can literally just run around and air is just not a mechanic anymore because you now have a breathable atmosphere. Okay, so you still got 2.5 to go. So I don't have any more iridium right now to make any more of those. So I guess the idea is we're going to go for another drill. But that means I'm going to need another solar panel, so 2 cobalt, an iron, and a silicon. We do have the cobalt. I'm going to drop all of you in there for right now. So we need 2 cobalt, an iron, and a silicon. Fair enough, I might even have it in this box. There's the iron, there's the cobalt. So I need a silicon. And there's the tier 2 heater. We'll deal with that in a minute. But you can see there's kind of a pacing to the game that's pretty good. There's some silicon. There's a pace to the game that it does have times where it's like faster and slower. I definitely feel like this would be harder to start, the DLC map. Just because, like, it's like little things, like the ice is just so far away. The whole needing to know how to process something before you can even begin to, like, get something to work. Like, those are things that aren't like the first map. The first map, they kind of plunk you down to a relatively nice spot on the map that you can really kind of see real well. It doesn't have a lot of the good materials nearby, but that's fine, whatever. I need to be careful about not accidentally consuming too many of the oxygen tanks, because cobalt is a little limited. Because if it's anything like the other game, the drills that give you effectively never-ending ore don't come till later. Because I imagine a lot of the pacing will be the same, just with like twists on some of the mechanics. And you're starting to get full. So I'll have to deal with that. In the meantime, we still need more power. It's weird that it's not going to turn more. That's fine. Okay. So now power-wise, I've got 9 power left. So we can make the bigger one of those, so I could take you. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, I forgot. The number keys do animations. Please stop. Please stop. I want free from your animations. There we go. Okay. So I need a titanium. That's like a dime a dozen. New DLC? What does it do? We are on a completely new planet, and there are some mechanic changes that we have not gotten far enough to see how many there are. So, like, I have this thing now, where I'm finding dolomite, and I'm dropping that in here, and then it spits out, like, so it's kind of like getting a really crappy version of the drills. So that's kind of neat. But we're on a new planet. We haven't had a chance to explore very far because, you know, we take 2 steps away and we start suffocating. Because early game be like that. So cobalt. Alright, so our power's at 7.5. If I grab 2 titanium, I can plunk down another drill. And get another one by just going chop. And get a bit more air pressure. Looks like dolomite mostly turns into cobalt. Yeah, there's definitely some of that. I'm also using a lot of the other materials it's turning into pretty aggressively. So it does seem to be giving me a bit more cobalt, but also is looking a little bit worse than it really is because I'm consuming most of the other materials that isn't cobalt. Alright, so we could go ahead and grab some cobalt here and plop in our solar panel up to keep our power up. Cool. So our power's now at 9.5 again. How close are we to unlocking new stuff? Let's see, that unlocks at 17, so we got a while for that. That unlocks at 5, we're making progress, but not there yet. At 2, we will start being able to see progress towards other stages, and we're about 75% of the way there. And then we don't get another meaningful thing until 4 micro whatever. There, that's fine. So with that, we need to keep expanding. So we've got that going on. I probably need more air production, which should be easy. I need 2 ice, and then literally I could just go tube. Then go to our box. And 350 is our highest, I believe. And I need 2 ice and an iron for another one, which we do have power for. Then grab that out of there. Grab our 2 ice. And more oxygen production. Okay, so every one of those is just upping our production a little bit. So you'll notice our terraform index is going up very rapidly. So you got all that going on. We still have 7 power, so we can power anything we can build right now. So our oxygen, we're actually about to be able to get our tier 3 oxygen tank here, so I'm just going to wait that out. We've got like 8 seconds. That's still probably got a couple minutes left. That's got a little bit left. Alright, so tier 3 oxygen. An iron, an aluminum, and a titanium. Okay. There's the iron. Did I not? Do I have the aluminum? Did we already use it? We probably already used it. Okay, so I don't have the aluminum yet. We haven't figured out where we can find that other than just getting lucky. So that's not going to be a viable tactic. So we just unlocked a lot of things back to back to back. So we did get a larger one of those. So obviously I'd like to get that if I can get the aluminum. We did get the communication, which also takes aluminum. So it looks like aluminum is on the menu for those. We did also get basically our email screen, which is going to be in our silicon. And we got the terraform. So I need 3 silicon and an iron is what I'm going to want to find here. So that's not going to have... Wait, was that silicon in there? Yeah. So 2 more silicon and an iron. And that could give us our extra screens. Which all those extra screens give me just a little bit more information. There's some iron. I was grabbing extra while we're out since we keep running low on that. We got titanium I don't care much about. I know I passed a bunch of dolomite, but it is what it is. And Jaywalker on their 30 stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 30 streams on missing it. Hey, we've got a little structure out in the distance over there. There's one of the silicon I needed. I need 1 more silicon, but I also need to start heading back unless I want to pop another air tank. I might even still have to because we don't walk super fast. We'll get faster. Later on, we'll get like a little jetpack and cruise across the ground. I mean, I'm assuming we still get those same technologies we got the last time, because that was big. Once you got your little jetpack, you just zip across. This planet looks very different. Yes, it does. Okay. So we now have the screen progression. So I need a cobalt for that. Alright, I see what's going on here. So let's get the crafting 2 thing. And for right now, I'm just going to shove it over there. Let me grab our progression screen. Alright, so we are 8% of our way to having a blue sky and climbing. We also got a correspondence computer, which is why I need just a little bit more silicon, because that will make it so I can start exchanging emails and all that. Because that starts the big question of, when we left off at the last game, there's multiple endings. I won't spoil the endings, but you're left in kind of a tenuous place. And it's uncertain what's going to happen to you after the ending of the game. I won't spoil why or anything like that. And so I'm curious if we will be continuing the story as the same person who has arrived at this planet, or we will be a brand new person. Because I don't believe we know the answer to that yet. I'm gonna guess a new person. Because if it was the same person again and again, you'd probably be like, nah man, I'm not doing this, I don't care. Like, screw these people. You'd be demotivated to putting any effort into it. You'd just be like, hey, what's the point? I'm just gonna go to the next place and we're gonna go through it all over again. Alright, so we got our email. No communication antenna in range. Oh, right, I gotta build that too. Oh, you take 15 power, but also... Okay, so we actually have our Tech 2 solar panels, which requires aluminum. So very clearly, we're at a situation where I'm getting newer tech, but all of it requires aluminum, and I don't have aluminum. Okay, so we got all our junk out of the way. We can grab solar and keep that moving. Probably should just be putting these on the ground. They wouldn't fight me nearly as much. Okay. Let's see. Wasn't the story without the DLC that you're a criminal and sent to terraform a planet as punishment? You feel like that person should be free by now? The planet looks very green by the end of the game. Yeah, no, that's basically the implication. That's not spoiling too much on the other one. But yeah, the idea is you have done some unspecified thing, and well, like you're led to believe you've done some unspecified thing, and that's why you're on the planet, because you have a family member who's like, what they're doing to you is wrong, like it doesn't matter, whatever kind of thing. But they really don't give you the details. And all that kind of stuff. So there is a lot of that left for you to fill in blanks. Okay, and this is our general just chuck it in the box. Okay, so I've got some stuff for travel, because we need to find aluminum. So I've already kind of looked towards the rock face. I did see that there was some buildings out in the range. Some like over in this distance. So I'm going to start running this way. I got a couple of oxygen tanks on me. I have an oxygen tank on me, singular. That's definitely what multiple means. I'm already on my way. We'll take a quick peek over here, see if we see new materials, that kind of thing. I might not even get over there, drop it with these boxes. Technically, I could just build another room and give myself a retreat point, and I might even do that. There's water. I don't care about the rest of that. The crime was calling the HOA a poopy face? Well, I mean, that's just called for. Nothing particularly valuable here. Okay, so that stuff we'll be able to disassemble for later goodies. But nothing in there right now that I can use. We got a blue microchip. We can grab you, you're a value. Grab you. I'm gonna eat you here. Grab the fabric. Then we gotta go over here and grab whatever's in here, and then we gotta head back. We'll grab the uranium. Alright, we gotta go back. Because I don't have another reload of oxygen. Okay, so we didn't find much of value in those ones. We did grab one other thing. Still not on Discord. I didn't remember to mess with it after stream. Also, Hurricane Can looks like blocks the last slot on top. Oh, like it's inventory-wise it does? Gotcha. I mean, at this point, you can't see anything on the camera anyways. We'll go ahead and get rid of it. Like, it's just getting too dark. Double bed. I am hoping we get back, because this isn't one of those games that your air slowly goes down as you run out. I believe literally the moment it starts going down, it just fades to black and you die. Alright, so use this in the blueprint screen to unlock new stuff. T1 mining speed has been unlocked. Okay, what do you cost? Probably aluminum. Yep, we still don't have that. We didn't find any aluminum. We did find the blue chip, and we did find a single unit of iridium. Let's go and start making ourselves some space over here and change our organization a little bit. Alright. So I'm just gonna try and rearrange these a little bit here. So radioactive, cobalt. I have one more iron. I could build one more box. Plant. And grab all the plants out of here. Drop them all in here. We have enough to grab all of you out of here. Okay. I keep accidentally hitting the 1 keys and all that. And I need to take those out as, like, emotes, because I'm not going to use them for that purpose. Titanium. Can't remember if you can stack them or not. No. Ice. Alright. So, the other things we need to do is we need to keep working this. So you are aluminum. I have to find aluminum is what's happening right now. We're getting more and more and more things that are like, aluminum, 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 aluminum. Give me these. Give me everything out of here, actually, we can carry. We have cobalt. We don't have anything else to add to the radioactive, I don't believe. We don't have any new plants. We got some titanium. No ice to add. We can go over here and say, hey, give me the titanium. Make this place a little bit longer. So we can add more storage in here as able. All right. I can grab you and put you in the box. But yeah, you get the idea. Is we'll make this easier to manage stuff. One good news, I believe making your rooms larger has no additional cost on resources. We can start trying to explore this way, but we're going to be picking up materials and trying to continue to deal with our base. Sorry about that. Alright, so we got iron. That's one of the things I'm way after right now. Don't care about the titanium right now. Dolomite is just... The dolomite's just a grab bag of ore, so it's probably worth grabbing. Okay, let's head back. Yeah, so as you can start to see, we're getting a very light blue haze now, as we're just starting to get a little bit of atmosphere going on. But it's those things that you'll watch the planet go from being this barren wasteland to slowly getting nicer and nicer and nicer. Alright, so put in our box right here. You could be the magnesium. Put in our box right there. Silicon. Right now, honestly, the radioactive, it's just gonna hold like any of the exotic stuff. You put the dolomite in there and keep that running. Grab all this stuff. Can I destroy that box? Cool. And you can't destroy the pod. They always leave that as an availability, so you can never get yourself into a permanent bricked state in the game. You can go here, grab one of those back. Drop you off, drop you off, drop you off. We have you for the plant. I got a bunch of iron left that we could get some stuff going with. Most of the stuff I want to build, though, we are locked out of because aluminum. So interestingly enough, oh, that's going to require bauxite. Bauxite is a new material. We didn't have that before, so you're aluminum as well. So where's our power at? We're making 14 something power. That's almost enough to make that radar. Could make another way to use. So magnesium, silicon, and 2 ice. Magnesium, silicon, 2 ice. And plunk another one of you down. And go to our plants. 150, 350, 200, 200, 300. So you're going to be the best I get. So a little bit more oxygen production to help out. I can make another one of the big drills, which is just going to be 2 titanium. Alright. Because every little bit we're fixing the atmosphere is just going to make our lives easier. We can get a tier 2 exoskeleton soon, a level 3 veg tube. We can get a bigger locker, which is really nice to get the bigger locker. Nuclear reactor, man. Oh, well, I guess that's really far off. We're really not even a sixth away. But we're making really good progress pretty fast, honestly. So let's go ahead and grab 2 more titanium. So we can plunk down another one of these drills. And keep pushing the atmosphere where it needs to go. So in Satisfactory, box is a precursor to aluminum? Yes. So my assumption is we are going to not find the aluminum scrap I've been looking for, but instead find bauxite. You know, same difference, just extra step. Put up 2 more solar panels to get our power. And as I said before, the solar panels don't actually care about light in this game. They're like, the idea is they have like the battery built in them and yada yada yada. Plant. Alright. So I need oxygen tanks. And we can eat some food to top off our food. Grab that. Alright. So the other 2 ways we didn't find much we were looking for. Let's go over this way. And we're hoping to either find, like, bauxite or something else of that nature. I'm also wondering where the game music is. Alright, there it goes. I just had to talk about it. It definitely feels like the game music just keeps taking breaks on me. Okay, we've got something over there. And there's definitely a little bit of this in your early game of Planet Crafter as well, where you do have to kind of push yourself pretty far on your limit on where you can go without, like, grabbing a bunch of air tanks and all that. Now, that's what I don't know what all we're going to need for a lot of this. Explosives. Thanks, man. And a little bit of aluminum. And more explosives. And some plants and some uranium. And a blue microchip. I can't seem to disassemble any of that. Let's grab some dolomite on the way back, because figures might as well return with the full inventory. So not seeing any other new inventory. But yeah, the interesting thing is getting explosives this early. If I remember that from the last game, explosives were a very late game thing. And I remember you used them for a couple of things, but honestly it wasn't that many. I'm not sure if we noticed that box on the way over. I think we did. It could really just depend on which angle you're looking at. Yeah, no, it's just junk. But the question is, what are we using that piece of aluminum on? Generally, I prioritize equipment over, like, newer terraforming tech. Because the way I look at it, you'll just keep unlocking equipment anyways, and almost all equipment has, like, the previous version of that equipment as a requirement for it. And then you gotta power all the equipment. Alright, so decode the chip. Agility boots. Okay, now we're talking. So drop all of this in here. You are basically full for the moment. So let's drop off what we can. For right now, explosives will go in there. I'll keep 1 on me, mostly because I'm out of inventory space. We're gonna consider... We're not gonna... I was gonna say, we're gonna consider those plants now. Let's make a new box. Fabric. You go here to titanium. Eventually I'll have an iron box. Okay. So, let's look at our stuff. So we have the agility boots. So sadly that's 2 aluminum and I only have 1. But we have the improved oxygen tank, so a silicon, magnesium, and titanium. Yeah, luckily I already have the tier 3 backpack, but yeah. So, titanium, silicon, and magnesium. Magnesium. I am out of silicon. Alright, let's go get some silicon. Oh wait, did I finish emptying this? I have plenty of silicon. So drop off the cobalt. Drop off the silicon except one to take back, and now I just need a titanium. Which should be easy enough to find around here. We usually have plenty of it. And we've got our bigger lockers. Yeah, so it's starting to become a proper blue sky. Yeah, we're only 30% the way there, but it's already looking pretty good. And so with that, bigger oxygen tank. So now I can go a lot farther on our existing oxygen. I'm wondering what the gear symbol is for that. Oh, I think that's just telling me it's an equipment slot. I understand. Use it to blow up objects. Right-click to use. Yeah, we'll see what I actually end up using that for. I mean, obviously we'll use it to explode stuff, but like, when will that become important, necessary, urgent, whatever you want to use for your language? Okay, so power-wise, we're sitting at 16 kilowatts, so we're doing fine in power. You need aluminum. 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 A tier 3 vegetable thing is going to need aluminum. Yes, it does. So we can get titanium and put down our tier 2 drill. Put explosives in your base for science? I can't remember if you could explode your own buildings in this game. I feel like you couldn't. But that doesn't mean that's necessarily the case. Alright, so we're going to go on a little bit of a trek. We've got a much larger air tank now. I've got 2 spare oxygen bottles on me, so we're just trying to book it up that ridge. And I'm just going to see what we can find along the way. I'm not going to stop for, like, junk ores and all that. We will, like, on the return trip. That's dolomite over there. I don't know, is the perfect time to science? I mean, you're not wrong. Plant and plant. Don't care about the rest right now. Mostly more dolomite, magnesium, and other junk. Box it! Grab the water, eat the food here. The rest could stay in the box right now. I'm gonna grab as much boxes as I can. I have a feeling the box it's going to be like the iridium in the first one, that you go to the place, scoop up a whole bunch off the ground at the start, but then once you do that, like, it just doesn't come back nearly fast enough to be useful. So you then have to proceed to find nuke locations to get it, or get to the point of getting a drill set up. If this is anything like the first one, there is no amount of aluminum that's too much. Yeah, so the big gaping molten lava fire hole with what looks like dried lava around the outside, really feeling me with the, this is a place that's going to be very bad for my health. I'm gonna grab the 2 titanium the single titanium while I'm there. Okay, so way the heck over there by what looked kind of like a volcano that had previously had a lava flow that just cooled off really quick for some reason. Oh, I guess the planet was incredibly frozen previously. That does get curious. Alright. So the good news is, assuming that bauxite works the way we expect, I should be getting a decent amount of aluminum out of that. Because that same thing we're putting the dolomite in is supposed to give you aluminum. So a little bit of third degree burns never hurt anyone. Yeah, no, just a little bit's fine. You just it's all those things about, you know, quantity. And just not taking it too far. Top off our water. So I definitely feel like long term, I don't want to live in whatever this is. Not unless I can get rid of these things. Oh, you know what? We never tested to see if I could explode them. I'm gonna put the last explosive away. Alright. So, drop out the titanium. Drop off the plants. Let's go out here to this thing. And all the bauxite. Give me everything out of here. Yeah, so you require 1 dolomite. Oh, actually, you don't even require aluminum. So let's go over here. What was I missing? Oh, a dolomite. Let's go over here and grab one of the dolomite out of here. I'll deal with that in a moment. And how much power do you take? 21. So I'm glad we checked that before we open that, because dear goodness. So I definitely need more power, because 21 is a lot of power for me at this stage in the game. I think it's worth it. I think it'll just speed up the rate we can process ore. Okay, so that does that give me enough power? So 22. So it's got bigger storage. Got an in and an out. Cool. So we got ourselves a bigger thing for processing ore. I think literally it's just going to process it faster, is my guess. Yeah, so process it just a little bit over half the time of the other one. That should be good news. We should probably see aluminum coming out the other side, which is what's kind of blocking us from doing everything right now. So far as like actually upscaling our stuff versus just building more of what we've already got. Alright, never did build. Actually, what do you require? 3 iron. We'll definitely want to get there. And we will. We're not quite there yet. Alright. There's nothing more to worry about in there. Yeah, my guess is we might be able to explode a bunch of these things. The problem is I can find explosives, but I don't really have them. We have been running short on titanium, so while I'm waiting, I'm just going to do a quick, real, grab literally anything nearby kind of run, regardless of what it is. Eventually, we will get a thing that'll let us just dump resources we don't need into the void and not have to worry about it. Now, when I walked by here earlier, this really is reeking of you go down here to die. Because that looks like some pretty heavy edge of the world kind of stuff. I could, though, potentially see that as we terraform, I see lava out in the distance. That glowing red up there, that's very distinctly lava. So we know the map at least goes that far. And don't get me wrong, the map of the first one is relatively huge as well. I did notice that this has the same things going on as the other one. That's spicy water. Oh yeah, there we go. Some aluminum. Okay. So we've already got the bigger air tank. We've got that. So let's get the mining chip. And we'll want the bigger exoskeleton soon. I'm also not super sure on how much more we're gonna get a lot of things. Cool. So we're getting pretty good. We're just a little bit over a third of the way to having ourselves a proper blue atmosphere. Oh, there we go. So with that, I can get the run faster thing. So let's go grab our 2 fabric from over here. And now I get our go faster boots. Ah, yeah. Everyone always wants to go faster. Like, there was a whole discussion about go faster or go slower, and I mean, go slower just didn't even rank in there. Okay. Maybe it's spicy water. I am willing to bet you it burns something proper. Since I'm in just like collect the thing mode, don't worry about it. I'm being pretty indiscriminate about what we're grabbing, because we will need all of these. And eventually we will have resources that we just get a super overabundance in. What? What are you up there? Alright, well, I don't really have an answer to that question. It is just a spiky bit. That's what it is. I will say, so as the atmosphere is thinned out, being able to see that waterfall of lava out in the distance is really ominous. I really do appreciate it. I definitely feel like we don't want to live in whatever this is long term, because building in this is going to be terrible. I'm going to want to find a bigger open space. Now, it is a thing that once we get later on, we will eventually hit the point that we are getting proper rain and lakes and oceans and whatnot. And it does become a thing that if you are in one of the lower laying areas, that's bad. There's not really a second part to it. It's just, it's bad. Because, you know, you're actively flooding the planet and living in a floodplain. You can kind of put that together yourself, I feel fairly confident you can figure out how that turns out. Alright. So I've got a unit of aluminum there. Was there something else I need to unlock? Yeah, so we needed the exoskeleton. So I need 2 magnesium, a titanium, and a silicon. So titanium, or sorry, silicon, titanium, was that what I needed? Yes. And so we got more equipment slots. And then with that, we do have everything I can build so far equipped. So future aluminum we'll just use on buildings and all that. We're doing a good job of unlocking things, so we'll look over here. So we're getting pretty close to getting our advanced. Well, no, actually, we're only about halfway to our advanced crafting station. We're about halfway to our tier 3 heater. We are about halfway to our tier 3 drill. And we're only a third of the way to nuclear reactor, which is really weird to see the nuclear reactor that early. So how much spare power do I have? A whole lot of bumpkus. So we need to start getting some proper power online. Floodplains sounds a good place to build houses. That's actually happened in Australia. Yeah, and that happens in a lot of places. It's one of those things that gets more complicated, especially when you look back at it historically. Like, there is what's referred to as a river delta. So you have like the river itself, pretty straightforward. it's a thing of water. But what a lot of people don't realize is when you're looking at a river, they kind of do this. Where you have like some higher laying area that might be hilly or whatever. It kind of goes down and it flattens out for a little while, and then it dips down again. And that's because that's where it floods up to. But if you look historically at how like shipping and all that worked, the farther you got away from the river, the far longer and harder and bigger effort it was, and sometimes the less doable it was to ship stuff. So you had this weird thing that the best soil was right there next to the river where it flood. The best place to make your goods, to get it to the boats, to get it to the place, is where it floods. So you have weird stuff like that happens, and that's still fairly true today as well. That you have to deal with like those weird, okay, this isn't a good place to be in the situation of disaster, but like also this is kind of the place you want to be for a whole lot of other reasons. So let's go ahead and so I need 15 power for the antenna. So let's grab a titanium and an iron. Did I have email? Message from Sentinel Corp. To config GP-8971-L. You have chosen to have your sentence commuted to an extradition. To get all charges against you dropped, you must fully terraform this planet. Our sensors will periodically scan your progress and send you the required blueprints. Do not try to contact Sentinel Corp. If our sensors do not detect any advancements in the terraformation process, you'll be considered missing and the charges will not be dropped. You cannot claim ownership or value over anything on the planet. You are only allowed to use resources found on the planet to increase terraforming index. You are not allowed to leave the planet until terraformation is complete. So yeah, so this time they were very direct in the game, being like, you are a convict. Like the last one, it did also do it, but it wasn't quite as direct. And so there was some confusion in players that were like, oh, is this talking about one of the other people that got left here and all that kind of stuff? And it's like, no. You are a criminal. That's why you are here. They don't ever specify what you did, but you did something. You know, you jaywalked. You said something rude one time. You were mean on the internet. We'll just not do that yet. Okay, so you can go here and plunk down another solar panel. So that puts us up to 28. So I do have another aluminum, so if I grab another iron, we can put down a food grower. So we can actually have food happening. So let's go to plant. Oh, actually I have one in my inventory, so plunk that in. We are now officially very, very, very slowly getting food. We do have another aluminum. How's my power, by the way? 13. You don't actually... Well, actually, I already... Do I have 2 iridium? No. So I don't have 2 iridium to put that to use. I can put a beacon on the base to always find my way home. That's really not a bad idea. Oh, these are the vegetable things that can move outside. Yeah, so let's start moving to that. So let me grab you real fast. You're retired. I am falling for those controls again and again. And you need a silicon. And so let's move our oxygen production outside of our base. Oh, I need a bottle of water for it. Cool. And there's the 351. And we still have 7.15. And you take 7.25, but that takes 1.5, so that's fine. So if we get more... And all that stuff is speeding up the rate we're making our air and all that. Oh yeah, there's all that aluminum. We are getting to the point, though, that I'm running out of bauxite in there. And then the aluminum stops. Then we're back off the gravy train. Then we're back to our garbage ore that's terrible and no one wants to talk about it. Okay. So magnesium. I forgot to do this in the order of operations that I needed to, which was to grab you. And then power's back on. So there's even more oxygen happening. Because each time you do one of those upgrade tiers, they usually do a lot. So, like, if you look at the speed our oxygen is moving now, it is great, gaining very, very rapidly compared to what it was. We are going to need more power before we do anything else. So that's 2 more cobalt. And I'm going to start running out of cobalt, which is when we'll start having to go out and deal with materials again. Okay, so we've got 20. And for making another one of those, I can just grab you, take you apart. I will then need a silicon and a bottled water. Alright. Yeah, so little by little, we're getting all sorted. Yeah, so I can afford to do it again. And again, our silicon. Alright, so we're really, really going to be boosting the oxygen production here. It feels like the order of operations is way, way, way different this time. Not in a bad way, but like, I remember fighting for a while before I had the outdoor things. And it could also be just knowing the game better for like the second playthrough kind of thing, just changes the way it works. Okay, we need to eat some food. Okay, so we can afford that. I will need another aluminum. We already had that, so we've got you going on. We also found a bunch of seeds faster. Okay, so that was a massive increase in our air production. That we jumped from... I think we jumped almost like 100 times the speed of air production now. So we should probably start seeing a bunch of unlocks in the air production thing. Which will be... We're really getting close to the tier 3 heater. And then, like, we're almost getting to the point of being able to do biomass. That's surprising. We're halfway to biomass, which means we'll start actually growing plants. So yeah, now, I'm not sure if it's a game familiarity thing or the progression is just very different, so we're getting the early game faster, maybe? I could certainly see that being a thing. Put the ice away. Put the magnesium away. And how are we doing on power? There's a tier 3 heater. They're doing terribly on power. So that requires iridium rods. I can't make that yet, so that's just nothing to worry about. I don't have stuff for more of the heaters to do that. So this is looking at another one here. So I need an iron, a magnesium, a silicon, and 2 cobalt. And then we need a silicon, a magnesium, and an iron. Hurricane cam time? We can check. Yeah, it's getting too dark in the evening. Like, we're in the storm now, but you can't really see anything because there's where, like, right now you can kind of just see the trees, like, moving a little bit, but it's, unfortunately, that's just, like, the whole reality is, as fun as it is to, like, meme at it, because I do stream at night, you can see the branches swaying a lot, yeah. I mean, I can leave it on if people want. Like, it doesn't bother me one way or the other. Man, they're just whipping around a bit out there. The problem is there's just no real light outside because it's nighttime here, so... There's the ice box. I've got the Lirma seed. Let's grab an iron. Actually, I'll grab 3. Yeah, I'll keep it exactly the way. So food, grab you, drop you in here, grab 1 back. Alright, we'll slowly get everything switched over. Did we ever yeah, no, we emptied the box over there. Okay. So we're doing relatively alright. I've got oxygen tank, water tank, we've got all this. So let me actually grab a I can't, I'm out of cobalt. I was gonna say let me grab another oxygen tank before I head out. But I can't. Oh, we got a bunch more aluminum. I thought we were already done with the aluminum. Let's see here. So we have 22.5 power. I can build another one of you. And just keep going for the oxygen production. It's not like I don't have enough plants in this box. And you... 300%. Yeah, so 300% is the next best I've got. Let's see. We don't have a drill that needs aluminum yet, and we don't have the iridium we need for those. I can put the beacon on that. That's probably, honestly, at this point, probably a good idea to put a beacon on home. So we'll grab a titanium and a silicon, because we'll start wandering farther from home. And if I get turned around out there, I won't be able to just keep walking until I find what I'm looking for. And home. There we go. What was that noise? Oh! Oh, we finished Blue Sky! Okay. Alright. I was like, what was that noise? Yeah, so we finished Blue Sky and we got the advanced crafting bench, which takes 12 power. We actually can afford that. So it requires 3 aluminum and then the other materials are easy. So I believe at this point we're going to be done with this one anyway, so give that back. And do we have any more bauxite in here? No. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So with that, honestly, we can grab you out of here, drop you in. You are... aluminum. And go to the plants. Put that in there. I'll put the food back in the radioactive as the spares now. Iron. Silicon. Grab enough ice to... I just realized I got rid of my... Yeah, we can make it over here. We got the grass spreader. What's the grass spreader gonna take? 2 water and aluminum and magnesium. Okay, that's doable. So I'll grab 2 more ice. Make 2 more water. That looks like some of the plants from No Man's Sky. Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Like, you do watch it gradually change. So yeah, and an aluminum and a magnesium. And we have the power? Yes, we do. Oh, I need a Lirma seed. That's easy, we got those. And with that, we are officially growing biomass. Just barely. Teeny tiny baby steps. But all of that is just helping us little by little get our stuff together. Grabbing our food pack. That'll be grown soon. Okay, so we found the box it over in the direction that is. So we're basically out of aluminum and I need more. That is going to be a very reoccurring problem. Yeah, so we found the box it up there. I don't know if it respawns. Or we'll have to go to a different area. It could just be that I don't find it up here and I gotta go over there. That's fine. And I'm pretty sure we already checked all these boxes. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about those right now. But as you can see, we are just slowly making the planet nicer and nicer. It's still a barren wasteland, but now it's a barren wasteland with a blue sky. It's also interesting in that in this one, I've been able to get access to biomass before we have rain and water. Which is not how it went the last time. But that could just be the way I progress, because you could literally build nothing but the heat stuff, and you'd be very stunted in your ability to expand and grow. But you could do that. Titanium, I should have come here during the day. Iron. Okay, so it is looking like the box that hasn't respawned here. So I'm just gonna run back. We're probably gonna end up eating our oxygen tank, but let's grab a bunch of this real fast. Because we process that into our basic materials. And I might as well not return empty-handed. This should give me a bunch of cobalt. Which I'm out of, which I need for my oxygen tanks. There's a lot of this here. 4 more. Do you know what I'm thinking is going to happen? So the first one, you would get these drills that you could just put the drill on and pull up iridium ore, and then sometimes it'd pull up other crap too. And, you know, that would be a little bit helpful, but eventually you would end up getting more than you need and be kind of a nuisance. I'm willing to bet you get the same thing here, except instead of the drill putting it on an iridium node, you would instead put it on, like, whatever the radioactive material that then gets processed into the next thing node. I could see that being as kind of a way to adding a new interesting layer to the automation to differentiate it. Sorry, I keep going to check my phone. I don't normally keep it plugged in at my desk because I don't normally have to worry about power and all that. Hey, we have touched the grass. But in this particular case, I could see them leaning in that direction to add a layer to this. And there's the cobalt. So let's go ahead and drop those off. Actually, before we do, I probably shouldn't have taken down that, that other thing until I had gotten that all set up, but that's okay. You can drop off the cobalt, drop off the iron. That's the aluminum box. Let's go here for a moment. And go to storage. Oh, it has to be inside? That's fine. Dolomite. And hey, Platonic Hugs, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. Catch the last 10s without 10 streams without missing a single one, so I really do appreciate that. Alright. Right now I'm just gonna huck you in there, we'll pretend it's fine. New message received. Your planet specifications. Identification. Humble IP 168. Corporation ownership. Starform Robotics. Habitability level. Null. Try not to read fast. Sector is Zalia Prime. History. First acquired by the Starform Robotics. There is now a dispute in the Galactic Accreditation Court over its ownership. Planet Humble IP 168 is located in the Azelia Prime sector, a pre-civilization sector crossed mostly by trade ships traveling between big spaceports. This sector has 842 planets, 13,511 stars, and is 7,000 parsecs wide. This planet has been identified as a possible candidate for future colonization. We already have the launch platform? Wait. I almost can make that happen. Ah, we've already hit the cloud phase. Yeesh. Oh, we are dehydrating rapidly, aren't we? I mean, we're making really good time and all that stuff. So, the other containers can be outside. It was the locker-style containers. So just that specific style of container is restricted to be inside. It's like, okay, you know, it's a weird, arbitrary requirement, but at the same time, Cool, so we emptied that out. Alright, so let's run back over here, and instead of taking that path that goes up the hill where I got the box at last time, where we didn't see any when we ran back out there, we're going to run this general direction again, but instead of going up there, we're going over there. And we're going to see if it's maybe just that entire, like, lava flow region that looked like it once upon a time had a volcano go up, is where I can get Boxit from. And I brought 2 air tanks and a water... Sorry, two air bottles and a water bottle with me. So we should be able to get over there. There's clearly something interesting over there as well, but I think that's starting to kind of push the limit on how far I can run right now. And not be in serious trouble with the whole air and water thing. As we get the ability to move a bit faster and all that, we can take care of that. And there's also cheesy things you can do, which I've mentioned a bunch of times now, where if you do want to kind of cheese the game, you can just literally walk over here, plunk down a room, and you can step back into the room to recover your air. Eventually, I'll probably end up doing that when we start getting to, like, really distant places just to save me a headache. But I don't feel like we're going anywhere near that kind of distance now where I need to start abusing that mechanic. So you're still titanium. So I'm hoping we'll find stuff up here. Stuff that's worthwhile and not just more junk that I could find anywhere. Titanium, silicon, iron. Can be destroyed with explosives. I understand the need for explosives now. Okay, so in the lava flows over here, we find iridium. And then my assumption is we can explode those and we get like a little bundle of good stuff. And I do see my air is getting really low. I'm trying to drag it out a little bit. We are finding both iridium and bauxite up here, which is good news. Because I want both those things and as much as I can get. Also, you definitely don't want to do this in real life. What's very clearly recently been a lava flow on an active volcano, this would not be something you can walk on with confidence that you're not just going to put your leg through something and suddenly find yourself probably just straight up dead. Okay, so we are finding aluminum as aluminum in here as well. Inventory full. Anything that's junk, eat it. And yeah, we'll head back, I guess. Alright. So yeah, so it looks like we're gonna find most of the really good stuff up in the volcano area, which is very accurate of real life. A lot of the times when you find, like, our veins of iron and, you know, you don't just find a vein of aluminum, but, like, finding your veins of, like, iron and copper and gold and all these types of things, a lot of those come from what was once a lava flow. So whether it's, like, the underground lava caverns that the lava flow went through, like, forever ago, or more recent lava flows, or, like, active volcano kind of things. Whatever the situation was. Well, I do want those. Here, take the plant back. Give me more of the iridium. Alright. Okay, so in the future, I need to be aware... Well, that's... Just try not to look at that little glitch there. Alright. So we do know what we want the explosives for, why it gave us the 5 explosives really early on. And the answer to that is up there we had some goodies. I'll just grab the cobalt. We won't fight it. That's we got those like nodules up there that we're going to be able to explode. And my assumption is when we explode those nodules, we'll either get a net new material we haven't found yet, or it'll just be a source of a bunch of iridium and or bauxite and or whatever. That's what I would anticipate. This is hidden back here. You got anything good in there? Be quick. Yes, actually you do. Take 1 iridium, give me that. Because that's a 400% plant. And our terraforming index is just climbing. We've got ourselves some nice clouds going on up here. Might be gonna have meteors roll in. Yeah, so I do feel like once we start getting the water buildup on the planet, and we start getting a feel for what is and isn't going to be underwater, I'm expecting to have to move when that happens. I'm expecting it to be a somewhat panicked move. We'll figure out where we're going. It feels like the place I might want to head to is not necessarily at the volcano, but like nearby it. So maybe wherever that like weird melty looking area over there is. Because that should be relatively high ground, and it seems like a lot of the good materials are over there. Okay, so meanwhile, have some bauxite. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. So, power-wise, we are in a terrible state. So I need a cobalt, a magnesium, well, I need like one of almost everything, so give me that. Give me that. Give me this. Give me the iron. Is that correct? Yeah. So get ourselves a bit more power. And that puts us up to 20 power. Yeah, and we unlocked... The fact that we got the launch platform already, that to me was like really surprising to get that early. Alright, so I think the next thing we actually want to get is the crafting table. So 3 aluminum, a titanium, a magnesium, and all that. We do have an aluminum in here. We'll drop that off right now. Radioactive... We're gonna grab the explosives out, drop this in, grab these out, drop those in. Sort, give me the food, drop you in. Because I'll just skip to being able to do the next thing there. Even though it's not aluminum, you're gonna go in there. We've got more food for myself. Plant is just proceeding to be a disaster. I'll need to deal with that. We've got more bauxite to deal with. So drop those in there. Grab those out and put those in, because I'm guessing it starts at the top and it works its way down. I don't know if that's true, but that feels like the kind of thing you'd do in a game like this. To make it predictable, I mean. Alright, so we can make more oxygen tanks, which is always a plus. So let's do that. Because I grabbed all the explosives, we can go over there and start exploding. Blueprint pinning. I remember that being a thing, but I don't remember what the heck it does. Alright. And yeah, so we'll do what we can with this. So the magnesium is full. That probably just boils down to I need to be expanding our storage. Let's grab a titanium and just shove another piece of room in here. Then grab 2 of you. And we'll put a bigger shelf over here. And go here and say magnesium. And then go down here. Grab that. Move it over there. Grab this. Pull up the box. Put it there. Cool. And then we're going to probably want to do the same for the cobalt, which will be a little tricky to manage, but we'll deal with that. Drink our water. Grab some ice. Make some more water. Give me the aluminum, the iron. Just grab everything we can out of there. We should be getting really close to being able to build the next thing I wanted. Actually, I think we're there. So what do I need for... What was it I was even trying to... Oh, it's the bigger crafting bench. Yeah, there we go. So turn you around so you're facing the right way. Cool. So with that, we can make a bigger backpack if we get the super alloy. The super alloy is a combination of basically everything we get a hold of. And just the same, we can also get our jetpack if we get the iridium rods. Ah, that's what I want to do. Okay, so radioactive. Alright, so we have to move stuff around. That's fine. And I'll deal with you in a minute. Radioactive, grab all that. I can compress that into a rod. Cool. If that compressed into a rod, we can make the tier 3. That takes 17 power, which is, I believe, more power than I have. Yes, it is. So for our solar power, I need to go over here and get more aluminum. Thank you for delivering. And we can go here real quick. So for that, so I need a titanium and a wait, not that yet. Cobalt, magnesium, and a silicon. A cobalt, a magnesium, and a silicon. We go out here, drop another solar panel. And now I can go for this next. So a silicon and a titanium. Let's see, a silicon and a titanium. I think this is when we can start putting them outside. No, we're not. We're not there yet. So we just did a massive upgrade on that. We don't have enough of those to do anything. Cool. So we just upgraded our heat production an incredible amount. We still have 13 power left. We're already about halfway to rain, so we're making good progress there. You're probably about ready to pick, aren't you? Give me that. So now I can start augmenting the food we've been eating and getting little bits of that produce to make that happen. Okay. Progression feels faster than the base game, doesn't it? It does, but I'm really not sure if that's because I know the game, or if that is like very genuinely just, it is actually faster. Because it is potentially a 50-50. Like, knowing that I am going to have to step outside my comfort zone and explore farther earlier, that would speed up a lot because of how much time you spend dilly-dallying trying to figure out what the heck you're even doing in the other one. Okay, so we're at 33 power. So I need super alloy for bigger backpack, more oxygen, and all that. As well as the rocket engines. This is a big one. The propulsion is a huge one for getting around the map. But I need 2 of those, which means 2 iridium rods, and I'm nowhere near that. I can make either of those happen, because I already have 2 super alloy in there. So we can grab what I need to make these. The super alloy is cobalt. It's one of everything, so cobalt, iron, silicon, titanium, and a magnesium. You make a super alloy with that. We're able to make more foundations. So the question is, do I make the oxygen tank or the backpack? I'm going to go with the oxygen tank first, which might be a mistake, but that'll make me less likely to die and less need to, like, suck down big piles of oxygen tanks. So there's the better oxygen tank. Now, unfortunately for the other one, I don't think I have enough aluminum yet. But we do now. Alright. So, cobalt, 1, 2, 3. You don't need any of those. You don't need any of this. 1, 2. 1, 2, because I need to convert this into something smaller. 1, 2. 1, 2. Oh, I'm missing the magnesium. 1, 2. Okay, and so for you, I just need a titanium. Bigger inventory. Okay, so there's nothing else I could build out of this stuff right now. That matters, at least. We don't have enough iridium for any of that stuff. I'm not going to bother making the smaller heaters anymore. I probably need a second one of the grow things, as much as I don't want to use the aluminum on it. I think the reality is, as we get farther along and food is harder to come by, I'm going to need that to survive. Power-wise, we're doing A-okay. So we can just grab you. You know, put another one of these in so as I remember where you are. Cool. Alright, so what else can we get building? So we're still good on power. We can actually get the big drill now. You use 8.5 power, so that's 2 aluminum. Yeah, it's just going to be picking that up, grabbing an iron, and 2 aluminum. Okay. And how are you doing? So you still got bauxite in there. Let's grab some of the dolomite out of the box you got in here. To keep that topped off so it never stops running. Number of items extracted for... Oh, I see! So the advantage of the bigger drill is it does disintegrate items a little bit faster, but it gives a slightly higher yield each time. That's kind of a cool mechanic. Alright, so now let's go and pull up one of you. But yeah, progression has definitely been going faster. Whether it needs to be attributed to me, the player, knowing what I'm doing, or game progression being faster, or a little A, a little B. There's definitely a feeling that's like, all right, we're making good time here. We can drop off the magnesium, which is now back here, and we'll drop the silicon. It will be a thing that, like, right now, where I'm running around frantically, just keeping pace of all these things. It will start to settle down after a while. Where I don't need to run around nearly as much. Okay, so we're settled with that. While those are running, let's go back up here. And this time I brought the explosives with me. Let's go see what happens when we blow up one of those nodes. Because that's one of the things I'm curious about right now, is those nodes have been absolutely... Like, I'm expecting them to give me a couple units of iridium and a couple units of aluminum. Maybe bauxite as well, though I'm not as convinced that will be what happens. But we'll see. Meanwhile, let's take a little peek at that storm. Oh, it's still up there. Yeah, it's too dark to really see anything, unfortunately. I'm gonna get rid of it. Like, you can see, like, the silhouettes of the trees moving around, but eh. I feel like it's giving a bunch of screen real estate to not see a whole lot. I also feel like there's gonna be something down there, like, even if it's just someplace I can put a drill to get a material or something. I also need to remember to shoot a message to Sui that I did get a key. Because me and Sui are talking about playing this together on Saturday. Which that'll be a fresh run. I don't remember how to actually tell it I want to use... Oh no, that's right, you just walk up to it. They just walk right up to this and say, hey... Do I do more with it? There we go. How much did it give me? Okay. So it's iridium. It's not amazing iridium, but it is iridium. Still definitely worth popping those. Yeah, no, we'll have to see, because we don't know what layers they've added to the game since we last played. Yeah, so like iridium geodes. Now it's gonna be hard to make the explosives stick to it. Yeah, no, home. Did I find an iridium bar in there? Okay. So I can just straight up find an iridium bar inside the geode, which is like, I think 9 iridium equivalent of. I got scared. I was gonna jump right over there and into like some volcano lake or something. I could say with quite a bit of assurance, whatever you're breathing in from that gas coming out of there is certainly not something you want to be breathing in. There is zero chance that that's not toxic. Water collector. Yeah, so this run, we've got almost exclusively iridium, but I'm okay with that. I'm not going to pop that one. The only reason I'm... Oh, for a moment I thought it was just a tiny bit of the box like sticking out of the ground. The only reason I'm not popping that one is I don't have the inventory, and like I said, I'm a little worried trying to drop that up there. I'm not going to be able to line it up. Okay, so let's head home. So yeah, now I see all the boxes up here, which I definitely want. Okay, so in the future... Ooh, that's getting real gusty out there. It's almost like I'm in a hurricane. I heard that one. Since I got the hurricane windows, I haven't really noticed much in the way of noise or... I thought that was something else. In the way of, like, noise or sound of hearing the storms. That was one of the things. We had, like, a really bad when that other hurricane rolled through and we just caught the edge of it. I was like, man... Like, people are talking about how bad this is, but I'm barely noticing. And then I realized, since, like, the last time I had a proper hurricane go through the area, we had replaced our windows because they had started to leak with hurricane windows and the doors as well. I'm like, oh yeah, my glass that goes to the outside isn't paper thin now. It's, you know, actual, like, laminate glass and everything, so if something were to strike one of my windows, it's like your car window where it would shatter, but the plastic would hold it in place kind of thing. So, your window would still need replacing on the other side, but at least the outside would stay outside and the inside would stay inside. Granted, I really wanted to get the nice windows. They have the high impact windows, but man, the uptick, like, they just weren't something I could afford. Like, like, going from, like, a single pane to a double pane was, like, barely a noticeable increase in price. Going from, like, a double pane to, like, the laminate ones is a little bit of an uptick in price. And then going to, like, to the full-on impact windows was just absolutely astronomical difference. It just suddenly the price, like, tripled. I was like, okay, hang on. Hang on, I can't afford that. I wish, but that's not gonna happen. Not gonna worry about sweating that too much. So that's gonna be a problem with an imbalance in the stuff we're getting. So we did get 3 of these. What's my power at? We've got 14 left over. You take 17. You take only 11. I definitely would like to get the atmospheric water collector as soon as we can, because that becomes a renewable form of water. Can I make a super alloy happen? Do I have aluminum? I do not. I'll chuck you in the box for just a minute. Let's grab stuff out of there. Okay. So titanium, get it out. Silicon, get it out. Cobalt, there you go. So I'm actually going to have enough space for all of it. I was not expecting to. Okay, so with that, we want to get this. So that's going to be a super alloy. So let's start with that. So I need 2 of those. 2 of these. Oh, the magnesium. Because it looked like it needed most of these materials for the actual water collector as well. Cool. Alright, so we've got the water collector. That will give me a renewable source of water. So now when I go up here, I'll be able to grab a bottle of water out of here every so often. We still have 1 aluminum left over. But that's going to have to be power, so it's 2 cobalt, a silicon, magnesium, and an iron. And pretty soon we should get another power source. And how close are you to being edible? You're almost there. So you're at 69% and you're at 82%. Ore Crusher 3. Okay. I have no idea what a uranite is. Alright. My guess is that's where we're going to get uranium and a couple other goodies out of. Interestingly enough, I didn't notice this before, these do actually contribute to the atmospheric pressure. And honestly, not at a negligible rate. 13 and my big drill 17, that's not bad. My god, I just noticed that thing's 125 watt, 125 energy. I think my most expensive building right now is like 20. Granted, that's also real high. So we definitely want to get the launch platform. That'll be important. The Ore Crusher 3 we'll want to get, but we need to figure out where we get that material. We can go over here and realize at a slight crisis... Oh, hey, rain. Realize at a slight crisis to ourselves, I actually don't have food. Pass this bag. Nuclear reactor. It's almost like it was listening. What am I looking for? Magnesium, that's right. So let's see what I need for the nuclear reactor. Because it does appear we're about to escalate our power consumption in a terrifyingly high way. And meanwhile, I would really like you to get some water. So next up is liquid water. We're actually already almost 10% of the way there. So nuclear power is uranium rod and 3 of the whatever things. We're nowhere near enough uranium to do anything. Power so just poop, so you might have to go. Yeah, stay safe, buddy. It's gonna be a wild one no matter how you look around it. But as a reminder, everyone, I am currently actively streaming from inside the hurricane. We're not near the center yet. We are still on the leading, like, we're in it now. Like, you can see, like, it's hard to see with the view up there because it's so dark. But you can see the trees, like, just kind of moving around a whole lot. Is that advisable? It makes no difference. I'm stuck sitting in my house. Whether I'm sitting in my house doing nothing or sitting in my house on the computer, I'm sitting in my house. There's nothing to do here. Like, genuinely, like, you don't hang out doors or windows kind of thing. You don't, like, there's things you don't do. But, like, basically, as long as you're staying in your house, that's pretty much what it is. No. How do I unarm you? Can I? Okay. I was like, alright, well, that's not what I was hoping for. Let's just put that away. Because if I left-clicked it, it was going to arm it and it was going to explode, and I couldn't right-click it. Not a good time to do yard work. Yeah, no, with hurricanes, you basically don't go outside. It's pretty much what it is. You don't go outside. But outside was gross in the first place, and no one really wanted to be there anyways. But yeah, no, it's not like I'm taking any additional risks or anything else like that. Like, literally, there's not a whole lot else you can do. It's not like a tornado where you go and you get yourself and you brace yourself in a structure in your home. Because you got to keep in mind, a tornado only sits around for a couple of minutes and it's there and done. It's done its damage. Like, it can be catastrophic, but it's in and out and it's over. With a hurricane, I expect to be in this hurricane for at least another 23 hours. And they go longer than this one. I can't remember which one it was. Like, don't you have evacuation orders? Not where I'm at. The evacuation orders are on the shore. Like, in the coastal area. I'm middle central Florida, not coastal central Florida. And people choose to live there? Interesting. Hey, man. A lot of times that has to do with finances and all that. For me and Tomb, Tomb is actually in a really good place in her career. But the downside is, it does kind of limit where we can live pretty heavily, where she wouldn't have to take a major step back in her career. So we're kind of stuck here. Because believe me, I am no fan of Florida. Like, even ignoring the hurricane stuff, which honestly, most of the time are more inconvenient than anything, unless you live on the coast. There's a reason I have no interest of ever living on the coastal Florida, or for that matter, pretty much anywhere along the Gulf Coast or the Southeast Atlantic. Well, Southeast U.S. along the Atlantic coast. I have no interest in being those areas, just because storm surge is real. But that said, I don't like heat. I don't like humidity. These are things I'm not a fan of. These are pretty much Florida completely described. This is not a place well suited for me. Alright. Yes, those things are really good for the iridium. The fact that you can get a full-on iridium rod out of that is pretty ridiculous. I have a feeling we're going to be able to go down in that volcano farther later on. Like, not just huck yourself into it kind of thing, but that we would be able to, you know, explore. Wasn't there a third one? Yeah, there it is. How far are you from Tampa? Real far. That's if I got to a car and I managed to have zero traffic and, like, ideal driving patterns. 1.5, 2 hours. And that's, like, talking highway speeds, all that kind of stuff. Because the thing to keep in mind with these storms is they get real strong real fast, they get real weak real fast. It does go both ways. Anytime you have a hurricane, tropical formation, whatever you want to have, and it's over warm water where there's lots of water vapor, that is just rocket fuel for a hurricane. It's just straight up nom nom nom, give me all the energy. But on the inverse, the moment it's over top land, especially if there's lots of elevation on land, which we don't have the elevation part of it, but if there's a lot of elevation land, it very quickly deorganizes the storm, and it just absolutely hemorrhages strength really fast. The same also occurs if it goes over cold water. So again, it's the water vapor and that warm water that's the fuel. The moment you pull that away, it just becomes a pretty standard, okay, it's just kind of a low pressure zone. But that's why, like, France is getting hit with a tropical storm. Like, with all the stuff happening with the Hurricane Milton, people have missed that France is getting hit with a tropical storm in the next couple days. That is actually a far more impressive thing for just being bizarre than having an abnormally, well, not even abnormally, just the new normal strong storms we're getting these days. Like, don't get me wrong, Milton's terrifying. Milton's a big old scary storm that's setting a whole lot of... I don't think it's like setting records, but it's also in that area. I want one more bauxite. I'm going to settle for a titanium and go back because we're going to run out of oxygen otherwise. But yeah, no, I'm trying to remember. I'm going to have the information wrong. I think for France getting hit with a tropical storm, I think it was the first time in recorded history that it's occurred. Which you'll have people be like, no, well, it's happened again, like, sometime. It's like, yeah, but there was dinosaurs on the mountain, Kevin. Like, there were dinosaurs on the planet the last time this happened. We're not talking apples to apples here. Okay. I don't really... I mean, I feel like you're just backdropping the fact that you know how long it takes to drive across Texas. I'm actually not seeing the thread. Between that and anything we talked about. Like, to give you examples, from going east to west coast Florida, like if you were to jump into... If you were going to go from Tampa and drive straight across the state to Titusville, you're probably talking yourself a little over a 3-hour drive, maybe pushing 4 if there's no traffic. You know, obviously if you're speeding, you can make it go faster and yada yada. But really it's around that. Now, going from all the way, like, Key West like down in the Keys kind of area, all the way north on Florida. I want to say that's you'd probably have a better idea, Cookie. That's 9 hours, I think. Again, assuming like no traffic, no unusual things going on like that. I want to say that's like 9, maybe a little over that hours of driving. It's a non-insignificant drive. Oh, and also with the people who were like, we had the whole discussion earlier about, you know, people being like, oh, it's dumb, why don't people evacuate? And first of all, having, like, leaving is actually expensive. Like, for the record, that's just kind of reality. So, hey, could you not simulate outside for me today, game? That's fine. But, it can be very expensive. A lot of people don't have cars, and so it's just not an option they have. And so it is kind of one of those things where a lot of people just don't get the choice. And you'll have people be like, oh, live someplace else. And I'm like, yeah, you know it's really hard to do? Move. Costs lots of money. Costs lots of money. Moving ain't free. You don't have a functioning car. A lot of people don't. It's actually becoming more common because cars are honestly pretty expensive just all around. Like, owning a car as a general thing is expensive. Fueling the car, insurance, all that stuff, it all adds up. I'm trying to decide how I want to move my storage around, because right now my base, it was a little bit more organized, but as they've been having to adjust as we go, it's getting a little bit more scattered. So this will be the Cobalt one. But yeah, so like a lot of people don't. And one of the other problems you run into with like Florida with evacuating is we really only have 2 roads that go north-south that are like actually go the whole way kind of thing. So it is one of those things that it can be one of those things that you just get yourself caught out in the storm because you start evacuating a day or two before, and then one of the roads gets shut down because of accidents, because everyone's being dumb, because people are panicking, and yada yada. Alright. So you had an 08 Tundra, it was running a few years ago. Yeah. No, cars are expensive. That was, I remember sitting there having a discussion with a younger friend. Just, you know, for people in my generation, not owning a car is a weird thing. They're like, you don't own a car? What do you mean you don't own a car? But they were sitting there, like, doing the numbers, and all are like, yeah, owning a car so I could drive to work, it's like, I go to work, and literally all of my money goes into the car, and I can't really afford to do much with it. So it's like, if I can get a not quite as good job, I make more money if I don't have to drive to it. And, like, then, like, and we sat there, we did the numbers, like, no, you're not wrong, like, I'm looking at the same numbers you are. It's just, it's a different world. Alright, so let's get a little hot in here. I can't imagine you'd be inside this building with some, like, giant heat-pumping generator in the room with you. Oh, that. That you could do that and not just be, like, sweating up a storm because of how hot it is. 2 Cobalt. Alright, we just moved the Cobalt. Let's see, road trips when you had your best conversations, you could not live without that. Yeah, no, it's a different world. Like, that's just the thing, is it's just a different world, times change. Like, I'm not going here and saying car bad or anything like that, it's just, as economics change, so do the way people live. Alright. So how are we doing on power? We're at 25. So I can grab another one of these rods. Actually, wait. Wait. What was the cost for this? Oh. Oh, I can make that happen. We can get our jetpack. Alright, let's make our jetpack happen. So, if we get our aluminum, it'll be what? 2 super alloy and 4 uranium. I'm pretty sure I have 4. No, I have 3 uranium. Boo, game. You're teasing me here. Right on the edge of being able to make ourselves a rocket pack, but I'm 1 uranium short. Alright, let's expand this place even more. How are we doing this way so far as space? Okay. Let's tuck our heaters over here. Not quite as claustrophobic in here. Do car prices go as high, or is it about gas costs? It's a bit of everything. Honestly, car insurance is a big factor as well, because even if you don't drive your car a mile, you're required to have car insurance most places. And that car insurance gets pretty cost prohibitive in a lot of places. So it's just kind of one of those things that, like, even if you literally get a car given to you for free and you barely drive it at all, you're still forking out usually what amounts to 100 plus, you know, varying a great deal, like hundreds to hundreds of dollars a month to watch it sit there and do nothing. And anything you do in addition to that, of course, costs money. Alright, so we've got more of this. Solar panel to cobalt. You should avoid eating the uranium ore. It's bad for your health. The car is alive? No. It's just well programmed. Magnesium and silicon. Alright. So we're just trying to expand our thing. That's, I think, another part of it is we spent so long the first game having, or the, before the DLC, just trying to figure out mechanics to the game. And now that we're playing it this way, we're aware of the fact that literally it's just kind of get the next thing put down, get the next thing put down, like, even if it's something that isn't, like, necessarily ideally in the range of what you need, it does just go and get you the next bit of progress. Alright, do I have 2 iron and a titanium to spare? Excuse you. Oh. Oh, it's conflicting with a tiny little rock. That was the other reason the last time I ended up putting the place on stilts. Was just for stuff like that, of having to fight all of those like little rocks and all that. So let's put you back up before I forget about you. Okay, we can go in this corner. Cool. So how's our power doing now? We're at 11. Okay. Yeah, so our water's fine there. We're continuing to get all that set up. We are a third of the way to liquid things. We can get the biodome already? Man, that's getting weird. I mean, we'd love to build that, but I think that's one we wait on. Because I am fully expecting that we're probably in a place that's gonna flood in the game, and I'm gonna have to relocate. But that's alright for the time being. I do think we get another one of these online. I probably need to make a dedicated space for these. Maybe we'll do that in a minute. Okay, we don't have the power for that, so 2 more cobalt. That's also why I'm not as worried about, like, okay, is our base perfectly organized and all that kind of stuff? And it's just kind of one of those things that is a problem. Okay, so I just need another iron. Am I out of iron? Probably. Okay, you think, you live so usual to have one? Yeah, to be fair, it is very normal where I am to have a car. It is very difficult to live without a car in most of the US. The US is notoriously bad when it comes to the making places that you really cannot walk. Subnautica 3? No. There's no Subnautica 3. It can't hurt you. Oh, it's in here, isn't it? There we go. I mean, we still have to live with Subnautica 2, but Subnautica 3 can't hurt you. Not real. I think they actually were supposedly working on a Subnautica 3, which I'm not against. I definitely, like, I enjoyed both Subnautica 1 and 2. That said, between the two of them, Subnautica 2 was a pretty, like, was nowhere near as good as Subnautica 1. Now, granted, I don't think it was, like, a bad game or anything like that extreme. But, you know, the comparison between the two is they just aren't on the same level. Which is understandable. That's one of those games that delivered so hard, the first one. Managing to deliver on something on that same level is difficult, especially when it's like the fact it was so new and different was one of the big things that made it stand out so much. It's one of the real challenges you have when, you know, you create a game like Undertale or Doki Doki or Subnautica or Terraria or Stardew Valley or any of these games that ends up being these major hits because they're something new and different and interesting. Is the issue is if you make the same game, it's not as interesting because it's not like that new thing again. But at the same time, if you do something totally different, people are also going to be disappointed because you're doing something entirely different. StarCraft 2 outdid StarCraft 1? Yeah, but that's also the infancy in a genre. I mean, you can certainly have it being better. My point was more, StarCraft 2, or StarCraft 1, wasn't a unique, this is a brand new idea the world has never seen. We have had RTS games since even before StarCraft. But StarCraft definitely brought polish to the genre. It said, hey, we took this idea, and we made it really good. Alright, so I'm trying to decide what I want to be building right now, because I probably should be building something. We could probably put down more drills. I've got 9.1 power. So, 2 titanium, 2 iron. Oh wait, we're out of iron. That's what's going on. We're getting low on resources. Let's go ahead. Where's the cobalt? Make a couple of air tanks. Oh, I can't make those here. I'm gonna probably want to rebuild that tier 2. Alright. Get a couple of you. I don't have a source of food, which is what's scaring me. And it is something I need to start working on. I shouldn't say I don't have a source of food. I do not have sufficient food. I've got the 3 plants going here. but that is not really that much. Let's see, what was the first game that you played with a keyboard? I don't know. I was really young. I know Missile Command was pretty early on that I played with a keyboard. I know I played... Let's see. I know I played a bunch of the Quest games, but I don't think those were that early on. I played NetHack. That was one of the first ones I played. Let's see, anything new or exciting, or is this another way to go into the abyss? I really hope I could jump back up there. Okay, yeah, so I think we'll be able to go down there later. Right now, I don't think that's going to work out for me. Right now, jumping down there looks like it's a problem. This thing is clearly something. I saw it earlier, and we walked up to it. I can't interact with it in any meaningful capacity that I've been able to find. But clearly that's something. I don't know if like we'll hit a certain point that'll become available as something to interact with, or what it'll be. I see multiple ice over there. Let's go over that way. Let's top off our air real fast. We'll drop that off. But over there, I saw the ice that melts when it gets warm. I can pop in here. Drop off this. You good yet? 78%, 79%. That's still too long. So we had what looked like meltable ice in the distance over this way. We saw like the we previously ran over here. There's like these two overcropping kind of things. But we grabbed the goodies we could get out of them. But otherwise, there wasn't really much to see. Like, they're just kind of like these things. Yeah, there's where I saw the meltable ice. So let's head up that way. See if that ice is already melting, or get an idea of when it will start melting. But yeah, so we walked and we checked those out. We got a blue chip out of it. I don't remember what the blue chip gave us. It wasn't anything too amazing. I think it gave us the mining speed one, which I guess is pretty good. Yeah, so those are interesting, because that almost looks like the idea is going up top of there I wouldn't be able to do. Alright, box over here. I'm really hoping you got goodies for me. So what I'm curious about is... the ice does retreat in this game, that as you make it warmer and warmer, the ice starts going away. And that opens up new paths. Honestly, I don't care about half that right now. Yeah, you are gusting out there. Starts melting at 200 MTI, so you're not melting anytime soon. I'm at 1.78, and it needs 200. So we do have ice down here for water. We got silicon. Okay. We got a ton of these white geode things broken over here. Yeah, so it looks like the ice up here is going to break at 200 MTI. We're probably going to die from starvation here in not too long. Yeah, so we got these geodes with whatever... Okay, that's going to be a big drop over there. Is starvation a big deal? Not really. So when you die, your normal thing is you'll just drop your stuff. Super alloy just laying on the ground. I love it. This is a big win for us. Unfortunately, this is quite the hike. Why not just eat? Need food. We had food. Then we ate it. And now we don't have food. Man, just finding a place like this I can get super alloy this early. I feel like they did add a lot of later progression stuff. Because they've had to. There's no way they're giving us this kind of resources this early. Unless it's a thing that are going on there. Any food in those blue chests? I did check the last one, I didn't find it. You can find it in there. That's actually where you usually get your early game food, and you'll find like a couple packages of food here and there. It also looks like there might be a giant gaping hole over here. Probably leads down to another biome down below. Right now, I'm just trying to grab a bunch of the super alloy since it's a pretty difficult material to get a hold of normally, and it's very, very resource intensive to make. And I should be able to grab enough of this and get home. And hopefully the eggplant things I'm growing will be grown by then. But I'm going to need to turn around soon. Let's take a peek. Alright, so we got like a sandy quarry pit kind of thing. And then in there was a ruin. I also see a little ruin over here. So if we're lucky, we might get some food out of this thing. We didn't get food. We did get a blue chip, which lets us unlock research. Alright. I'm going to grab a couple more and then we're going back. Alright, one more super alloy. Then we're on our way back. Because I don't have food, I don't see another place we can get food. So I got a blue chip, which will give us tech. And I do have another oxygen tank in my inventory, so we can top off our air. And then my hope is I'll be able to get back home in time to get the round of eggplant, at which point I believe I will not be able to survive long enough for the next round if I don't find at least one or two more pieces of food. They just take too long to grow right now. It is a thing that as we eat, like as we grab the eggplant, sometimes they will give us extra seeds that I could then put down a thing to get more of it. And then later on I'll get recipes that I could take the eggplant and other things we grow and make better food from it. But that only helps me when we get there. Yeah, so it is interesting that it looks like there's a bunch of these side caves that I can't go into. I'm going to guess that like the white crystals we got the last one, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be in one of those side caves. And we just can't get in there. Just eat the rocks. Hey, you know, it'll at least make me feel full. Ooh, we actually want that a lot. Take the air. Give me that. The other things here don't... There. So we didn't get food out of that, but we got some goodies. We already checked that box down there. I'm gonna try and scooch along the top here a little bit. I do hope we get back to the place in time to at least attempt to eat. We are pushing our limit on our food. It is down to its last limb. I wonder if this will actually make multiplayer harder on this map, because food has been very limited and water has been very limited. With 2 people eating, we're not going to necessarily speed up the rate our terraform index goes up as quickly, because we will need double the resources to get our backpack upgrades. This might actually be pretty hard in multiplayer, which will be fun. It'll be chaos. I wonder if I stayed just a couple seconds too long. Because I need to get there long enough to chuck stuff. Just make more food growers. I need seeds for them. You need the grower and the seeds to put in them. That's the problem. Okay, so I gotta very, very quickly chuck something out of my inventory. I'm actually gonna say, take the oxygen. Okay, we are not dead. And now it's not ready yet. Okay, so for right now, chuck all that in there. Pull this out, move it. So we start organizing this little by little. Yeah, so you're 76% grown. That only gave me about half my food. So what's interesting with that is that does give me my 4 of these. And for the jetpack... Alright, so one of you doesn't get to exist anymore. I have need of your materials. Okay, so I need 2 of these. And jetpack. So now, we move faster and we hover. Cool. We have all the other stuff we can get out of that. We have our blueprint to unlock, so what are you gonna give me? Mining speed level 2. Okay, and what do you take to make? I don't make you here. Alright, let's rebuild the crafter level 2, because I got rid of that thinking that the level 3 was just going to replace it, forgetting that that's not how it works. You can't dismantle your ship parts? No. They do that way you can't put yourself in a, like, unrecoverable state. Because if I could mine that, there's the possibility I would potentially, like, brick my power on my base, and if my base is nowhere near where I started, you get where this is going, then I wouldn't be able to go to my area to tear it apart. I wouldn't have resources nearby because they've already exploited them all. So that's the way they always give it, so you can always recover. Okay, so blueprint pinning allows you to pin one crafting recipe, right-click on that item to pin the recipe, do it again to clear it. I don't remember what that's about. So silicon and super alloy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Super alloy. Silicon. Give chip. And so now we mine slightly faster. So that's good news. We could drop our iron off here. And our magnesium there. Super alloy pop out. Aluminum in, out. Out and out. Right now I'm going to chuck you in here. I will need 1, 2, 3. Make another cabinet. And we can go super alloy. Cool. We can go to our plant box, drop you in. Alright. And we were not fortunate enough to find more seeds. So we did delay our death, but it hasn't done that much for us because we're still in a bad place. And while I would love to stick around to this location, oh, we could just grab a bunch of that out. Well, I'd love to stick around to this location real fast and continue expanding on our current work. I am in that situation where it's like, no, I need to go and run and find food. I am hoping I can stick this out long enough to get that last eggplant. 89%. Because that'll help. But it's only going to give us, like, maybe a fourth of a bar of food. What do I... Oh, yeah, we need the uraniumite or whatever it's called. Uranite or whatever. So we've got everything we can get from here. We got everything we can get from here. We would be now on to building buildings. We'd like the nuclear reactor, but I need more uranium, so I can't build that. I'd like this, but I need uranite, which I don't have. I'd like to build the launch platform, and I can actually do that now, assuming I can get the power. So I need 55 energy. Let's go ahead and work on that. So for that, 1, 2, 3. What do I need for solar? 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four, five, 6. 1, 2, 3. Man, that wind. Like there's a bad storm outside or something. Yeah, you could definitely... Yeah, power's blipping hard for you. Just stay safe, man. And like, for people like, why are you on the internet if you're in the storm? Like, very genuinely, there's not something else to do. A hurricane is a whole lot of just sitting around and waiting for it to be done. There's not a better thing to be working on. You can't go anywhere. You just plop your butt, sit indoors, and wait for it to go by. Once the storm arrives, there's no more prep to do. There's no more anything else to do. That time has left the building. You just sit and you wait. Take doggo for walks. Maybe don't do that. That's actually... I'm trying to remember what we did. I think we just kind of had a place for when our dog couldn't go out because of the storm. I don't know how they handled that. Like, to be honest, like, we had a dog, when we went there, but I just don't remember how we handled it. A walk in the garage? We had a, detached garage. I know. I'm starving. We still have that one eggplant thing that should be done momentarily that we can eat to give ourselves a fourth of a bar of food. I think where we go next is we go to that, that ice area where I was getting the ice before. And we just drop stuff in there. Like, we just rush through it this time. See what we can find on the other side. Just checking one thing. Yeah. I was checking if there's a music frequency, because I remembered someone mentioned that earlier. Alright. Okay. So we got about a fourth of a bar boost. No more eggplant for a little bit. So I'm going to try going over where this ice wall is. The interesting thing about this is this ice wall doesn't appear to be the blue ice. It's the blue ice that, like, slowly melts away and opens up new paths. We did see that there was some, like, weird outcropping. There's something sparkling in there. Okay, so just the ice itself sparkles. Now, if we look at this... Oh, no, that isn't the ice. I thought it was going to sit there and be like, oh, hey, this ice melts at this temperature and yada, yada, yada. So you're just ice, right? Yeah, so you're just a whole lot of ice in here. We got titanium. Yeah, so that was a blocked path before. And that'll eventually melt and be like a lake. Oh, there we go. We got more seeds. That's not going to help me in the short term, but they'll help me in the long term. It looks like there'll be a lake we'll be able to get through. So we're able to squeeze past that because that started melting. All the other stuff in here has been junk. I am probably going to get lost back here and die. More explosives, a little uranium, a little iridium. I don't care about the rest of that right now. Explosives, super, that. Wait, are you a good one? No, you're junk. I have no idea which way home is. Better seeds, better food, more of that, more of this. That's actually a good one. Yeah, which way even is home? So home's that way. Alright, so we still have 2 oxygen tanks, so we can explore just a little bit more. I'm not seeing any new ore back here, though. I suspect there is, but it's probably like tucked in little side tunnels. Oh yeah, we've got lots of food that we're unlocking now. Grab you, you're a pretty good one. Oh, I got another vehicle over here for another blueprint, and then we're gonna get out of here. Okay, we got super alloy again. But take you. Yeah, you can't see much, but you can see the silhouette of those trees are really whipping around out there. That's proper hurricane force winds now going. Oh, it's a little bigger than stuff. So we got the biolab. So left was not the way we needed to go last time. We got through here. Did I check these boxes? I did not. Grab me that. Actually, give me the uranium rod back. We want the food. Give me the food. Just take that. Okay, so with that, it'll take me a little bit to get all the planters set up, but we should be able to get more than enough food hooked up. Now all I gotta do is successfully get home and survive long enough for those to grow. Oh, hey, barely hidden box. Oh, you're another good one. That's fine. Okay. But yeah, so that's part of the game is exploration of just, you know, you're on a timer because of air and water and food, and just be like, just go out, and the more you can move faster. Lots of new stuff in the DLC? Yeah, so they definitely have, one of the main basis of how you get ore is changed. You got these things that crush just like, there's an ore that isn't useful in itself, but it gets crushed into other stuff, so it kind of has that, you don't quite control what you get, like you would from the drills. They are giving us an alarming amount of explosives because you end up needing it for stuff. Alright. So what I need to do, we gotta be careful that I don't absolutely ruin myself power-wise. So power-wise, I've got 84 kilowatts? When did I get that much? It's not something I'm going to complain about. So we got agility 2 boots and a compass. We'll deal with those in a minute. Right now, keeping myself fed is the bigger problem. So let's figure out what we need to do these. So iron and bottles of water. So I can get the water out here pretty easy. But yeah, progression feels way faster than it did in the original game, but I don't know if that is familiarity with the game making it faster, or it's genuinely faster. Like, or both. It really is like 50-50, who knows. That's not what I wanted to do. We'll put the beans there. Grab the cobalt out. Cobalt's not here anymore. We can go over here and put the... cobalt locker here. And we can go to this. And our eggplant. So we need our aluminum. But yeah, so the new planet's interesting. It definitely has a lot of different aesthetics. I'm not sure. I think it might actually be bigger than the other one was. Yeah, so we should be in good shape once we get these grown. It is really dark in here for some reason. So we are honestly getting pretty close to the point of liquid water. I'm a little bit worried we are in a floodplain based on what we're seeing. I won't know till we get there. I'm expecting to have to do the panic I need to move situation, which is fine. How's our power? 39. Aluminum, silicon, titanium. So we got you back. We tore that out a little bit ago because I needed the rods for my jetpack. Alright. So we still got 22 point whatever power. I don't care. We don't know where we get the uranite. But yeah, so you see like I have bauxite now as a new material. You break bauxite up and it'll give you aluminum as well as our things. We've got dodrite, which is for stuff like magnesium, iron, titanium, that kind of stuff. So they do have like a little bit more of not like a satisfactory or Factorio processing thing quite to that depth, but they have added a little bit there, which I think is a great move on their part because it does make it more interesting. All right, so I'm gonna need more iron. We can grab that out of here. We also can grab a bunch of these. Yeah, so I grabbed all that bauxite and we're getting that through. We're definitely going to need to be moving to our larger storage cabinets. So let's go ahead and go to here. So you're now the plant box. And you can all go in there. Go here and grab all these. And drop them off. Silicon is fine now, titanium is fine. Alright. Cobalt got moved. Alright. So I just need to hold out till more stuff gets grown. You're both in the early 90%. I might be able to hold out to that, because I don't have any food left. That's another one that's a little different with this one, is it felt like getting your early water and food was a little bit trickier than the other one, which I think is good. It adds a little bit more strain onto what you're doing, but at the same time, it's definitely like, as big as like, man, I don't remember being this restricted on my stuff. Okay. Just because, like, ice wasn't right where you started, so you had to explore a little bit to find the ice. Like, it wasn't too far. And it wasn't like you just... the luck of the draw finding it. You could use logic to be like, ah, okay, there's the thing. That's probably where I get my ice from. Alright, so let's wander around. I need to get this upgraded. I know, I'm starving. It's fine. Look, I'm just slimming down. Don't actually use literal starvation as a way to lose weight. One, it's unsustainable, and two, it's real bad for you. Now, obviously, there is give and take balance. So I've got these things. I do think what we could do is once we get a little top off on the food, where we saw that there was the melting snow, we saw some geodes over there. And those geodes look like they're probably for a different type of thing than we had before. Okay, so that's got us boosted a little bit. So let's go into the box that we had the explosives. I'm gonna grab, let's say, 3 of them. If we've got some more cobalt, let's play it safe. I'm gonna make an extra oxygen tank, and I'm gonna drink down the water bottle real quick. I think I have a spare. Let's go back over here to where we saw that melting ice area. The ice isn't going to be melting yet. We're nowhere near that point. But what we should be able to do is there was a couple more of those geode things we could break open. And so I am curious, because they look like they had some type of like white crystal, like quartz or whatever, that we might be able to get a material I haven't had available yet. The other thing we saw is there is, like... Oh, we should check over there, too, later. Like, over that... Oh, no, that's probably the exit to where we were at earlier. So yeah, maybe we'll go into the arch next. So next trip out, we'll check under the arch and see what we can find down there. But yeah, so we saw a couple of geode-looking things that we can probably break here. And I'm curious what materials they will have. I don't care about that yet. Yeah, because we have these ones that were already broken, and then we had this one that wasn't. So we're just gonna go boop. Aluminum. Huh. That's not actually helpful, but it is a curiosity. It almost looks like it could have gone in any direction, and I still would have found aluminum. Just the one direction I found bauxite, this one I'm finding a momentary source of aluminum. Oh yeah, I'll grab those. So, like, I actually don't care about these aluminum things, but I'm just popping them because I have this on me. Yeah, it rolled down, it didn't break it. That's fine. So, it does seem like, weirdly, those columns are just full of aluminum. So, I'm not going to stay in the area very long. I'm going to try and rush back to spare myself using the oxygen tank. If I have to, I have to. Alright. I'm also popping a bunch of these crates we keep seeing as we go along the way. Man, it's been a while since I've heard that kind of wind outside. Ooh, hey, actually, give me those. We're getting close to the point I might be able to get a singular nuclear power plant online. Hey, Infinity Seplex, how's it going? Alright. Yeah, we'll be back in time. I don't need to pop a bottle. Yeah. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. So we didn't really need that aluminum. Case in point, that's full. We also didn't really need the plants. But I mean, why not? But the uranium is a good find. We're really hurting. We haven't found a good source of uranium. And I think, do I need 9 or 6? Yeah, so I need 9 uranium to make a rod. If we get that, I get nuclear power. So I don't feel like there's any reason for me to run over there again and pop even more stuff out of that. We also already have a lot of super alloy. I remember we were working on trying to get the stuff together to make the launch pad. That's why we had all that power. So that's fine, because we can go here probably and get more of what power I can set up. Silicon and magnesium. We get more of that set up. Get the launch pad. And see what options we get this time. Because we already are getting the day is sloggy, but always okay. Thank you. How's the day so far? How's the DLC been so far? It's been good. We definitely feel like we're making progress way faster than the first time. But I did mention a couple times, I'm not sure if that's because of already having existing familiarity with the game, or if it's just, you know, it's faster. Okay, so we can build the pad. Alright. You're gonna be hard to fit here, aren't you? Okay, so let's see what rockets you have available. Oh, right, you don't actually climb it. Okay, so we have the asteroid attraction rocket, which will give us a huge heat multiplier, and the magnetic field protection rocket, which attracts iridium asteroids and gives global generation bonus, protecting the magnetic field. Okay, so these give huge multipliers, but they will require iridium rods to do, which is fine. It's not super unexpected. And that's gobbling up pretty much all of our power, so if I want to do more, I'm going to need more of this. And I'm out of iron. Let's just go look for iron for a minute. But the DLC's been good. It is an interesting new planet that they've got here. We barely scratched the surface of it. And all that good stuff. We do have some differences in how you collect certain materials. Like, a lot of materials, I grab this dolomite to get a lot of the basic materials. And then you have a material you use to get aluminum, which is bauxite. The implication is we're going to find a material to get uranium that's called, like, uranite. So it is interesting that while they have the same materials, they have kind of changed some of the levers you pull. I'm actually low on ice. Let's grab some ice while we're here. I don't think we use ice for much anymore. Ore extractor. Okay. Now we're talking. I don't know how I'm going to power them, but ore extractors mean if I could find places to get materials, I could plunk it down and just go get it. I'm kind of figuring that the way this might work compared to the other one is that I'll end up pulling out those middle materials instead of just like... So instead of getting the aluminum itself, I might get the bauxite and need to handle that. I think that would be a clever way of changing the entire structure of the game that wouldn't feel too cumbersome, because like it'd be one of those ones you deal with a little bit early on, and then after you get the early game, you'd have drones, whatever, and you just shove the things in and not have to worry about it. Okay, so we need that. So I need cobalt is over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. But we would need magnesium and silicon. All right, re-up our power. I'm also trying to get some of that aluminum out of my inventory. And you're running low on dodrite. Alright. I can drop you off. You're still completely full. I might just... 1, 2. 1. 1, 2. You're good. Just 1 titanium, I believe. Just making a super alloy. There, it's compressed, so I can put it in a box and forget about it. That sounds like meteors incoming. Or not, or it's just the sky is on fire. That's fine too, I guess. Sometimes the sky just has to catch a little fire. Okay, so it looks like we're able to balance our food, though it is not the smoothest. So we still need to get the ore crusher. We don't have that. For you, I need iridium rods for you as well, which does suck. Oh, and I need osmium, and we haven't found a place to get that yet. I understand. All right. So we did get the biodome. I'm not sure where we're gonna find Polly Shore, but we'll figure that out. We do have the bio lab. Perfect place to grow plants and generate O2. So that's going to give us a much, much higher yield for all that. But the problem is I'm so close to the ground, I'm going to have to make my base get more uppies. And like I said, I'm getting a little nervous that as we get more and more liquid water, that I might actually be in a place that floods. I'm really not sure, Because, like, it's in some ways it seems like it's a high elevation. There's an area down there, and there's another really low-lying area over there. But I could also see it potentially that we start getting, like, a bunch of little ponds in here and that. So I'm not sure. That's one of the things that's kept me from really wanting to put a lot of effort into building up. Oh, we're right about to liquid water, like, literally in seconds. We definitely need more biomass. Let's see. So, you do not get biomass. You do not get biomass. So right now, my grass sprinklers are the only source of biomass. We can actually build a bunch of these. I think they're low power. Well, relatively speaking. I can make like 3 of those and still have plenty of power. So let's grab 3 aluminum, 3 magnesium, 3 lerma seeds. We should have those. And a bunch of water. Cool. And if I get any more water, I'll be able to get more of those. So it should increase the rate we're getting biomass to be triple what it was before. So our heat is going pretty quick, the pressure is going pretty quick, the oxygen has started to properly slow down. So we are at the point of liquid water. So we are going to start seeing lakes develop. So we're gonna start getting a idea of where we're gonna have water showing up as the water starts to rise. Yeah, so this area looks like super death, but occasionally I notice little things sticking out of it. So I am wondering if they've made this map more vertical than the other one, which I think would be a good change just to be different. That is a lovely sky up there. The ground just looks like dried lakes here on Earth. Yeah, that's the thing. The area I'm in is suspiciously looking like not a river in the sense that you have like your very narrow path kind of river, but it does make me think of a river. I just realized I was holding on to those. It does make me think of the style of river that, you know, kind of meanders around, like lots of parts of the Mississippi River, the St. Johns River, and those rivers tend to do that. Where it's like, it's just kind of this river that kind of just, you know, it's more like a big area that's got like flowing versus like a direct, very easy to follow path. So we got a bit more biomass going on. So that's pushed our power kind of to its limit. So I think what'll end up happening here is I'll get more water to top off. And we're gonna get some food to bring on our way. Oh, you're ready? Can I just eat you straight up? Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. And I have enough to bring a snack with me. Not much of one, but I gotta bring a snack to go. I just need that to give me a little bit of water. And then we'll go do a little bit more exploring. Because I feel like right now we're getting a bunch of things that I don't have the materials to make, like as in available to me. If we look at our list here, I've got nuclear reactor. I don't have a source of uranium, so I can't build that. We got the drill. I don't have a source of osmium, so I can't build that. So it's one of those things I'm feeling like the terraforming is going to be held up. And then we have the uranite. Don't know where we get that. These I can build. Well, sorry, I can't actually build that, and that's also osmium. So I can build the biodome, and I probably should. But I'm also not going to really worry about that, and instead focus on trying to source at least some of these materials we don't have. Okay. So I think this time, let's try going over here to the left a bit more. So not going in through the ice cave, but kind of hugging the ice to the right instead. And see what we can find over that way. I am noticing way more ice over here. We already went into that stuff. Yeah, so I think that's the same cave. It looks like there might be some metal structure over there in the distance. So let's go check that. Oh. Hello. So we do have metal structure here, but you are interesting. Nothing I could look at that I could highlight from it. Grab the fabric, because I can't make that yet. Okay, so you've got some goodies in here. You got squash, so we got new plants that we haven't seen yet. The rest I don't care about. So that looks like it's just gonna be one of those things that is just a quick way of getting some materials. Not looking like we have anything over here worthwhile. Let's get close to the edge in case they tuck any boxes around the edge. We've got Doom Mountain out there in the distance. Actually, I don't even need that anymore. The Lerma I'll grab, the water I'll grab. Yeah, that's interesting because that was a rare material in the last one. Oh, we got a mining drill thing for a blue chip. Let's peek in that cave as well. I also know our box over there. I have 2 air tanks on me, so let's keep that in mind. Those are really good. 3 and 400%. We got another box up here. So I don't want to go far into this cave because I don't have the air to really do that. But I would like to peek in and see if it's kind of the same stuff we did see earlier. Alright, this is a lot of good news. Take our first air. So I don't want to run in here too far. We're just going to take a peek. Does this look like it's a different place? Because I have a feeling, so we can make a sign. Okay, that looks both wonderful and like something that is going to be overwhelming to deal with. Because I'm not sure if you saw, that's a big old spiral that goes up there. This will probably also turn to liquid eventually. Alright, let's stop power taking those apart. Okay, so we found where we get uranite from, so let's drop these basic materials. I don't expect to find much of this down here that I can grab right now, but I can grab just a couple units of it and get it out. That would be enough to help me. Let's drop the aluminum. That's not that hard to get a hold of. Let me eat the eggplant. Still have an oxygen bottle left. That's probably a steak, but I'm gonna eat the other. I can't. Okay, so this whole area seems to be good for all that. Look, game. You can't just do this to me. You know how these decisions go. I mean, we'll come back. We'll come back. So the big cave, the cave up here. Let's see. There's an all-you-can-eat. there's an all-you-can-grab, too. Yeah, so the big cave up here, that's where we get the uranite, which is, I'm assuming, where we're going to get our uranium from. And it's also what I need to get my bigger mining whatever, or bigger ore cruncher. And based on what the ore cruncher's descriptions implied, it seemed like every level it got higher would both result in me getting more material per cycle and a slightly faster cycle. Because it went from 3 to 4, and I'm going to guess this one's 5. I didn't actually pay that close attention. I do look forward to the stage of the game where I no longer need to be sucking down air all the time. As we get the environment to be good enough. I kind of want to live in Mount Doom over there. I also hope we can blow up these giant pillar things. Because they're kind of cool, but also very obnoxious. It also makes it easy to lose track of your base inside the bulk of them. Alright, so let's see here. We can start by going to radioactive, drop you off. Cool. We can go to the super alloy box and drop them off. We can go to the plant box. Please tell me you're not full. Look, game. You're being awfully inconvenient right now. I'm going to just chuck all this in here and pretend it's all fine. Actually, you know what's a better one to drop that in? Give me those back. The fabric box does not have much in it, so you can have the random crap that I don't know what I want to do with. We have a living compartment corner. Don't care. A mining 3. That'll be nice. Okay, so let's see here. So nothing new on that one. Right, the tier 2 agility, that we can do right now. So 1, 2. 1, 2. And get ourselves to be able to run a wee bit faster. And then we've got the next level of mining, which is aluminum, superalloy, and silicon. Nice and easy. Aluminum, silicon, superalloy. Even faster mining. What else do we have? The blueprint, I don't have access to the materials yet. Ah, the compass. So 2 aluminum, a silicon, and a magnesium. Let's see. Well, the answer is yes. Some stores. Let's see. Is there an elevator or teleporter later on? Yeah, there's like staircases to go up and down and all that kind of stuff. There's a couple different things. All right, so we have a compass now. Would you look at that? I can now tell which way north, south, east, and west is. Okay, so the lakes are going to take a while to go, and I think we've unlocked literally everything there that I have materials for. We've got everything there. All right. So, moving on. Yeah, so I actually have the indoor ladder that lets me go to a second floor kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah, there are stores of certain companies hosting events that grab everything you can and get out of the store with a specific time. You'll get the items for free. It's self-explanatory. Grab a cart, grab everything you want, and go to the cashier. He'll register everything so the inventory matches, and you can have them for free. Yeah, there's been all sorts of weird competition. Okay, so I need 2 bauxite, a dolomite, and 2 cobalt. So unfortunately, I have been consuming that stuff as fast as I've been getting it. Alright, let's grab the crappy plants out here. Yeah, those are some nasty gusts out there. Like, it's just the wind is loud enough. It just becomes a low rumble for you know, a good couple seconds here and there. How's survival going? It's going fine. We're in kind of the worst of it. So about all I could do is just sit here. But yeah, before people was like, why didn't you evacuate? I'm not in an evacuation zone. And going places is hard. See, you wish you would have been at the store at the perfect time? Yeah. Okay, so we've got a bunch of resources for going to grab stuff. What was I after again? There was something I was after. Right, so we need bauxite and dolomite. We know where we can find the bauxite, and the dolomite's like everywhere. So let's go find... I only need 2 units of bauxite. Obviously, I'll take more if we can get it. But the bauxite's over here. Did you get hit by Helena? I mean, technically, yes, but I was just, like, way out in the edges. Like, it didn't do anything to us. Like, we're way out in the edges versus this one. Does the game pause when I do this? How is the path going on this thing? Because I do know I was, like, dead center on it last I looked, which... I mean, right now the icon is just Florida in its entirety. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, so it's on top of us right now. And yeah, like it's like even if I was to get in the eye of the storm, it wouldn't matter because it's gonna be dark outside. Like, I wouldn't be able to show anything. I wouldn't go out in it and all that. You can't evac now. You got work to do, and with work, I mean terraform the whole planet. Yeah. Well, I mean at this obviously at this point it'd be way too late to evac. Like it here, when you're at this phase, it here, it's too little, too late at that point. That's always the danger and why they if you're in like a evac area, they're like, no, really take this crap seriously, get out. And that they've learned to stop pulling any punches on it either, because it is just one of those things that's like, look, man, whatever we gotta say, like, we don't want you to die. But I wasn't in the evac area. I'm very far inland. Like the biggest concern for me is one, make an absolute mess of my yard, and then like, you know, losing some shingles, that kind of thing, where if you lose enough shingles, even if your house isn't damaged, whatever, you do end up needing to, like, get them replaced. Do I have air? Okay. For a moment, I thought I left without air. But, you do have to get it replaced, and that means basically replacing your roof. They can't just, like, patch job a spot of shingles and call it a day. Just not how shingles work. We got more iridium here. Yeah, so we have iridium and bauxite in this area. There's the bauxite, because I needed at least 2 of this. Shingles? Roof. So when you're talking shingles, you have what's referred to as an asphalt roof. It's just the material. So instead of being like a tiled roof, it is it's like a rubberized material that has like a almost like a sedentary, or like almost like a what's the word I want to use for it? It's just got a material over it, but it's designed so that the shingles fail before the roof does, kind of thing. But it's to protect your house from water and all that. It's better waterproofing than some other roof types. There's pros and cons. You have people who really don't like it. And fair enough. I'm not going to grab the loose aluminum. They have 2 air tanks. I don't know if the burning sound was actually indicative I was in danger or not, but that burning sound definitely had me immediately being like, nope, this is not the way I want to go this moment. But yeah, so like with the with shingle roofs, usually, like, the structure is, you've got your shingles, and they start from the bottom, they're, like, layered down underneath it. Like, each layer's on top of each other, so, like, the top of your roof is the highest layer, and it goes down, so, you know, that way you don't get, like, water intrusion or whatever. But, and it goes down there, and then usually underneath that you have what's called tar paper, which is like a rubberized material. You know, it's tar, it's sticky, it seals it from water. And then you go a layer under that, and that's usually where you got stuff like, it'll be something like plywood or particle board or whatever, some type of solid material. If you like go for like a really old school home, it might be like genuinely like oak or whatever, but they don't just make that. And then under that you'd have like your actual framing and all that. As opposed to like when you have like ceramic tile and all that, you won't have all those layers. You usually have like the structure and all that, and then a flat layer, and then you have your ceramic tile sitting on top of it. And again, pros and cons. It's not that one's better than the other. They're more situational on which one's the better choice. And we actually have both in Florida, but most places, not even here just in Florida, but in the US, we'll use the shingles. It's just cost effective. Okay, so let's see. This thing, now I just need the dolomite. That's literally everywhere. If I just go over here, I could just pick up a piece of dolomite in a couple seconds. And then we should be able to get ourselves a fancier thing for processing our ore. I just gotta check the power, because it looked like this one was pretty power hungry. Alright. So, you take 125 power? Alright, hang on a second. Wait a second. I knew it was power hungry. I did not remember it was 125 power hungry. Hold up a moment here. So let's right now, let's just chuck all that in there to save it. And same with you. I would need more of that to do a thing with it. Let's grab some more food. Cool. Alright, so we need some heckin' power. So do you need iron? Okay, so we're gonna need some iron. Which I think we've been processing dolomite here. You're just straight up out of stuff. That's fine. So we need to go get some iron. Because I'm gonna need to plunk down a decent amount of solar panels. Unless I can find uranium. Let's go look. Let's see if I can't find uranium. Because that would be a more better solution versus slapping it with a band-aid again and again. What am I looking? I'm looking for cobalt. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll go and make these into oxygen just as a precaution. Okay. So I'm going to guess going into the... Oh, you know what? I don't know how we get uranium. This literally has a little icon that says, hey, this makes those. Alright, fair enough. Actually, how much power do you consume? 17. I don't think we tear those down. Okay. So, we want to check that, so I need to save at least one of these. The others we're going to throw in here to get ourselves some... That's not how that works. To get ourselves some ore. Alright. In the meantime, what I could do is we didn't explore that area very well that we went over here. We can go in there, we can grab a whole bunch more of the uranite and see what else we could find over there. So most likely what's going to happen is we're going to be doing a lot of running around for like this middle phase here. And then once we've done a little bit of that, we've kind of figured out where we can get certain materials. Then the next move is going to be going on to, like, grabbing that specific material I need, bringing it back, and doing what I need to do with it. Now, if I recall, it's not that cave we went into. It was over this way. We saw the crashed rocket, and then the crashed rocket when we went to the left. And we do clearly have the white crystal here. I wasn't able to interact with it or mine it. I might be able to explode it later. Or it could just be an indicator that says, hey, put your drill down here and you're gonna find that. Because those extracting drills, there's a lot of guesswork about where you put things. Yeah, so in here was where we got the uranite. So that's primarily what we're here for. Obviously, if I see opportunities to grab more chips and all that, we'll grab those. Or other goodies. I'm curious as the snow melts if we'll find all sorts of weird stuff. Those are 400. We got a little bit of uranium. That's what the big ones are after. We'll grab those things. 300's pretty good. Okay, that's not actually a tunnel on. Like, I bet you I could, like, get my way over that wall, but I don't actually think that's important for me. We do have two. We actually have 3 air on me, so that's even better. Okay. That was out back there, by the way. I've got a lot of the uranite. I'm gonna hop up here. We've got all these ramps that are very clearly designed to be climbed. So that side's blocked off by a meltable wall. We've got another one of these things. We saw one right by the beginning. I can't interact with them. I'm assuming later on they'll become something. Oh, there we go. So we got ourselves 2 uranium, 1 more uranium, and I can make a nuclear reactor. All right. Yeah, so that wall is going to melt eventually. We've got a tunnel down. All right. So I see that's a ramp up, which means I immediately want to check the other way. Which appears to just be a dead end. Yeah, there is a ton of uranite back here. I'm assuming all of these things over time will melt away as we make the planet hotter. Blue chip. We have actual food. All of those are 400%ers. So get that out of here. Let's drink the water real fast. Grab the blue chip out of this. All of that is uranite as well. Got another box over there. This is really good stuff that I just do not have the capacity to carry. We'll drop that other water. Nope, not you. Grab the other good one. We've got nothing but the really good stuff there. These seeds I can get later. Grab... Okay, so we will grab the gourd. Because I already had the mushroom and all that. Yeah, and so out's that way. It looks like there's another path over there. This is clearly going to melt at some point, and then we're going to have like an entire underwater area. How are we doing? Enjoy the DLC? We're doing good. It definitely feels like the progression is much faster, but there's lots of hints that maybe there's like an entire layer more to the game than existed in the first one. There are different systems to engaging a couple of the things. So, like, I haven't found straight-up uranium that I can, you know, just pull out of the ground, but I have found a material that I could break down that sometimes gets me uranium. And so it is interesting in that regards. But the progression is going way faster, but I've mentioned many times I'm not sure if that's because of familiarity with Planet Crafter and how the systems work already, to be like, okay, I need this, I need this, I need this. Or, you know, here's ways that I can, you know, explore farther more effectively, or like when to explore, or if it is just very genuinely it's faster. Like I don't know the answer to that question. We should start seeing liquid water of decent amount here and there soon. And then we'll start to get a feel for, are we in a bad place or not? Which will be fine, because like a lot of, like those wind turbines are basically worthless at this point. Tearing those up is no big deal. It'd just be the rush of like moving along. Okay, so we've got a ton of the uranite. We also did get enough of the uranium. Just take care of things. Oh man, my plant box is full, isn't it? Alright. You Garbo 200% plants, get out of my life. You're not needed here. 250? Why even bother? What box is I tossing this junk in? Did I have... Oh, it was the fabric box. That's right. I got the point of just chucking this in the fabric box because of someplace I could work with. Then we can go here. Recycling machine. Shredder machine. I vaguely remember. So shredder machine destroys items placed inside for 18 energy. So that requires osmium. We can't do that. Breaks items down into their core components. I could make that. I don't really care about that machine that much in the first place. Like maybe on later we'll do it. But what we need for right now is I need a heck of a lot of power. And the way I'm gonna do that is we're gonna go over here, make our uranium rod, which finally means nuclear power. So I need 3 super alloy and 2 water, which is super easy to do. You know, I can drop you 2 in here. Go grab 2 water. And now we're gonna go ahead and move to the nice, clean, nuclear power. Which is still not enough for me to run the bigger ore crusher. Actually, will it be? No, I need a little bit more power. So with that, it is time for an aluminum, 2 cobalt. You get the idea. Aluminum, 2 cobalt, a silicon, an iron, and a magnesium. Silicon, magnesium, and iron. Alright, so we've got all that hooked up and we're all good there. So next up, I should have enough power now. I'll have enough power when I tear down the other thing. And we do have all the materials. So let's go here. You've already processed all that, so grab everything out of there and get that into the boxes. So drop all of you in there. Go to the radioactive box, which is, of course, full. As you do. That'll work, because I can turn you into a rod. Cool. Grab bean. Eat eggplant. Alright. And grab the rest of this out and pick you up. Drop off those, not those. Grab that back. We could drop off the cobalt and the iron and the super alloy. All right, so the big one here costs one of you, two of you, and the 2 cobalt. All right, and let's see what our big processing thing can do for us. So boom. It's got a full locker here. Still has a container on the other side. Yeah, so this one gets 5 items extracted. So each time you scale that up, it actually gives it a higher yield. So not only does it give you stuff faster, but it gives you more for the same amount. So that's good news. I'm going to chuck all of that stuff in there because these materials are basically seem to only be used for that process. It also does help a little bit. So we should now have a decent ability to get both the iridium. Well, actually, let's see. Is the iridium... Oh, we've got another one. So we got whatever that crystal thing is becomes the gems. Yeah, so it's iridium, uranium, and super alloy we get out of the uranite. So that should make it so I can start scaling up our nuclear power. That's good news. Because now with that, I should be able to start building the things that don't require osmium ore. Which does mean for right now, you're still just doing your thing. I honestly feel like the move here is to just go looking for the osmium ore. So just try... Well, actually, you know what? I bet you we have to get it hot enough to melt the ice. Alright, so I guess we're wrong on that one. Okay. So let's look at our progression here and see which ones are lagging the most. So oxygen... Oxygen we're actually doing really good. So ultimately we're going to have to get way up there. But oxygen we're already approaching the tier 4 heater. And then heat we're doing relatively okay. Air pressure... Okay, so it looks like air pressure and heat are kind of the places we could do a lot with. And we can get a nuclear reactor that's a bigger one. That could potentially be a thing. So honestly, it feels like we keep working on this. We also have the biomass thing, which I haven't done hardly anything with. And we are getting some plants and all that. Right. Honestly, what we probably need to be doing is actually doing the rocket side. Because I haven't done anything with the rockets, and they are extremely effective. So let's look here and get at least one of each rocket up. So, 1 rocket, 2 super alloy. Yeah, so we'll need... Okay, 2 rocket engines. Imagine the familiarity helps a lot. Oh, it does, because then you're like... You would otherwise do stuff like just sleep on the rockets. And it's like, no, really, those rockets are amazing. You should really use those. Ah, boo, you use uranium. That's actually fine. I just realized we're making that now. Disregard my, oh, boo, because we're fine. Okay, so 2 rocket engines. And I saw one of these required 3 silicon. And I do not remember what the other one needed. That's fine. Push the button. And you need cobalt. Yay! And now iridium falls from the sky. All right. It is one of those things that you'd love to grab it all, but it's really hard to. Do you know what those pillars are supposed to be? Mushroom stalks? It's not specific. It looks more like coral to me. Like once upon a time this had water or something. Ow! Don't drop it right on my head. Like, once upon a time, this planet... Because they implied that this was, like, a failed terraform attempt. Earlier on. Because we see evidence of, like, machines everywhere. Ooh, tier 5 backpack. We see evidence of machines, like, all over the place. But, and then, like, what would maybe imply that there had been water, but something went wrong. Like, all the ice everywhere. But, you know, something went wrong with it kind of deal. But, you know, that's all we've got. We don't have any, like, deep lore context. We might get that later about what happened to the previous person or whatever. Previous persons, plural. Who knows? Alright, let's see if we can get home without hitting any of our oxygen. Because the big thing, as long as I got at least one iridium rod out of that, that means I basically got the main resource for making another engine. To, you know, send that up. And if I could do the same to then get myself a uranium one, we'd be able to potentially go back and forth with it. Alright, so we've got you. We could go over here and say, hey, have some more radioactive material. You needed 3 cobalt. I'll eat the other eggplant too. Grab ourselves a water. So I got a spare on me so I don't just dehydrate out in the world. I've done that before. And send up the other rocket. Because each one of these rockets is a multiplier of 1,000%. What did you say you're going to bring me? Oh, uranium asteroids. Well, that's perfect. So that should give me the uranium I need to build another nuclear power plant. With another nuclear power plant, we can get more stuff built. Yada, yada, yada. Dip in for a little air real fast. Okay, so it looks like they keep smashing over here. Alright, come on. I'd love to get the ore out of there, but there's all the debris in the way. I am hoping this will be one of those things that, like... Oh, those smashed up there. Okay. I'm hoping this will be one of those things that, like, the loose big chunks of rock will go away and I'll just have a treasure trove of uranium and iridium to just pick up. Because honestly, that gives me most of the materials I need to be able to make more rockets. Okay. Yeah, I'll be able to get at that one easy. Inventory's getting full anyways. Chance we... Alright, so we got more debris up there with more uranium. Because honestly, I could see us at this stage. Is there any more? Not that I see. Okay, because I can see us at this stage going out of our way to start grabbing like these things, get nuclear power set up like the next heater or whatever, go back in. But I need to do that until I can get osmium. Now I do know, I think it was 200 it was either 220 MTI that the ice started melting. And at that phase, we'd be able to do a lot with that. So what I'm going to do here is I do have a decent amount of these things. Cool, so it actually leaves me a decent amount of this for making more engines to get more uranium in the future. Let's see, how close are you to needing the oxygen tank? Probably not super close. Oh, it's the backpack. We got the next backpack. Where's the next back? Oh, it's over here. Okay, so 3 super alloy and a titanium. Take that immediately. Make our backpack even bigger. We've already got the oxygen tank upgraded. And then as far as like big time upgrades we're gonna get, we get a vehicle station, which is new to this one, is that there are vehicles. And I'm not seeing any air tank upgrades for a while. Pretty soon we're gonna start getting stuff like the air filter, that the air will be breathable enough that I won't need anything else like that. So I need 3 super alloy and a water. And with that, we have nuclear power again. Cool. And that leaves me with 92 surplus power. And I could build more heaters. Which one of these do we want to get going the most? What? Oh, actually, what would it cost me to get more of these? Lerma seeds. Let's keep working on getting the plant life up. So let's grab a Lerma seed. I need magnesium and aluminum. And grab some more water. Because I'm going to need to get the biomass building up more and more. Remember how to work? You'll probably see you at the end of the stream. Good luck with the winds and rain. Yep, and as a reminder, if the stream does go on at go down at any point, that's just I'm in a hurricane. There's not much more to add to that. I'm in a hurricane. Power failing is pretty standard for that situation. Okay. As a precaution, let's go ahead and plan to make a rocket engine. And the reason I'm saying as a precaution is that way if I run out of iridium or uranium, it means I've got a rocket engine ready to rock and roll. I can just plunk that in, launch a rocket, and be done with it. Okay. How are you doing? You are completely full, and I love what I'm seeing in here. Interestingly, you gave me dolomite? I wasn't expecting those rocks to break down into dolomite. Which would imply I don't need the lower rocks at all, because I'm going to just convert it into dolomite. And that'll just skip that as a need entirely. Okay, so we can make another nuclear reactor, which will be 3 more super alloy and a water. Yeah, so power we're doing really good. What I need to do, though, is I need to convert that power into more production, because that's not very power hungry still. We do have the bigger drill up here, but even that doesn't cost me much power. The biodome costs a pretty penny. Oh, you know what we need? We need the... So we gotta get the osmium. That's what needs to happen, is I need to be getting the osmium. In the meantime, that thing's a good one. I'm probably just gonna need more water production. So you cost a super alloy and basically everything else. So super alloy, I saw aluminum, I saw silicon, and a magnesium and a copper, or cobalt. There's no copper in this game. So I need more water. More agua. I don't know where I'm gonna put it. This one's for me. Yeah, so that should help with our water situation. We're gonna keep leaning on the biomass to keep that moving. Because I believe if we look here, that biomass is gonna be a thing holding me up pretty early on. But if we can get that going, it's both the biomass and the plant life. Oh man, I need to unlock 80 tons of biomass, and I'm at 3 kilograms. Alright, so that's gonna take a hot minute. And that's 25 kilograms. Alright. I'm detecting a problem with this approach. Yeah, I'm not seeing a thing to go fast. I'm really curious about the vehicle here, which we've literally just unlocked the second. What do you got for me? Okay, so you're 63. We should have plenty for that. So the vehicle is 3 aluminum. All right, we can make that happen. Give me the rod. 3 aluminum. 2 super alloy. So we got our vehicle building thing. That's a brand new thing. So you're pretty big. Let's find some place out back to stick you. Okay, so we have a vehicle rover which takes 2 rocket engines, a fabric, a silicon, and a uranium. And then we can teleport vehicles back to us. There's also an equipment to increase the equipment on there to make it go faster, which requires zeolite, which we don't have. To add lights, which requires sulfur, which we don't have, and a vehicle beacon, which we don't have what we need. Alright, so... cool. So 2 rocket engines, a fabric, a silicon. Did Tomb stay home today? No, so what ends up happening is, because the animals are out where they're out kind of thing, what ends up happening for a lot of that kind of stuff is they will have what they have. They'll have like a group of people stay at the place to care for the animals. And so she is dealing with that. That's pretty normal. She does it because like the pay is extremely good. Mostly she just kind of sits in the building for the whole hurricane part. The hard work's like right after the hurricane. Once everything rolls through, they got to go through and make sure all the systems are still working. All right, so you need a silicon, a fabric, and I already forgot. I think it was uranium. But yeah, so she's there. That's pretty typical. Silicon... fabric. Fabric, that was the last one. Fabric. Okay, so now I need a silicon and an iridium to increase the capacity of equipment on there. Because I want to check out our brand new vehicle, because this is a new mechanic, this one. And I'm really hoping it is, like... cool. Interesting. And my air does not appear to be depleting while I'm in it, but it's also not regenerating. Which I think is a good way of making it, because it is one of those things in games that have survival mechanics. If the vehicle regenerates you, it's usually super cheesy. Unless it's one of those things that the vehicle's like really hard limited on where it can go. Which it also has its own negatives. Oh, I didn't bring food or water, I think. Alright. You're seem to be going down very slowly. I mean, I'm still... Maybe I am. Nope, you're right, it is going down. Okay, so it doesn't give me, like, limitless air, but it does afford me quite a bit of storage. I am really hoping I can destroy these things. Because they are pretty awful. That's close enough. Yeah, so you still can't grab item storage is not empty. Okay, I can just put it in my pocket. Man, those vehicles really compress well these days. Smart car. Oh yeah, nuts about the right size for a smart car. Just slips right in the pocket. Room to spare at that. You know, you wouldn't. I think you're one shy. Yeah, you're one shy of being able to compress that. I think it's literally the same for the uranium too. I do believe we're at the point that you're not going to cut anymore. We need a bigger box. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right. So I can go here and bigger box. Uranium. Can I squeeze you in here or not really? Yes, I can. Iridium. Cool. We got super alloy for the back corner. We could just grab an eggplant and eat it here. Grab ourselves some more water. Okay. And we're still good on power. We've got 90. So we've got this. But that requires bioplastic, which I just don't have. So I'm going to work on this. So let's grab the Lirma and the aluminum. So 1, 2 on the Lirma. 2 aluminum and 2 magnesium. Anything else I'm missing? Nope. Put down more of those. It looks like the wind's calmed down. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It comes and goes. We're nowhere near in the clear on the storm. That storm is gonna be going over top of me until like late tomorrow evening. So that's the whole thing. Like, I don't even think it's halfway across the state yet. I should probably just leave this up. Now, granted, the downside is when it comes to updating the information about the hurricane, they update it every 4 hours. So it is one of those things that, like, you could check on it. Oh, yeah, so the last update for it was... What's your time, man? Oh, 11... Yeah, Wednesday at 11 p.m. So last updated about 1 hour ago, and it basically puts the eye of the storm just barely inland of Tampa. Let's see, windy.com is very good. Let me check that one out. I'm not familiar with that one. I know the National Hurricane Center. That is a really pretty set of graphs. That is something I could certainly... That is a very gorgeous and terrifying website. I'm marking that. Thank you for that one. Like, that is a whole thing. Yeah, so, like, if we were to show you what we're looking at right now, that's the situation here. So I'm inland. I'm not gonna put my mouse exactly where, but I'm inland. I'm almost halfway into the state and all that. So right now, as of their last update, which apparently they get updated every hour or so. Yeah, so it's saying that the last update was between 9 and 11 p.m. So about an hour ago. Yeah, so it's showing the eye of the storm, like almost just barely starting to make landfall on Florida. So when I'm saying like it's gonna be tomorrow evening, it'll be tomorrow evening. Click on the menu button. The menu button. Where are you hiding? There is. Oh, there we go. Hurricane Tracker 4, Milton. Yeah, so that's showing the path. Interesting. Okay, so it's saying it's actually here. So it is a little inland, but yeah, so it's nowhere near where I'm at yet. But I'm not gonna sit there and show it on there because I know there are a lot of people here in Florida, and a lot of them are stressing out about it. So by all means, I'm trying to be transparent and open about it, but at the same time, I don't want to be like, hey, look, you're in a natural disaster. Sucks to be you. Because also, I'm here with you, by the way. But, you know, you get the idea. Let's go ahead and grab some cobalt and make some more air. Yeah, thank you for showing that website. It is a very pretty website. Yeah, that's a very pretty website. It does seem like, for its advisory, it said it updated, like, it was 9 to 11 was that advisory, so it does look like it is using the same data, or whatever you want to say. I'm just going to chuck this back in this box and let it sit here. And grab the silicon out. I need to get the thing where I can just delete stuff from existence built, so as these overflow, I could just dump it in there. According to what you're seeing on the TV, it's straight south of Lakeland, northeast of Sebring. Yeah. Yeah, which is still not quite, what, a fourth of the way across the state, give or take? Yes, I don't know if riding in this slows my air consumption or if it's literally the normal rate. It also does not seem to like any type of angles. Alright, so that's still all frozen up there. We never did go this way. Let's roll over this way. Oh yeah, so we saw this from above. Ooh, what is that? Is that bauxite? Okay, I'm not gonna grab that right now. We're really good on aluminum. But that does answer the question that I can get bauxite over here. Like, we're in exploration, because I need to find osmium. We have need for that. Okay, so what temperature do you tell me that you're going to start properly melting? Starts melting aren't we already at that temperature? All right. We'll grab the uranium. I'll grab that stuff. I don't care about the rest. The thing needs jump jets. It may get them. Honestly, not the super most excited with what we're finding in here. I mean, actually, I shouldn't say that. No, actually, you know what? This is probably fine. We found like 3 of those. Later on, I'll be able to tear those apart, but we're not there yet. It's honestly not that bad. Yeah, but it looks like this is another place I can get boxes. These aren't something I can do anything with. Has I been driving around on these? Okay, those are just junk rock. I just kept seeing them and I'm like, man, you are scattered very, like, procedurally generation-wise. There appears to be flash flooding. Yeah, no, they put that warning because, like, any low-laying area could get blasted. I'm in a very high ground area, luckily, so not super worried about that kind of an issue. Like, don't get me wrong, anything can go wrong kind of thing. Lots of computer chips, which means lots of potential unlocks and upgrades. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like there's a lot down here. It seems like right now the big thing is you can get bauxite down here, which is aluminum. There was a lot of computer chips down there, which is a big win, and it seems like there will be a cave over there I can get into once things warm up a bit more. There are a fair number of these, but none of them have been particularly amazing on what we... Actually, that's fine. None of them have been particularly great on what they give you. Nothing to be upset about. Let's actually check one thing. That looks like the kind of cubby that you could hide an entrance in. Or like another wrecked ship part or something. Or it is just a little cubby with nothing interesting at all in it. So there is an upgrade to make this way faster, by the way, that we don't have because we can't get the materials for it yet. I am curious when we get that how much of a difference it makes. Next up, let's go over here. We still have 2 more tanks of oxygen. Okay, this is just going to where we've already been. Yeah, those caves are a bit of a maze back there. I don't want to go back there with the vehicle until we empty our stuff out a bit more. Looks like we do have some iridium over on that cliff from my rockets earlier. This one weird dip here just feels like something will happen there. I also imagine later on we probably get an upgrade for this thing to make it so we can get air from it before we are able to just breathe on the planet per normal. And I don't think that's retreating. That might be the next place we go. Okay, so you don't have a parking brake. Good to know. No legs formed yet? No, we've kind of stalled on our actual terraforming. Like it's still going. Like literally you could put down just the first building of each type and it would technically in theory eventually terraform the whole planet. But you know, you're talking completely unrealistic and unreasonable amounts of time. All right. You got a chuckle out of that one. It is what it is. You got a proper chuckle out of that one. Drink the water. Okay, we can grab 1 uranium out of here. And that means another nuclear reactor if I need it. I'm gonna just chuck that in there for right now. Grab you. Make another iridium rod. Drop the rest in here. Drop the plant in there. Super alloy. I'm just gonna put the plant in here as well. I probably should go in here. So you're retired. And you're retired. Because we aren't growing any of the squash or the mushrooms. Let's start growing the squash and the mushroom instead. So we've got a nice range of plants happening here. We go to the iron box and drop that off. Let's see here. That's a 300 plant. That's still better than that. Let's drop you in. Where did I start throwing those? Oh, it was in the fabric box. Okay, and let's see what tech we got. We got a bigger living compartment. We got a better flashlight. We've got just a light. And we've got a screen mapping. Heck yeah. So the better flashlight is sulfur. I don't have that. I will need to grab 2 iron. Get our next desk built. And then we will need the mapping thing. So that's a compass, an iron, and a silicon. And the compass is 2 aluminum, magnesium, and a silicon. So 2, 1, 1. Make the compass. And then we make you with a iron and a silicon. The hurricane is dropping plenty of rain. Too bad you cannot use some of that to fill a lake. It happens. Alright. No satellite in orbit sending mapping rocket signal to receive. I don't think we can make a navigation satellite. Nope. So I have it hooked up, but there's nothing to signal home. Anyways, chat, I'm going to take just a minute here because I've got to use the restroom and we're stuck in an ad break anyways. So I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again so much for tuning in. And I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. So thank you once again. Just kind of the mental image of this person. They're in the zombie apocalypse. They're walking around with a machete. They got this giant backpack they're holding on their side. And just every couple minutes they're just reaching in there, grabbing like a fish fillet just right out of there, just shoving in their mouth, going right back to fighting. Just, it's a weird view in my mind. Oh crap, we're already drowsy again. Hang on. And since there's 2 sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it.
This event may be recorded for training and quality.
So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it and was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Back in the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. Alright, and I'm back. Okay, I'm actually surprised you could see anything with that now, because it's midnight here. That is right. Yeah, no, it's like midnight here. So it's like pitch black outside. So that's weird that it has like the ominous thing. It's probably just the camera trying to correct for the bad lighting and just going, I don't know what to do with this. Alright, so we got our vehicle, we've got eggplant. Okay, so we have a lot of power. I still need to find the osmium stuff. We've got 48, whatever. I'd like to do that, but I don't have what I need for this. Millhouse Milton. Alright. So, I really wish I knew where we're going to start seeing the flooding. So we're only at 16%. I haven't seen literally any water anywhere. And I recall at this point on the other one, we started to notice water building up in different places. You know what? I bet you this is going to be like a whole ocean. Like, not that you'd explore it, but like the other comment was the other planet just got like these little lakes and everything. I could see them just making that an ocean. Even if it's just like an empty area. Yeah, let's go grab some water. Right, because they're putting down more of the grass things to try and build up biomass, because biomass looks like it was the thing that's going to hold us up. And so that's what I was working on there. Plus I was using a bunch of our Lirma seeds. So for more of that, I need water. That was our bottleneck, was physically the water itself. Yeah, we got plenty of that water now. Alright, so for those, you take about 13 power, so I can put down... I can put down 3 of those before I believe we start having problems. Which is fine, because I do have 3 of these. So we'll need 3 aluminum, 3 magnesium. And that should do it. So slowly but surely, getting ourselves more plant. Okay, so you're 13.8. There you go in here. Another one to knock out our power. Let's grab our uranium rod, and we can go and make another nuclear reactor for 3 super alloy. Alright, and how are we doing on water? Back down to just 1. And we topped that off. Okay, so we're basically where we're going to be at for the water for the month. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a bit more... Oh, let's empty this out. Okay, there's a lot in there. That's fine. So let's go to our boxes and see what we can do. There's the silicon. There's the titanium, so we're maxed out on that. There's the magnesium. There's the cobalt. And it would take 4 cobalt and make more oxygen tanks for exploration. There's the titanium maxed out. So what I was thinking about doing is let's plan to make this area home. But let's plan to be able to build up if necessary. So let's grab the cobalt and the iron. So there's iron, cobalt, grab the other junk. And we go up. Where are you at? I just had you. All right. That's not going to go the way I want it to. That'll be obnoxious to deal with every time. All right. So it's a shame these are here. That's my big hesitation, these giant stock things. It's fine. Let's put stuff away, see what I got too much of, and deal with it at that area. Okay, so we're at the point that the cobalt really does need a bigger box. Because I want to get off the ground. But the issue is these column things kind of really get in the way of building much. And I could certainly, like, build something up over here. But without knowing where the water is, I don't know where I'm going to need to put my stuff that needs water. That's kind of where we're at. Like, once the lakes form, things get to be a lot easier for decision-making. But in the meantime, dealing with a little decision paralysis here. Can I wedge you in here and you'll be fine? Excellent. Silicon. And I have no care if I spell it correctly, by the way. Oh, I need one more. Can I wedge you in? Yes, I can. Titanium. Like, that was the last one towards the end. I was maliciously misspelling stuff, which was a lot of fun, for the record. Okay, so we're opening this up by shoving cabinets everywhere. Now, the big thing is I'm getting more aluminum than I can really do much with, which would normally be a good problem to have, but also still a problem. Let's see. And convert you into super alloy. This just a stormy one or actual meteors? Just storms. Okay. So I've got the cobalt. I probably have more water available to make more grass things. Just keep working on our terraforming. So let's see. Oh no, I don't have more Lirma seeds. That's right. That's why we were making more. I ran out of Lirma seeds, which is fine. That's entirely acceptable. So 2 titanium and an iron. We could do that.
Thank you, LSTNZ, for subscribing for 20 months. Sub Dave.
Hey, Listen NZ, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that means a heck of a lot, so I do really appreciate it. So we still have tons of power. Been subbed to the channel for 20 months, which is a heckin' long time. Thanks so much for keeping that up. But yeah, I really hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, so I'm just... Oh, that's what I kept hearing. It kept sounding like the meteors are coming down. It's just the drills. Yeah, so I'm kind of just taking our existing infrastructure and just upgrading some of it, because those drills I'm putting down are hands down going to produce way, way, way more heat than, or air pressure, whatever the heck they do, than if I were to sit there and just use the ones we have been using. Yes, we're good there. Plus, I figure I got a surplus of power. While I'm out exploring, I might as well have it being used for something. Okay, so that should be monstrously increasing our air pressure. The good news is this isn't a game where you have to, like, carefully balance stuff. It literally is one that you just keep making heat and air pressure and yada yada, and it just kind of naturally stops stops being a thing, like, once you hit the actual point. Like, it doesn't go over and suddenly have to, like, go back and fix it or anything, like, weird like that. How are we doing on our power? 60-something? Could probably get more heaters, right? Okay, so for heaters, I would need... Let's check how much power do those things use again? Yeah, it's fine. So 3 aluminum, 3 silicon. I'm also mostly doing this because I have an overabundance of a lot of materials and it's becoming a problem. We've got the titanium. Is that everything? Yeah, we're good. Alright, 10 kilowatts to spare. My inventory is basically empty of things I don't need for just plain living. Just chug that. Eat that. We will take the extra water. I'm just going to put in the ice box for right now, because ice is water. I'm just using it properly to describe. Let's try going a different direction, because we are still seeking out our osmium. So we are on a mission for osmium. And I may have put this someplace I can't really get it out of. And that actually worked fine. So when we get over here, let's just straight up go left. Let's not worry. Oh, we got more goodies over here on the ground. We'll grab those. Yeah, let's go to that weird place where you have, like, the weird melty-looky rocks going on. Because we want to find osmium, we want to find zeolite. There is the crystals. But so far we haven't found any of those things. We got a bigger nuclear reactor. I'm pretty sure we haven't checked this box yet. Alright. Nothing new I'm seeing right there, material-wise. But it's probably just up this... Whoa, 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 whoa. I spoke too soon. Was that sulfur? I need... Give sulfur. Do you eventually unlock an overworld map? Yeah, so technically I have the computer screen that I could check it back at base and then eventually get a thing in my inventory I can check it. But I don't have... You need like a GPS satellite. And I can't remember, I want to say like the different GPS satellites, I can't remember if it's like they give you different zoom levels or detail levels or something. There's some benefit you get from the better and better GPS satellites. Yeah, so I'm assuming the melty stuff there is supposed to represent like where sulfur is. Got something green over there we'll want to check. Cool. I kind of wish I could disassemble those things, just that way after I check them, I don't accidentally go over them again and again. Alright, well, we're good on sulfur. I know I have a storage compartment on this. I'm not going to worry about using that just now. It's fine. Because sadly, this thing, I don't have a light on it yet. That's a separate upgrade. Which I could build now because it needed sulfur. But, you know, the issue being it needed sulfur Oh, is that more uranium and iridium? Because if it is that, I'm willing to... Oh, no, that's just this thing. So at a distance, what are, like, deactivated bombs, or non-active bombs, look the same. There we go. Look the same as iridium. They're just a sparkly red dot. But yeah, I know you eventually get an overworld map, but it's an upgrade you have to unlock. Alright. So sulfur is unlocked. Not unlocked. We now know where to find it. Yeah, so it's sulfur, cobalt, and silicon for the headlights for the car. And then for my better flashlight, it's aluminum and magnesium is what I'd need. So we can go over here. Just drop off the uranium and the iridium for a minute. Unlock our new tech. GPS satellite. Okay. We'll definitely want to check that out as well. So again, for our flashlight, aluminum and magnesium. Let's get that. So aluminum. I didn't mean to grab two, but we did. It's fine. I'm sure I'll need it for something. Oh yeah, better flashlight. Not utterly useless. Let's take a quick peek at what the GPS satellite requires, because if I get that, I get my basic map. So it's just going to be a compass, 2 alloy, and an engine. But before we do that, we're going to make the vehicle's headlights. Cobalt and silicon, easy peasy. And I've got a bunch of extra silicon, which we have to use. I think I actually have a building I can make now to process these into other materials. Those look pretty good. Alright, and we can go here and say, pop in my inventory. Alright, so for right now, I don't have a lot I could use the sulfur for. It's an important material, I just haven't unlocked the stuff I need, so 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna continue using this place the way it is until we get a feel for, I think it's sulfur. Yep, that's fine. It stays misspelled forever, though. That's just the way it is. Alright, so I need a engine. And go here. That requires 2 uranium. And a super alloy. Put the iridium back. We need the GPS chip, which is 2 aluminum, magnesium, and a silicon. 1, 2. 1. There we go. And I don't remember what the other thing's. Probably super alloy. Let's verify what I need for the basic GPS chip. Yeah, so it's two super alloy and all that stuff. And then that should give me my very basic map, which, like I said, you get like a GPS, I think it's like GPS Mark 1, 2, or 3, whatever. So the very first one you can only do some very, very simple things with, but it does get better. Alright. And how are we doing on our... So we're a quarter of the way to lakes. We have yet to see any water anywhere on the map yet. So I'll figure that out. And I guess... Yeah, so now we can see on the computer the map. But as you can see, I can't really zoom out very much. But you can see I get all the way to the Mark IV where I can zoom out a lot. So we can scroll over. That's clearly the edge of the map that's all busted up over there. We've got the lava fields over here where we were finding bauxite and iridium. I don't know if there's anything back there we care about. We've got a weird yellow spot right there that might be something. That's an interesting looking area. That'll want to have a peek at. With a bunch of the black crystals. There we've got like a full-blown ship over there. How am I missing that? Unless it's on a big ledge up high, because we were down here. We've also been over there. That's the ice area. The rocket crashed up north here somewhere. Huh. Oh yeah, there's the rocket crash there. So it looks like it's literally on the ledge above the rocket crash. That we have both that ship and that black material. And it looks like the way we might get there is through the path that was frozen and just keep going. So let's see if we can't check that out. Because that looks very interesting to me. And I'm willing to bet we'll get new materials there. I'm going to bring a lot of air with us. Because that's way the heck out there. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to top off our food real fast. I'll bring a little extra that probably I won't need. Grab some extra water. Yeah, and so that should be to the north. I'm just going to get past all this. And so it looks like the way we want to go is get through this little foresty thing. The coral forest or whatever this is. And take this. Am I expecting power outages around me? I would be surprised if at some point I don't get a power outage. But like I said, I'm going to be in this storm until like late Thursday. So I've got all, like, I don't have like a full 24 hours more in it, but I've got a while in it. Like, I'm still in the first half. And we started being in it about 4 hours ago. So we saw some paths that came through this area. And we saw some paths that went to like this black crystal area. Or like black, like almost like onyx looking stones. Yeah, you can see them over there in the distance. And then it looked like there was a giant shipwreck, yeah, right up there. So I grabbed lots of resources so we could start checking this out. Because we haven't been able to get like the really exotic gems and all that yet. And I've already grabbed this thing. I just didn't notice those crystals in the background the last time where the ship. I was too focused on grabbing, I can't remember what material was on the ground here that I got oh, it was the super alloy, that's right. We got super alloy down there. And I got super excited and started running around grabbing all of it. They didn't even bother looking out in the distance to see what was there. More explosives. We've got our first multiplier plus. That's cool. I don't... Yeah, we'll grab all that. It almost feels like they're deliberately trying to be like, hey man, grab these cool things you see here. You should grab these cool things you see here. Fill up your inventory. Slow down, we wouldn't want you to find your way to the next area. Oh. I have not been reading any of these messages. So these are, okay. Man, that means I need to go to all those wrecks and check them again. I totally missed that those pod things on the front had an email thing on it. As like the message in-game. Well, that means we're missing lots of lore that I'm going to have to circle back for. I figure this will probably take us 2-3 streams at least to get through. Even at the fact that we're making really good time, I fully expect it to take a while. So what we're still looking for is we're looking for osmium and all that. Is that osmium? Be osmium. Oh yeah, that's osmium. It is Christmas. Okay, so this time I am going to use the storage on this thing. So get the heck in the storage here real fast. Just all of that. No, take that back. All of that. And I want to fill up as much as I can on the osmium because we can use it. But getting over here is really not convenient. I also expect it to be pretty hard for me to find my way back because everything is super dark out here. Here's iron, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, so we've got another one of those things. Okay, so he's more gems over here in the distance. It'd be cool if they made the DLC where you start with a healthy world, but it's like rapidly deteriorating and you have to fight it. I could go for like a DLC or a mod or whatever that basically you have like a planet, but you know its magnetic core is failing or something. And so you can't like fully fix the planet, but it is a whole thing that you like keep up-teching. So like the early game you're like slowly losing ground. And then it's a matter of like trying to keep it together. I could see that being a thing. You'd have to of course have some closure where you're like, okay, I've fixed the crisis and you know, feel good, celebrate, have good times. Alright, so the osmium is very inconveniently placed. Flower spreader is unlocked. Heck yeah. I'm glad we brought all this oxygen. I was actually kind of expecting to get over to that ship area and just see how far we could go and have to do, like, the ship thing. Does this game, like, prepping worlds to be colonized or something? Yes. Basically, you got into some kind of legal trouble, non-specific legal trouble, and as your punishment, you are required to go to this planet and terraform it for colonization. I'll just drink that. So that's kind of what you're doing now, is you're just terraforming it. That's the same thing that happened in the Not DLC. And that's not like spoiling anything. The game is very overt about it. But like then you're figuring it out. But the implication is that you're kind of expected to fail, but it's fine as long as you make progress. Because then they'll just send the next person who's convicted to pick up where you left off. Yeah. The very first message of the game indicates that you chose to commute your sentence in exchange for terraforming. Yep. So the idea is whatever your sentence would have been, that your character's like, I would rather do this almost death sentence of terraforming an inhospitable planet versus it, like, in lieu of what the actual punishment would have been. What it was, like, lifetime incarceration or who knows what else. Like they never do say, like, you know, we joked, it's like, oh yeah, no, we let our grass grow a little too much. Okay, well, we've got another dome over here. You know, we attempted to give someone a pamphlet outside a voting station. But, like, there's never explained. So, like, our character be some type of, like, hardened criminal who did something truly, truly awful. We could have been falsely accused. We could have been you know, some petty crime, but it's just, this is some, like, super dystopia world where even the most petty crimes, they incarcerate you and shovel you into this whole thing. We have no idea. Those are good, and we can't get fabric yet on our own. That's good. Give me the chip. Well, crap. Drink the water. Take the chip. Eat the eggplant. Take the oxygen. Anything else here to deal with? Alright, so we're on borrowed time because I'm down to my last oxygen. Okay, you just say offline. Drop you, grab that. Gonna eat that. Alright, let's get the heck out of Dodge. So now's the question, can I find my way home from here? Let's see, in the Prime Planet, there are a number of other planet crafters who failed and left message around the planet. None of them mentioned what their senses were, but some of them complain about it being unjust. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. But you'll have most people who commit crimes will, unless it's like a very light sentence, they'll usually say it's unjust or what, you know, like my behavior is justified or whatever. So it's one of those things you just really can't tell. Like, there's just not enough information, which I think is totally fine. Yes, there's the ship we saw that was expecting to explore, and then we found the osmium that I was looking for, and that took priority. But now I need to get home because I got one more tank of oxygen. I'm probably going to need it to get home. Yeah, that's fine. I think. I actually don't know what happens if I do roll it over. Ah, I see. I think it's one of these games that... No, actually, maybe not. They just have a make it better button. Because Planet Crafter's never been like, this is a hardcore survival game, get on board. Like, good luck, you're gonna need it kind of game. It's a chill, relaxing game that occasionally involves suffocation. That you make a planet go from a ball of dirt that looks terrible into slowly being absolutely wonderful. Let's see, if you were like a murderer or serial killer, that's something kind of poetic to be sent off to make an entire planet for more life. Yeah, well that's the thing. I think they left it open-ended deliberately because by doing that you can kind of tell your own story. Like, you could be the person who's like, hey, no, I was falsely accused, like, you know, I didn't deserve this, that kind of thing. You could also be like, no, I was absolutely an awful person and this is me making it right. Hey, actual water! Would you look at that, chat? It's finally happening. We actually have the tiniest, ittiest, bittiest, teeniest little blotch of a puddle of water. Because I'm a little worried the area we're at, it's not Highland, but there's like lots of ebb and flow, and I could see them being like a chain of lakes kind of thing, which would honestly not be a problem. I don't think we're gonna make this our long-term base, because I kind of hate these pillar things. They make driving around here and navigating this kind of a pain. I'm really hoping I can explode them. Like, I'm really hoping I can just go up and just say, you don't exist anymore, and, you know, proceed to make that true. Alright, so let's pop over here. Is there anything here I can make right now? So you can make the inventory larger, which we can do those materials pretty easy. But the other things I can't do yet, so that's fine. Let's pop in here. So with that, we got a bunch of stuff to decrypt. We've got a faster mining speed chip, a GPS-2 chip, a blueprint pinning chip, and a map information rocket. Okay, that is going to be a lot to do. So for you, silicon and superalloy, that's nice and easy. Silicon, superalloy, and we have mine faster. We can drop off the uranium and the iridium. We didn't have anything in here that needed. Was there stuff in here? I was waiting on it for it. Oh, the blueprint pinning thing? I don't remember the blueprint pinning what it was. Because I remember there's like 1 or 2 upgrades I got, and I'm like, okay, well, I didn't actually care about that. And then there were ones that were like really a big deal. Okay, so let's look at what we had here. So we have the flower spreaders, which require fertilizer. Oh, right! The big one's gonna probably be the ore extractors. Because if I set up an ore extractor, that'll be just a big deal for us going forward. Because then I can, you know, strategically be like, ah, this particular ore is something I really need. Oh, yeah. Take the fabric. You only need 1 more uranium to make a uranium rod. The uranium rod. So you make 331 power. Okay, we can make that happen. I need to make the osmium box, though. Because there's no way I'm making this work without it. Osmium. Okay. Because what I'm doing really fast is just trying to get things going with some other stuff. Alright, so what's going to happen here is we're going to lose heckin' power for a minute. Because these give me 86 each, and that gives me more. I should have some explosive powder here somewhere. Yeah, because I accidentally took apart one of the, Goodbye, power. Because I accidentally took apart one of the explosives earlier after I put it down and couldn't pick it back up. Did I mention I don't like those things? They're kind of just in the way everywhere. Because I don't like those things. They're kind of just in the way everywhere. So 1 more uranium rod, and I probably don't have enough to do it, do I? Nope. Alright, so we're gonna get 2 more little ones. Power's back on. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so we have a need for more uranium and all that. That's fine. We have enough, we have the explosive power to potentially get another one. We got a bunch of super alloy back from that. Alright, Darth Strider, you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out and all good stuff. Okay, before I forget... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna make ourselves some more oxygen tanks. Cool. Let's see here. So we did unlock the vehicle inventory. The heater improvement isn't for a long time. We did get the algae generator, but I need to build more stuff to make that happen. Oh, we got the flower spreader, that's right. So we've got drills we can do. So that's probably what I need to be using my resources for. Let's see, iridium. I can definitely get more iridium to happen. I also just realized we still have a truck full of junk. Oh yeah, I forgot I had a lot of explosives in there. Cool. The game has been giving us explosives very, very generously. Okay, so what do we have? So I do have... one shy of what we need to do another one of those. So we do actually have enough to make another of the larger reactors. If I go pop, pop, power's off. Go in there, get the explosive powder. That is kind of interesting that we could effectively bypass the explosive powder being able to make it by just finding those explosives and instead of caching them in as explosives, doing that whole thing. Cool, so with that, we now have significantly more power. Yeah, so we got 327 power, just because we took the power we already had and just using it more efficiently. Or the materials we already had. Jetpack 2. Agility boots 3. Okay, agility boots 3. Literally just required an explosive powder. Well, that's disappointing. Jetpack 2 is probably in here, maybe? We can do that. Sulfur superalloy, osmium. So superalloy. Osmium. Sulfur was where? Sulfur's here. And aluminum. Because it is always worth getting equipment upgrades. Yeah, so now it can go a little higher and a little faster. So that's good news. Let's organize. So yeah, so I do want... We already have that, right? Yeah, we already have those. Yeah, so we do want that, but I need to get explosive powder, which is going to be upgrading, building kind of stuff. We do have the blueprinting microchips and all that, which I still don't have put in there, but I probably should. That's fine. Alright, so let's check. So you're still going along. We're fine with that. We're fine with the food grower. I don't really need another one of those. We're getting that fine. Right, so the ore extractor, which takes an iridium rod to make. Do I have enough for iridium rod, or we just... Yeah, we can just make a trip for iridium. That's easy. Like, we know where we can get that at, like, in large quantities. Meanwhile, I need to do something about the giant mountain of explosives I've got. You know what's one thing I'm going to do with these? Hang on. Let's go right over here. It's time for science. Can I make you go away forever? Go away. Alright, so we're definitely not living here long term. Because I am not a fan of those giant spires. I think they look cool, but as far as building in them, they're very, very disruptive. And for the record, we did start here. Like, I'm basically at spawn. Boom. We could drop you in here. Oh yeah, that's right. I actually did that earlier. And it's just like, oh man, I need the explosive powder. That's literally what it gave me. So all we did earlier is we went, oops, I didn't mean to do that. And it's mine now. Thank you for the reminder, because that will give me what I need to make the faster leggies. Alright, so 2 aluminum... or super alloys, or whatever they are. And gotta go fast. Alright, so we don't have room for the rest of this. Honestly, I'm gonna chuck these in here because I'm pretty sure you make those with sulfur later. I need to do something about these plants. So you drop you in here. Which is the worst plant in here? 200? Let's grab all these out. I don't have enough iron to do stuff like that. Do we have anything good in here still sitting here? Give me that iron. Oh, I need to grab it out of the box. Okay. Plants, but bad. Okay, drop all these in here. So grab all the not, like, really good plants. Yeah. Peak plants go in there. All of the other plants go right in here. Cool. Alright, so that gets kind of organized a little bit. We'll top off our water just because we can. I got a bunch in my inventory. I even have a bunch in there. Alright, cool. So, if we are going to go... We can get the spreader. We can actually make this right now. It takes 28 energy. That's not a big deal. Lots of oxygen from it. So, that's a good one. So, the flower spreader. So, I would need... We have 2 fertilizer that we found. I would need a bunch of water, which works out because I chucked some in here. So 2 super alloy and 2 sulfur. Or not sulfur, what was the other one? Magnesium? Hitting all the wrong buttons. Yeah, 2 magnesium. They're flower spreaders, so let's grab 2 of our best flowers. Yeah, so I just need more water. That's fine. And flowers. Cool. And now I can go over here. And now I'll get flowers down here as well. So that'll help with our biomass and our plants and our oxygen. So we've checked our unlocks. We are making good progress. So lake water collector. That's at 50 MTI. We're at about 22. With the heat, we get our next unlock at 63 ppb. We are at 9 for oxygen. For the next thing we get here is at 12. We're at only 8.8. That we get at a 100 MPa air pressure. We're at 3. So those aren't going very fast. The biolab is the one I think I need to build. Like we've earned it. I just need to actually build it. And that's the one I was like, oh man, I really wish I knew where the lakes were gonna form. Because I want to get the heck out of where I am right now. Because this actually could be, if we look at this area, this is a low-laying area in these like ridges. So this might get water and be like a little lake here, or it might be that we're already at high ground and it's just not a concern. I really don't know. Oh, I didn't put the flower in the other one, did I? There we go. Because that'll give it way more air. Alright. So now we should noticeably see oxygen moving. Nope. The biomass is moving, which is good news. But yeah. Alright. Yeah, so once we get the plants up to 80 T, which is where we're trying to get, which we're nowhere close, then we get beehives. So it's definitely going to be the algae generator. Oh, we have the... Right. So I need to get the lab thing made. Which means I need to settle on where I'm actually making my base to not be in this god-awful forest thing. And for the record, I don't need to tear everything down and move it over. What I would likely do is I would take the handful of things I need to interact with regularly, and I might move those, and then I might swing by and pick up some of the other stuff later. Alright, in the meantime, though, we have the osmium. So that I can't do anything with unless I actually take the time to fix stuff. So you... Oh, well... This is just better. Oh, wait, those give me algae, and algae is something we use, if I remember correctly. That's right. And we get the drills. Yeah, so I need to build this, which, that was right. I didn't build this because I didn't have the osmium before. So it's 2 osmium, 3... 2 osmium, 3 super alloy, and an aluminum. That's not what I want to. Alright, what do I want? I need to make this decision where I'm building my base. Because like I said, I don't like these stock things. They're really just in the way and annoying. I can see building up there. I can see building over there. I mean, I could build over the stock things, but that's a whole big thing. We can build out in that area. I mean, for right now, I'm just gonna keep adding. This is probably our forever hope. How close to the ore drill will your base need to be? Oh, it doesn't need to be anywhere near the ore drill. I keep doing that. Alright. So I need a titanium. I'll just plan to do it this way. We've got our base down there, and over time, I'm just gonna move it up. And these have been completely obsoleted. They're like 5 power each. So they serve little to no purpose now. Cause like I tore down like 8 or 9 of them, and the power didn't move that much. Okay, so what I'm thinking we do is we put a stairwell out here to go up to the 2nd floor, as opposed to doing a ladder indoors. Is the problem you see with these columns are going to restrict your base size? Exactly. So I'm kind of going by, alright, well, we'll just keep building up. Because if I build up, then I can sit here and do stuff with that. And then, like, as we go to fix things on the bottom floor, we can just move it. Oh, you know what? I keep doing that. Okay, so you put the telecommunications thing back up. And now I can go here for 2 super alloy and make the big room. And then, like, gradually, I'll move stuff around and everything we need. Did we hit some milestone? I got a pling, but I didn't see anything happen. Cool. So now with this, I'm going to add a door here. And we're going to go here, and I want to... There we go. Have you unlocked... Alright, maybe not. There we go. I see. So we did lock it in place there. I have unlocked ore extractors, but they're not doing anything. There we go. Alright. So yeah, so we've unlocked a bunch of things to be able to make stuff. Right, so we can make bacterial samples and mutagens and all that for stuff later. We can make the bioplast nuggets, which is something I need, which I need the mushrooms for that. We actually do have mushroom production going on. And that's fine. So let's go down here and rearrange a little bit. So I'm going to do real fast here. I'm going to grab our produce, and I'm going to move this upstairs. I'm not moving everything upstairs right now, but I do want to move what we've got down here upstairs from the, I need to drink the water. And I'll eat an eggplant. Actually, eat all the eggplant. Okay. You found a mushroom seed? Yeah, I've actually had a couple. I only grabbed like 1 or 2 of them. But you do actually get more over time. Yeah, no, the progression feels very different in this game. There's a lot of stuff that we have been finding pretty early on that I remember having to fight for more. But it is those things that, like, I'm not sure if that's just me knowing the game better. So, like, even though I don't know the map, but knowing what we need better. So there's the mushroom. There's the bean. There's the squash. Let's grab aluminum and iron and make some more of those. And get the plants. So mushrooms, squash, grab those. Did you play the beta of Humble? No. I didn't know they actually had a beta. I mean, it makes sense they would have a beta. Okay, so that's the mushroom seed again. That'll be the bean. You're that one. There's the eggplant. You've been playing it for about 6 weeks? Gotcha. Alright. So I need more iron. I probably have it in here. They kept changing things? I think that was a deliberate thing, though. That's kind of how beta works. Alright. But yeah, and I've been pretty aggressive in my exploration, which, like I said, that may be leading to why, like, the progression has felt much, much faster. It's been, like, set up the thing to get me into, like, the next tier of thing, and then immediately run off and explore. Okay. So, let's see if I have another bean seed, because then I'll be growing 2 of each plant. Because I don't remember, like, what ratios or whatever you might want of all these things. I actually don't have them. That's fine. So iron we could drop off here. Titanium is over there. Actually grab 1, 2, 3. And we'll go here. Food. So drop these ones in here. The beans, I think we mostly just will want to use for foods. The other ones we use as an ingredient for stuff. So, like, we use the mushrooms to make those. We use the eggplants for the fertilizer. Okay, so fertilizer 2 uses squash, which is interesting. The explosive powder is straightforward. So yeah, the beans are the only ones I'm seeing that aren't immediately used for things, which is fine. Yeah, that way we could start taking a bunch of that and all that. Let's see, your ability to get 2 of the seeds by 25 MTI is really promising that they listened. Gotcha. You're super annoyed by the lack of mushrooms until you hit around 100. Report a good deal of feedback about that. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've explored a pretty good chunk of the map by now. So it's very likely I just happened to... Because, like, I've seen another seed that I just didn't have the inventory space for. For the mushrooms, I mean. Cool. Alright, so we're doing pretty well. We're about halfway to the lake stage. So, I believe the next things we wanted to do, I'm going to need iridium for. So let's go grab our little trucky truck. We already know we can grab plenty of iridium. Let's just go do that. Alright. And we have unlocked the extractor drills. Oh, you know I should... 1 second. Quick turnaround. Let's grab the materials I need for an extractor drill. And let's try bringing it with us and plunking it down into a couple places. And see if we can't get anything useful. So... Stuff like silicon and iron and titanium, I don't care about that right now. But if we can get stuff like uranium or iridium or osmium or any other exotic material, you know what we ought to do? Hang on, I already think I know where I want to put the first one. Alright, so let's check first. Do we have the power? 156, yes we do. So you're gonna need more of the plasts. Where are you at? So, iridium rod. Okay, scratch that. So we're still going out for the iridium. But we'll go out for the iridium. We're gonna go ahead and, like, top off our like inventory what we can easily enough, whether it's we have to back off because of air or full inventory or not finding much more. We're gonna grab a bunch of iridium. But what I want to do is there is that one chunk of zeolite just in the middle of that area with nothing around it that I couldn't seem to interact with. Let's try putting a drill as close as we can put it near that zeolite and see if I get zeolite ore from it. Because I'll either get that or something terrible like iron and titanium. Oh, I need to remember. Hey, look, we got a little lake. So I need to remember to go back to these things, because I mentioned earlier I hadn't realized they had messages on it, which I should have. It's got a big envelope. Offline. Okay, so the good news is a lot of these don't actually have a message on them. So maybe I didn't miss as much loot. In Prime, Tier 2 ores are extracted to get zeolite. Oh yeah, now it's been a long time, because like I did a full playthrough of Prime. Alright, let's go over here. Because there's tons of iridium over here before. Just go grab what we can. Hey, truck. In my pocket. I don't really trust going through here with that. So earlier, we were getting a very unpleasant sound when I tried to go in there. It didn't seem to actually hurt me. I don't feel good about it. Okay, so it is not actually hurting me. But it did sound terrible. Because I heard that before and I had like a full inventory of stuff and I was like, nope, oh. Okay, so we got another source of uranite. So interestingly enough, a lot of these materials do seem like they're not just one source. If you fly over, your health slowly does go down. That's a neat thing. Alright, so let's not jump down there because I want to make sure I can get back up. Okay, I think the ramp's over there. You construct a tier 3 ore extractor? Oh, we're nowhere. Oh yeah, the ore breaker? Yeah. I was like, ore extractor's like, no, we're nowhere near a tier 3 ore extractor. Yeah, no, breaker, we're good. Okay, so let's get the heck back out of here. Okay, so now we just go home. I do like the volcano biome and all that in there. This volcano biome feels like a lot better as a volcano biome than Prime. Like Prime, you had like the lava lake thing kind of going on, but this one with like the dried volcano areas and you know some areas that had like more depth to them and all that. Yeah, so there's another mushroom seed. I'm gonna eat that and grab the mushroom seed because I remembered seeing one up here somewhere. Drink the water as well. But yeah, no, I like the breaker thing as a change. And with this, we should have enough materials to make ourselves an ore extractor and all that. There are always lava lakes in this one as well. Yeah, no, that's fine. What I was more commenting is like this one had like looking at that volcano biome where it has like the dried lava and everything, like the lava flows. To me, that's like, that looks more like what I would expect than, you know, you just go and there's just this lake of lava followed by obsidian. You're like, okay, but lava gets around and does stuff. And then, you know, like, there's remnants afterwards. Okay, so we've got that. We can pop up to the second floor. And... oh, I already had 2 mushrooms growing. That's fine. I know I can add way more, and I'm going to want way more, but I'm going to worry about that later. So we've got a bunch of iridium. I'm going to grab a bunch more. Cool. And we were going to use that to make the extractors. So let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 2 titanium. 2 aluminum. And 2 super alloy. Extracts 4 per input. Oh no, this one's 5 per input. I'll leave that alone for right now. Yeah, it's a little better. It's 5 per input. Actually, I'm not going to bother using it. Right, so the one I wanted to do was over here, we saw zeolite. I'm guessing we're going to put this down, it's just not going to give us zeolite, but I also don't know what it will give us over here, so I'm just kind of curious to see. We do see the water is continuing to rise. I want to say the ice up there should be either melting or soon to start melting. If I remember with the zeolite spot, it was right over here, there was a wrecked ship. And I am noticing it looks like the ice there might be going down, which would make sense. Like all the weird like ice nodules or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, so I'm expecting this to not give me the zeolite, but in case it does, yep. So it's just going to give me iron. And so in here we have the uranite. Iron. So that's still frozen solid. That'll clearly melt at some point. Now I didn't peek down this way last time. We noticed there was a cavern that went off to the side and down, and we were checking up the up ramps over there instead. Oh, we got a vehicle over here. So I have 2 oxygen tanks. Let's not go super far on this one. So you already grabbed that. Okay, so the cave just goes through. Yeah, so if I go through this way, it literally will lead out to our vehicle. Or not our vehicle, they'll lead out to the rest of the place. I don't care about any of that. Not expecting better results, but... Ooh, bioplast. And these are all lower ones. We're not gonna worry about that. Yeah, nope, I'm aware. You don't need to give me the play-by-play on all the functionality of the game. Like I said, I did play through the entire first one. Yeah, so that's back the way we came, I believe. It's a different route. Level 2 biodome. Yeah, so I think there were crates under some of this ice that started to melt away. I believe left was a dead end and right took us out of here. No, I'm wrong. Oh, no, this is right. No, is this right? My guess is that was all underneath before. I might be putting myself in some real danger here by just overstaying my welcome when I don't have that. I'm not going to grab the osmium right now because my guess is this is right and that was just a frozen lake before. Yeah, this looks right. So this is yeah, we're good. For a moment when I saw the osmium under what was frozen, I was like, wait a second, hang on. This is new. Yep. Alright, so let's pop in here real fast. We can drop the iridium in there, the uranium in here. I don't need quite that many rods. Oh, we can drop that seed in here. Drop the fabric in the box. And I should probably have... You're grown? You're almost grown. We can go here. Now we're growing 2 of each plant. And I should have the stuff here for doing 2 of those. If I get another bioplast, which is going to be when those go. Yeah, I haven't been blown away yet? Yeah. What do I need the bio... Oh, no, the bioplast is for the algae, wasn't it? Right, and I want 2 now because then I can get the algae generator and it's going to be significantly better. Yeah, so that's 23 plants, 350 oxygen versus your 9 plants. So the algae generator is just better than the flower spreader. So if we go over here to the flower spread and say, hey, you know what? I'm sorry, you're fired. And we can put the flower away. Because what I'll do is I'll do the algae spreader 2. Which will be interesting because I'm not sure where water is going to be nearby. Here, and you're 93%, so you're right there. Alright. And so we have the Biodome 2, which generates tree bark and makes an absolutely absurd amount of oxygen for our level. But what I'm going to need to do that is I'm going to need to do the bacterial samples, which is going to require the algae generators to be built. So that's waiting on that. We could also just get the Biodome. But honestly, at this point, I don't feel like there's much benefit in me building the Biodome. Just skip all the way to the Biodome 2 and be done with it. Screen mapping we already have. Oh, right. While we wait, we had 2 other rockets we could get. The algae generators were an absurd amount of plants. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They're like a big thing. So we have the map information, displays points of interest on the map. So that requires a super alloy rod. Do I have enough to even make that, or was that another upgrade I need to unlock that? Yeah, it's not listed yet. So I can't do that. I want to say there's a different building for making that. Or like an upgrade version. So we can do that one. So a rocket engine, 2 compasses, and 3 alloy. So we can go here, grab you. So 2 uranium. We'll need 4 of those. And then for the compass, I think I said needed 2 compasses. So 1, 2. 1, 2. What was the last component? Silicon. 1, 2. So, compass. Compass. Yeah, no, that's a thing. I'm not worried about it. Like I said, you don't need to give me like the play-by-play being like that's unlocked that way, this is unlocked this way. It's not backseating, but it's like being aggressively helpful. So it's not a big deal. It's just like I don't need like everything stated how it works and all that. Part of the fun is figuring it out, even if I've done it before. All right, and we're doing good here. Yeah, so the planned rocket will be in not too super long. You played the forgot what? Yeah, no, it's all good. Like that's the thing. I'm like, it's not backseat. It's just like so much. But yeah, no, I want the like. I'm glad they changed a whole lot. So I already had one mushroom. It's just I need the second one. Cool. So with the mushrooms, I can make the bioplast. I just need the silicon and a water. Why does the Storge give you Subnautica vibes? Because it's very much like Subnautica. Like that's been true of both the first and the second. Like the first game and the game and the DLC. There's nothing wrong with that either. And silicon is the next thing I need. But yeah, I know it. It very much, this game gives you the feel of Subnautica, except instead of being horrifying underwater, it's just a different thing. Meanwhile, so as far as you, we can put down the T2 algae generator. If you like this, the one big standout reason why you would play this but not Subnautica is if like you have something like was it Thalassophobia, so the fear of deep water, but it does have a lot of the same exploration, that kind of thing going on. I'm gonna put that for right now. Yeah, now if deep water messes with you, Subnautica is not a horror game, but it does have some pretty scary stuff. So where this one has like no combat to speak of or no dangerous creatures that come after you, Subnautica isn't like really a combat game. You don't go shooting around a bunch of creatures or whatever, but there are dangerous creatures out there who will numb your face. Subnautica also has a little bit more focus on the survival side by default. It's not like a grisly hardcore survival game or anything quite that far, but it does a bit more on the survival end. Drop off 2 of those. Okay, so we've got enough for that. All right, let's drop our little vehicle here. Actually, do we have other stuff we were able to unlock on you? What was your inventory upgrade? I think I already did that. I love that I can't park the vehicle there. Okay. So we do not have the equipment upgrade. Sorry, the inventory upgrade. So the inventory upgrade is silicon and fabric and super whatever. Super alloy. It's a shame the devs had zero desire to make that co-op. Oh, Subnautica? I know a lot of people love it. I don't think they should have like deliberately not done it. But a lot of those games, especially ones that are very heavy on exploration, co-op very quickly ruin it because you miss half the exploration because your buddy does it without you. So that's always one of the toss-ups you got to deal with, that kind of thing. Co-op plays with the best featured Planet Crafter? Yeah, Planet Crafter, like, there's still exploration to it, but I didn't feel it's nearly as a big deal as Subnautica. Subnautica's, exploration is a very big thing. But I'm also someone, I do enjoy a good co-op, but I'm also someone who, co-op isn't a huge deal to me. Like, it's not the lack of multiplayer isn't any sort of deal breaker. Alright, so you got a little while till the algae's ready. Alright, so we should be able to keep things moving here. Let's take a look at our power, all that kind of stuff. I'm guessing the water isn't going to get up here, but we're not sure until we get there. So we'll mess with that. That's part of the reason I started moving that to second floor, just in case. Yeah, well, I mean, we're only still sitting there at 63%. We're making good progress on... Oh, yeah, look at the biomass climbing now. We still have to get up to 175 kilograms before the next one, but we're already a little under a third there. That's the plant rocket. And then these 80 tons, and that's going to take a while. But these are kind of your later things. This is the big thing that we should be getting done now. The gas extractor will be another one to do. We're only about 1/20th the way there. That we're about 1/4 of the way there. That we're about 1/5 of the way there. And we're most of the way at the lake water collector. Alright, Sirius the Mage, you have a good one. Let's see what we can get going next. So, we still have the extractor to find someplace good to put it. The big thing I would think is I'm pretty sure we can get uranium, and we can get... Do I have oxygen? Alright, let's go back for more oxygen. I believe you're able to get the uranium and the uridium with the first level one. If not aluminum. But so far, aluminum has been like a very not issue for us. So what I think we're going to do in that regard is let's go up to where we've been grabbing the bauxite and the iridium up there and see what happens if we plunk this down on the lava flows. Because I would guess that either I'll get the bauxite up there, I'll get the aluminum up there, or I will be able to get just straight up iridium. And honestly, any and all of the above would be good. So let's just go up this ramp and check it out up this way. I hope you stay safe. Yeah, no, I should be good. Like, honestly, the storm cam has been pretty calm for a little bit. That's just, for the record, that's just a camera pointing out my window. You can't really see much, though, because it's too dark. But, we're in a little bit of a lull at the moment. But that's hurricanes. Hurricanes usually keep a pretty steady wind going most of the time, and then you've got bursts of really high wind. So let's see what happens if we plunk it right here. Bauxite. Alright, so basically, aluminum. Aluminum, but with extra steps. Honestly, that's good enough for me. And is there anything up this way? I think it's just off the edge of the map kind of thing. Yeah, this is very edge of the map. Does bauxite give you anything other than just aluminum? No, it gives you aluminum, silicon, iron, titanium. Like, I don't know the exact list, but it gives you a whole bunch of just like the various base materials. Home? Yeah, that's right there. Okay, so places we haven't explored yet is we have not explored the ship that we saw up on the ledge. We haven't been over that way. And over past the sulfur, we haven't been over that way. So we should definitely go and run over to those two locations and see what we can find. Because the terraforming index is... It's trucking along. It's not going super fast, but it's making good progress. We're starting to... Alright. Water is forming right here. That's what I was a little bit worried about, so change the plan. I was about to say let's go check out the next location, but now it's... Okay, let's figure out where we're moving. Because I think we're only at like 60%? 70%. So that water's probably going to get up, honestly, a decent ways up here. Enough that that bottom floor is probably going to be underwater. Or at least submerged. So what I want to do... Because I also mentioned a number of times I really don't like whatever those like coral spire things are. They look cool, but for building around them, they look like they're going to be absolutely obnoxious. So the catch is, I want to be near some place where we will have water. How do I have... Okay, we've got plenty of air. I want to be near some place where we will have water nearby, so I can put down like the algae thing to collect algae. You know, all that kind of stuff. I already grabbed that one to the right. But I also want to do, you know, an area where I don't have to worry about getting flooded. I'm also checking up here since I haven't been up here. Okay. Flying arm, that's fine. And I'm feeling pretty confident that this is just going to be all sulfur here. Alright, we'll grab that, grab you, grab the water. I'll grab the aluminum for this time. I don't think I'll care about the squash that much. Uranium. Good plant. This looks like a good place. I like this place. Because that looks like it's going to be a pretty big lake. I can start building my base like off of one of these ledges or whatever to give myself a nice airborne base kind of thing. So what I'm going to do is just... Yeah. Do we have much inventory? Okay, so if I can grab 2 iron and a titanium nearby... So much dolomite. So titanium, a silicon, and an iron. Those will have to wait. Guess I need the iron again. Yeah, so needless to say, if I put a drill down here, we're probably getting sulfur. I feel a certain level of confidence we're getting the sulfur. So I just want to put that there, because with power I can replenish my air here. Cool. So, the plan here is, like I said, I kind of like the idea of I've got this giant weird open chasm thing. Good. I was actually worried it's going to be like all yellow and weird. But, we've got this giant lake underneath us. It is still filling. Honestly, I probably don't even need to go that high. I probably can go down to that ledge down there. But, we've got a pretty full inventory. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So what we could do is pop on down here. It gives me a nice big body of water to do. We've got this cool view of that ship out there. Some room to work. So we would need, let's see, the big room. So 3 iron, 3 titanium. I'm not going... And some super alloy. Here's what I could do. I'm going to drop you for a second. You're in inventory. So have these things that I'm not going to need right now. Cool. Alright, so like I said, we're going to go ahead and do the 3 iron and 3 titanium. I can make a little place up with the stilts. And that's actually kind of one of the nice things about that, so 1 more iron. It's actually one of the nice things about having the vehicle now, for like just a bunch of extra storage, that for like the moving base situation, let's actually add that real quick, and then we'll put this on top, and once I get 1 more iron, is I should be able to move stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's got a lot of cargo into it. I should be able to move stuff pretty easily. I want... Oh, yeah, I can just make it float. Alright, so I need our titanium real fast. Yeah, so get ourselves some nice lakefront property. There's our air. It needs physical realism. It's a video game. Exactly. Oh yeah, no, this... In the channel, it is a very regular thing that comes up, where something will be in a game, it'll like, well, if it was realistic, it'll be this. And it's like, well, counter-argument, that's not fun. That for me as an individual, I actually, as far as things in games that hold value, making your game realistic is pretty low on my priority list. It's okay if it's realistic. I don't think, like, realism is automatic. Why are you angry about that? Can I just not put it on the rock? Is that just right out? Why would you do this to me, game? Okay. Counter-argument, you don't want to lose the game today? Well, that's a very different thing. Like, I'm not saying the game needs to be, like, super-duper easy mode or anything like that. My argument is more people like, well, if this is realistic, you would have to make sure you get enough vitamin D and vitamin C and vitamin A and properly balance your food. Or like, hear me out, counter-argument? That sounds terrible. Counter-argument? No. Good talk. Alright, so we've got a room set up there, which isn't much. That sounds like a game for a very specific personality. Yeah, and for the record, I think it's good that there are games like that. I'm not saying they shouldn't make games like that. But I feel like that's a very niche market. So when I'm playing a game and enjoying it, people are like, no, they really need to change the game and make it as tedious as they possibly can. Because that's the way that sounds to me when people bring that up. And it's like, but no. Look, man, I don't have to sit there and like, oh, nope, didn't eat enough vitamin C. Now my character's got scurvy. That's the same type of thing where you run into the realism where it's like, oh, you didn't have your character brush their teeth this day. They now have gingivitis. Because apparently missing a single brushing ever means you have gingivitis. Because video game logic. And you're like, thanks. This is a dumb game and I hate it. Alright, so we've got this set over here. There's gonna be a little finagling going on. There's a reason why this box isn't sorted. Right now, I'm just hucking it in here. Honestly, I don't need this many things of water on me. So what the plan is actually, before we go, the beacon is what? It's aluminum. I'm not gonna have the aluminum here. Okay. So remember where we parked, chat. We're over by the spaceship. But not the big spaceship, the other spaceship. Oh. Okay, so this is all the caves and all that were covered in ice before. They've melted and are accessible. And as I mentioned before, I was like, oh hey, we'll probably be able to go over that one when the ice melts. The answer is yes, you can. So let's see, because I think it said it started melting at 20. No, 200? You look like you're melting back. It's fine. Yeah, so that's the later access. I'm imagining this is probably the crystal caves. It's probably just gonna be exactly like the other one, where there's this crystal cave area that you can get some early crystals, and then later on you gotta figure out where to get them from elsewhere. Alright. So the plan here is we're gonna start loading up some random stuff and moving it over group by group. I do think, genuinely, I might grab... Well, I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. Because I was going to say, I could grab the nuclear reactors and move those over first, and then I know my power's just settled. But then I'm like, okay, but do I just want to plunk those down on the ground somewhere, or actually put them somewhere meaningful? Don't mind me. I didn't get stuck. You got stuck. Just curious why you choose a path. Choose put the base. Put base on the west side lake? Oh, I didn't have a distinct reason for one side. It was the closer side. There wasn't a, this is the logical side for me to put. It's like, this is the closer side. It's fine. I'm gonna be building over top of the lake a little bit, so it's kind of whatever. Alright, so I think we will make... You go in here. And let's not waste air tanks we don't need to. Alright. We can eat our bean. Okay, I didn't put anything in here. Alright, so I should be able to just move the lab as one big group. And I know this is making just more things I'm gonna have to move. That's fine. So I've got the lab tucked away. Okay, the car's on that side. There's the lab in the trunk. There's the satellite dish. Alright. Let's pop over here, grab the iron box. And the reason I want to grab the iron box specifically is if I grab the iron box, that means I can go to the other side and just start dealing with all that. Would you like to say there's no right or wrong way to play? But you're curious about the choice people make? No, that's totally fine. Well, that's, when I see people playing games like Factorio, that was always one of my big things. I just liked to see people figure out problems. Not because, again, there's, like, right or wrong or whatever answers, but there is some interest to be had there. So we got all our displays. They're just packing our base up, getting it out of here before we get flooded. Cool. Anything else we really need to move? Because the heat and all that we can wait on. This is all storage we can wait on. Those we probably won't keep. You're probably full of junk. Yeah, so we'll deal with you in a minute. Those are all fine. We might go with what I've got on me right now. Yeah, we'll go with what I've got on me right now. Oh, you get flood again? Yeah, I'm not sure how bad it's going to get. But it is one of those things like, I see the water drying. It's honestly more, I really don't like these coral stock things. Like, they look cool. I like them as an aesthetic. But for building your basin, because this is just where we spawned, for building your basin, it was very much like, I don't want to deal with this, they're very restrictive. And then on top of that, I'm starting to see the water build up, and I'm like, okay, well let me go where I can see where the water's going to be, so that I can put like my algae and my fish farms and all that stuff in them later, to make it way easier, and all that stuff. Yeah, you don't want to be there anymore. Exactly. So it's just, the timing's right where I'm like, okay, I need to either move my base up on stilts, and honestly with the vehicles have such a high capacity that it's like, okay, I can pack away like a third of my base into this vehicle in one quick go. You're duty bound to not spoil anything. You can either confirm or deny your choices. Well, I mean, that's true. That was, like, honestly, the first time I played Planet Crafter, I got lucky in that I didn't really like the first spot you build your base. So it kind of went uphill. And so, like, we ended up having part of our base start getting flooded, but ended up not being a big deal. So let's see. So this should be all our computers and stuff, I believe. So we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna make this a little bit nicer this time. So I'm gonna go, you know, desk 1. Yeah, trying to think of how I want to do this. So I have desk 1, desk 2. Oh, we must have put it all in the trunk already. Yeah, because I know I put all of the computers in there. We put enough for the cabinet for iron in there as well. Let me grab the cobalt because I'll build all our monitors. And I've got the radar dish to put up on the roof. Oh, we also have like the bio lab to do. So my plan is we'll have this display here. Put that display there. Then we got our blueprint screen. Our power screen. I need more silicon for the others. The game does be very forgiving about such as you get resources back, you demolish. Yeah, no, that's, I remember commenting on that a lot when I first played it. That, for me, it is a really big negative of games where you can very easily just misclick and it puts down a building. It's like, nope, all your resources are gone. Ha! Get wrecked, nerd. And it's like, look, man, in real life, you would realize you're starting to put this in a bad place, and you could deviate at pretty much any point. It wouldn't be at like the very end when everything is starting to go wrong. They're like, oh, only now did we realize our mistake. So let's see. So we also had the lab. So let's figure out where that lab was. We grabbed the lab. There you are. Yeah, so put the lab. Right now I'm going to put the lab over here. Cool, it did line up the way I wanted it. Alright, let's go in there and grab more goodies. And then we also grabbed the satellite dish thing. So we've got that. I believe I grabbed the extractor. No, I did not grab the extractor because I don't have... No, the extractor was full. Alright, so what else did we grab? Oh, we grabbed these. That's right, we grabbed our crafting stuff. So honestly, pick that back up. Put down our regular crafting station. Okay, so I still have a lot of resources. Clearly I grabbed something that required... Oh, we grabbed the vehicle building, and we also grabbed the launch pad. That's right. So, okay, that'll be fun. So those I don't actually care where they're located as long as it's not half across the world. Can I walk on that? Good enough. Alright, so we've got our launch pad. That's fine. And then we can grab our vehicle building. So is it that I couldn't put it on the rocks? Yeah, it's just weird about the rock for some reason. Cool. And with that, I have just... Okay, cool. That means I've got everything, because I've got just the storage cabinet next. Honestly, for right now, that's just going to go in there. Because what I'll do is I'll expand another area, and the other area we expand will be our, will be where we put our storage. That way we have, like, a dedicated storage space. I've got an entryway where we've got, like, all of our computer screens and all that. I'll probably put, like, my consumables, like water, oxygen, food, and all in there. We'll make, like, a place for actually growing stuff and all that. Alright, uranium asteroids. I'm gonna keep focusing on picking stuff up, but if we just see them, I'll grab them. I didn't have any problems with the iridium and uranium asteroids I triggered so far. I was able to collect them all. Yeah, I didn't see where they're striking up top. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, so I'm trying to prioritize right now grabbing important stuff, like, we grabbed all the computer screens and the crafting benches and all that. One of the earlier ones we're going to grab is our power plants, because those are already kind of leveled up, kind of... Man, you are such a terrible vehicle when it comes to little rocks. Okay. So you're right there off the side of the base. Yeah, so those are striking over by where our other base was. Okay. So. Let's grab the titanium case. Because they bring that over, we should be able to build a bunch of stuff. Grab you. Trying to think if there's anything else we want to grab first. Okay, so let's drop that in there. Right now I'm just opening the boxes, because then I can go over to the other side and build some of the stuff, and then when I tear it down here, I don't have to worry about it. Alright. Cool. And a lot of this stuff isn't going to get rebuilt to their side. Those little wind turbines are basically useless at this phase in the game. But we had them here earlier. They're each giving 1 megawatt or kilowatt or whatever power, versus the other buildings I'm using are basically like the nuclear power plant here. If we look at one of the big ones I have over here, so these things are producing right now 331 kilowatts of power. And if we go to one of these, it's like 1.2. So literally I need 300 of those to be the same as that. So there's just no point in me even bothering. Instead, I'll just take it as like it's raw materials and use those raw materials for something else. That's the thing that you end up doing in this game a little bit, is you take, oh, I've got this thing making oxygen, and then you get the next tier, and you might as well just delete the previous tier entirely. That those materials are better off used for literally anything else. It's not that they hurt or anything. It's just then you have buildings taking up space but are effectively rounding errors for the rest of it. But yeah, so I did grab enough materials. I should be able to make another of the large rooms. And my intention is to make one of the large rooms a storage area. That's a nice feature of the game. It doesn't matter where you put place heaters. Yeah, the only thing is that having to put heaters indoors is the only exemption there. Which is, like, and later on you don't have to, but early game you do have to put them indoors. It's just kind of one of those things, a little bit of a head scratcher that's that big a deal. Alright, so we're gonna go down here. And I put that up a little ways just in case the water level rises a lot. And then I'll put stilts down and all that. Because I was laughing, it's like, if you're doing enough heat to warm up a planet, and you're indoors with those heaters, you're not going to be doing too well. Alright. Cool. And this will be your storage room. So grab all that. So I'm going to go over here to you. And I'll start on this side. Because now we could also go here and be logical about how we do all this. So that's good. This one's going to be our iron one. You'll be titanium. You can be magnesium. And I'm choosing those ones specifically just because it ends up being a bit easier to deal with that. Like, I'm choosing, like, the more common materials on the left and all that. See, once you unlock the 2x2s, it's what, 100% worth rebuilding a base? Yeah. Which I think was literally part of the idea of making it so where you were most likely to set up your base in the first one, in the floodplain. That way you would want to rebuild your base, or need to rebuild your base. Choose whichever words you want. Okay, so you've got the iron, titanium, magnesium, silicon. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what else we're missing. Cobalt would be probably next. And then likely aluminum would go there. Let's grab the magnesium, drop you in. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Grab the water out, put the super alloy in, drop off the magnesium. Which, for the record, for those popping in who are new to the channel and all that, I do play a lot of games on Twitch. I'm most actually known for Project Zomboid, who used to hold a world record in it for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record's been beaten. But I play a lot of games on here. We've been playing like a lot of Satisfactory lately. I've historically played lots of RimWorld, Project Zomboid. We do lots of simulation games, like we've done Farm Sim 22, American Truck Simulator. Done a bunch of games that have like a little bit more strategy to them. Lots of Tycoon-style games. Well, that's a weird artifact wire-looking thing. How's the storm? Pretty good so far. It's been kind of quiet. Like, it was definitely really nasty earlier. And I haven't... Maybe y'all have been watching closer, but the trees haven't been whipping around quite as bad. But we're definitely nowhere near past the storm. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit escape for just a moment. And just refresh to see where the storm's at now. Yeah, actually, the storm is pretty dang close to me right now. Definitely not like in the eye or something like that, though. The eye's gonna miss me on this one. Not complaining at all about that. Apparently there's another eye wall coming. Like it has 2 eyes or something like that. If that was the case, the storm would probably destroy itself. Or like one would just overpower the other. Like basically, it wouldn't destroy the storm. It wouldn't keep 2 eye walls. Man, no, the eye will like be very distinct at times, and then it'll kind of fizzle. That's normal. That changes hour to hour. Curious if you do any tycoons or simulators? Yeah. Oh, on Roblox? No. No, definitely like Roblox didn't start to pick up till way later. Bad. Back of the eye wall is coming, is what you said. Gotcha. No, I'm not in the eye. The eye should be traveling well far enough away that I don't need to worry. Because the eye wall's scary. The eye wall is where like the winds are at their absolute worst. Typically. Have the ads been more aggressive at that? I'm not sure if you've been on Twitch a lot in a while. Basically, the way Twitch ads work these days is you either get pre-rolls, which is when you join to get hit with ads, and then generally speaking, that is like really bad for your viewership because people join your channel, get slapped with a bunch of ads before they have any idea if you're any good, and then they leave. Versus the alternative is you run 3 minutes of ads per hour. It's exactly 3 minutes of ads. So you'll have people like, oh my god, I got hit with 7 ads. It's 3 minutes. Oh my god, I got hit with 1 minute ads. It's 3 minutes. Like, it's 3 minutes. But it's 3 minutes per hour. You can choose, like, creators can choose to break it up to be like a minute and a half every 30 minutes or 45 seconds every 15 minutes. But ultimately, it ends up having to be 3 minutes per hour. I am not sure if I'm going the right way. Do you have your safe? But yeah, and the ways you can get around the ads is you can sub, you can get Twitch Turbo. Generally speaking, if you're going to be subbing to less than 2 channels, Twitch Turbo is not going to be cheaper. But if you are going to sub to more than 2 channels, Twitch Turbo ends up being more of a bargain. So it is just one of those things, and I would rather people get Twitch Turbo and have a good experience. Looks like the weather outside, pretty much. Love your stream, keep up the content. Thank you. That's we've had the talk about people be like, oh, YouTube's not this bad. Like YouTube is so much better. Like there's so much less ads, and first of all, when you actually do the numbers, it's objectively wrong, especially if you don't skip, you can literally get hours of ads. And I mean literal hours of ads, not figurative hours of ads. But apparently YouTube has been experimenting with disabling, like no longer allowing skip on a lot of stuff, like the full-length ads, especially on mobile. That's been like this past week that's been coming out, and it's, considering you can have a single ad on YouTube that is literally over 30 minutes long, that is beyond cursed. Okay, so probably aluminum here. Like, generally speaking, if you are hovering at your computer and skipping all your ads, yes, you'll usually get a little bit less ads on YouTube, as far as cumulative time. But if you're not, like, right there doing it, it ends up being way more. Oh, gotcha, I'm sorry, you were stuck in the ads. I was saying, when it comes to ads on Twitch, the way it works is you've got pre-rolls, which are the ads you get dealt with right when you join a channel. Let's see. Iridium. And most content creators these days disable pre-rolls by running at least 3 minutes of ads per hour. Uranium, which is the minimum required. That said, the only choices we get is, do you want pre-rolls or mid-rolls? We don't get to choose neither. We could choose both. No one should choose both. Because why would you do that? But it's like, there's no neither, there's either or both. But that said, the 3 minutes, we can choose how we break that 3 minutes up. Like I said, I can put all of those 3 minutes of ads in one big clump per hour, which is the most common strategy people have been doing these days. Or I can choose to break it up into like smaller chunks. Alright. And so what I mean by that is I could turn around and say, okay, oh man, I forgot I was gonna put the cobalt over there. It's fine. Oh no, actually I have a cobalt box already. But so we have the uranium. Yeah, sulfur could make the next one. So like I could do the 3 minutes per hour, which is what I do, or I could do a minute and 30 per half hour. Or I could do 45 seconds per 15 minutes. It's like, oh, fun, Pox. You could color the text using... Oh, yeah, no, I remember that. I don't need to do that. But yeah, no, I remember there was some, like, shenanigans you could do with that just because of the way they handle their text fields. But yeah, and that's just the way it is. That's how it is on Twitch. It is just the reality. If you're like, that's too many ads, you're just gonna have to yell at Twitch. Literally every single creator on the platform is at that mercy. So, you know, that is what it is. And people will argue to no end, to absolutely no end on the Twitch Reddit about how anyone who runs mid-rolls is awful and is murdering your channel. But I've A/B tested it, and it was literally 100% of the time out of 15 tests or whatever it was. It was like 15, 13, 17, something like that tests. And I had higher viewership every single time with mid-rolls. People just really underestimate how much of your viewership is people who tune into your channel for the very first time. And that setting yourself up where you don't get nearly as many of them is absolute. Yeah, 3 minutes per hour is good for a bio break. Yeah, that's been my view on it. Is that doing 3 minutes per hour, that's just enough that you can like stand up, go use a restroom, grab yourself a drink, that kind of thing. And it makes it easier for me as a content creator that if I need to take a break, I can time it to the ad and you don't miss anything. Versus if you do more frequent, shorter ads, you end up going on break where it does, like, the ad doesn't cover the break and everything, and that's fine. But it's kind of just an extra thing that people end up missing. Yeah, plants but bad. I like that box. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to getting the main things out of the base, and then when it comes to just tearing down stuff, that'll be easier. Oh, did I not no, it must have already emptied. It's fine. Yeah, no, you're probably right. I still want to move bases. Like, even if I hadn't begun, like I mentioned before, I was pretty unhappy with this location just for base building. Alright. But yeah, moving this all one inventory at a time on your person would honestly be pretty terrible. But moving this with the vehicle effectively, practically doubling your inventory is just nicer. We can also check what the thing is so far as like lakes and all that. One of the things I was meaning to check is it looked like off the side of the map there's just this big opening. I'm really kind of hoping that they give us an ocean. Even if there's nothing out there, there's no reason to go out there. It'd be nice to like look in a direction and just have like the coast that just keeps going. Alright, I think I am going to kill the camera for the storm cam, because like right now it's pitch black. The only thing you can see on the entire camera at this phase is you can just see like the one pine tree that's a bit taller. So let me go ahead and kill that camera. What to call that? Sky coral trees? I could go with coral trees. Because everyone knows trees are the enemy. You can never trust a tree. Looked like the wind dropped as well. Well, that's the thing. Hurricanes do like pick up and go. I'm honestly like not near the eye center, but I'm well within the hurricane. I just got to be careful to not dox myself. But I'm central Florida, and the eye is about as close as it's going to get to me. So we are solidly in it, but you get like little patches that aren't as gusty. It's one of the things that causes people to make mistakes where they go out there and they're like, okay, you know, it looks like it's all eased up, and you're still like in the middle of the storm. Okay. So, uranium, or that's not, that's the other one. Uranium, iridium, titanium, because that was extra. We will make fabric. But for right now, we'll toss those things that don't have a home in there. Plant, but good. All right. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Cobalt. Oh, this should be the plant, but bad. Put them next to each other. Plant, but bad. We can drop the uranium off. Ice. Then go back over here. Do we have one iron in here? Let me see if I can't find one iron real fast. That was easy. To just put these in their own box. And boom. Boomies. Then I can put the cobalt over here. Alright, so yeah, so we are coming up on the moss phase. So it is progressing that way. Obviously, it's not progressing at the speed we'd like because I'm base moving, so not really picking up the pace on anything. Oh, did we already get our plants moved over? No. We can make this the grow area right here along this wall. You like to name those ones Pow Pow? Oh man, really date myself. Put 'em Bam Bam. Like old school Flintstones. Like, that's even kind of before my time. I mean, Flintstones is before my time initially and all that, certainly. But, like, even as, like, a passing relevance, you are so bad at rocks. Could have called it boomers. Also fair. I am generally weirded out by the fact that the storm's not worse at the moment. Because it was tearing a little bit ago. Like, I kept being distracted because I'm like, dang. It's just like the steady low rumble of the wind going by. And then it got silent again. It really changes how the outside world sounds when you change your windows. Like, if you live in the US, 99% chance you have single pane windows. They're an atrocity. If you ever do have to replace your windows, like, I wouldn't rip all your windows out of your house to do it or anything. Like, unless they were needing to be replaced or whatever. But honestly, switching over to the double pane or better changes so much. Like, very genuinely, like, it makes the outside world so much quieter. It really, really makes a difference in your power bill because you don't have to run your AC forever or your heat forever. Like, that, for me, they haven't paid for themselves yet, but they're definitely well along their way. Alright, so the bottom floor is completely emptied of all of this crap. The hurricane has weakened considerably. Yeah, no, they do that. And that might even be what it is. Like, that's the thing. The moment they make landfall, it is just straight up weakening the whole time. Alright. Okay. So that should get it so I can grab this the next round. Because we 100% agreed with the efficient windows. You replaced your 24 windows with the most advanced energy efficient ones this year. Save like $200 in energy during the summer. Yeah, no, it definitely... So it's hard to tell, like, the percent because I also have solar panels. So, you know, going through, like, all that math and all that can sometimes be tricky. But, like, getting the solar panels for most months... I have, like, the rare month where technically, you know, I pay 0 on my bill. But most of the time, it's not that. Like, usually it's like, oh, we're on one of the better months. All right, it's gonna be like 15, 20 bucks to, you know, pay my bill. And then we get, like, the season where I end up having to use the heat a lot more, and there's not as much sunlight and whatnot, that the bill goes up a lot. But even then, it's still easily like 100-something cheaper than it was before I had solar every single month. But then on top of that, doing the windows, that also cut it back a lot. Again, not that I walk away with no power bill. I get the rare month where we do that, but it's still really, really cheap compared to what it was. Yeah. Now, we did the math when I installed it, that the solar panels were guaranteed to have over a certain rate, certain voltage for, I think it was 15 or 17 years or whatever it was. And that I expected to have the solar panels pay for themselves and how much they saved me. I think it was in 8 years, which we're past that point now. Like, now I'm just saving money. Like, those have paid for themselves by now. But the windows haven't had enough time. That's only a year or two ago. Whenever Irma ran through. Okay, so let's go here. We'll say... Dolomite. I was trying to remember. So dolomite. Cool. Still at work being no audio. Here there's a government program to apply to get money to install solar panels. Funds are gone in like 20 seconds. Oh yeah, no, it's like absolutely. There is a huge interest. Oh, can I just drink the water? No, I guess not. For some reason, I thought I remembered being able to do that. It's fine. What did I tear apart that used cobalt? I can grab you, drop you in. I need an osmium box. I forgot about that. We'll say box it. Bauxite. And we'll go to you, and you'll be uranite. We have the sulfur. Grab all our plants. Your house is huge in the desert. Gotcha. Alright, so we got plants but good and plants but bad. So plants but bad. All these ones that are like any plants that is like not peak or whatever what it is, they go in plants with bad. Only the really good. And I know there's higher tier than the 400%, but you get the idea. Basically the plants that are very obviously not amazing are the ones that go plants with bad. Everything but Tusca. Yeah, no, there's, I mean, I assume it's the same way that you could find super duper rare plants or something like 1,000% or 800% or whatever. But yeah, no, if it's not in that 400 or 800 or whatever percent, it is a garbage tier plant that has no purpose. You got food? Back at base, that's where we're heading now. I think that cave is fully melted out. We should probably check that out later. That's definitely retreating. Those green ones, I'm betting, are full of uranium. This different plant, you get different plants. Makes sense. It's fine. Yeah, so most of the ice is melted over there. Like, those used to be like these giant column things. So the ice is retreating. I imagine that ice over there, the white ice, is probably there forever. Just aesthetically, that would make sense. So I know this is delaying our significant increases in progress so far as our terraforming. But it's just, like, it's a time investment that's worth doing. Get it done, get it sorted. I'll be in a better position in the future. And it'll be good. All right. Gonna leave all that up here. This will be the last thing we take apart. So we've got all this. We have basic materials. All right, let's grab you. We chuck all you in here. Okay. So I've got that thing. All right. So what I'm gonna probably do is drop this all in here. And now's where things are getting dicey. We're not gonna dilly-dally with this because it just killed our power. Have you considered making a second vehicle and teleporting it home to try to double your capacity? No, I usually don't do that kind of stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, no judgment of anyone who does. But like those kind of things where you kind of cheese it where very clearly that's not really the way it's intended to be working, but you're just doing it anyways because it's convenient. I tend not to do a lot of that stuff. And it depends as well. Like if it's something like truly tedious and grindy, that's an exception. But honestly with this one, this isn't bad. We are getting like a pretty large chunk of the base moved at a time. And like I said, for all those like little like the little wind turbines, I'm just gonna tear those down, and that's just gonna be a whole lot of iron and all that I can use for stuff later. So I'll probably leave a bunch of that up just over here. And when I'm like, oh, I just kind of need a bunch of materials. We tend to never build vehicles and just build out whatever you start. Yeah. I'm gonna like this lake. This is gonna be nice. Get a couple of nice little approaches here. Alright, so for our power, we could just tuck this on the other side of our rocket. Cool, so power's back. And then for the next thing, we want this big extractor. Oh, wait. There we go. We want the extractor. So we can go here. Cool. And I'm assuming I can't just put that inside, right? No, it's an outdoor only. That's fair. I'll tuck it away over there. Alright, now I got those. So that is honestly probably all of this over here. And then the iron. So we can go ahead and put these down here, which are nice and organized next to each other. Let's run inside for some air. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You can drop off all of these goods. Oh, do I not have a thing for the super alloy yet? I don't. Fair enough. Now we do. Right here. Super alloy. Boom. I think we got a big box of that over here. Ah, I still have the osmium to drop off. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll put the food over here. I lied. We're not going to put that over there. So this will be the osmium. I got the dolomite. Drop you off. Grab the osmium. Drop that here. We've got spare cobalt. This will go in plants, but good. Fair. Okay. Now, most of the rest of this was just literally tearing apart the base. We probably need another segment of base. So 1, 2, 3. And I probably need another iron, I'm guessing. If I remember correct, it was... Yeah. Let's grab another iron real fast. And give ourselves another section, because what I'll do with that extra section is I am going to use that extra section for putting a bunch of our stuff like that. There's the plant rocket. Surprisingly, we're still making enough progress on a bunch of things that things are unlocking as we're just not even remotely dealing with it. Okay. So yeah, so we've got our lockers all lined up here. Did you move the algae generator? Not yet. We will, though. Because I want to grab the algae before we do. The water can go in here. I'm going to keep one for myself. And drink another. The cobalt and all that, that's all extra. Wait, we did empty that, right? Yeah. Okay. Right, so we're gonna go upstairs, we're gonna grab our plants, the cooking, or not the cooking. We're gonna grab the plant growing things and put those in that new room we built. And then we'll just see what we could store, what we could grab in addition to that. Alright. I also agree with you that the Rual teleport vehicle with the contents is cheesy. Yeah. And again, no judgment for anyone who does that. Like, it doesn't ruin anything to do it. But, like, I'm trying to avoid a lot of that cheesy stuff. Like, you notice there's one of the tactics that we did it late game on the first run that we played, but there's a whole tactic where you can just plop down a room, put in a door, walk into the room. As long as you have power on the map anywhere, you'll re-up your air. So it literally makes the air tanks meaningless as long as you carry those materials. But it's super cheesy. So I've been deliberately not doing that this time. How's the storm? It was pretty bad earlier. Nothing like dangerous bad so far as where I'm at. It has seemed to, like, pretty heavily calm down. We had the power not go out, but kind of dim for a minute. Let's see the camera if we see anything. Yeah, and everything seems pretty chill. No more trees just swishing all over the place. All right, so let's go up here. Grab all these. And the seeds. And all this junk. Alright. Yeah, so to get to the other side, I'll need to build the 6 of those things. As well as we'll have the material just to build another room, which I'll probably just do. I'm not sure what we just disassembled, where I chose to disassemble something and then nothing disappeared. Alright. Oh, seats in the back. That's kind of fun. Yeah, we could toss those in there, toss those in there. Toss all that in there. If you play hardcore mode single player, you really need to build air habitats to leave to find enough resources, because otherwise 6 resources lost implies you are terraforming enough. So what reason you like that mode? Alright, get rid of all of these. Yeah, those we have the geothermals in there. We've got all of this stuff to pick up and move. We've got those to pick up and move. Like, honestly, those kind of things, those can probably all just stay there. Like, all the rest of this can probably just stay here until I need the materials they're made out of. So let's go back over here. And that could be, like, the rest of that base can just sit there doing what it's doing. I don't need any of it anymore. But I do want to grab right down here this algae thing, because we want that closer to where we're at. Yeah, I should be able to pick that up. that's fine. Even if they stay there, that's fine. Okay, so we can put down the algae thing immediately when we get over there. I have enough to build another room onto the base for whatever we need. We'll end up expanding that base a lot over time. Which should be fine. I plan on putting like the big planters and everything on top of the base. That worked out really well compared to the different layouts we have. But yeah, so after, like, this is our last trip, I believe, for running back and forth. It is a thing that, like I said, if I'm particularly low on a material, or I do see, like, oh, we've got new solar panels, we won't. But, like, we got a new building, and it's literally the requirements of one of its lesser buildings. I might run over there and grab the whole stack and bring it over. But yeah, so we got ourselves our nice, large lake area. Okay. The top off for air. And so we'll start by putting the algae spreader thing right there. Okay. We do have the algae. Let's chuck that in here. And we picked up the growing things. So it looks like I'll need the water and the aluminum. I'm gonna drop these off right now. And I can plop on back here. And we go right over here. Two. Alright, so we need more aluminum and all that. Yeah, so our base is looking way, way, way better than it was. It's definitely a massive improvement. That's the one cute minor thing. Oh yeah, it's where the algae will change. Well, like, they'll stay the height, but the thing will float at different things. We can get the water collector. We'll want to set that up. Not worry about that then. And I do want to add the extra... Where did it go? No, it's not really what I was hoping for. I keep hitting one to, like, try and switch my tools around. It's just not how that works. Alright. There we go. Cool. Alright, so was there more lockers we needed? No, we got our osmium. I mean, we will need more lockers, but we don't need them yet. I could drop you off. You have our aluminum over here. You have our titanium right there. Silicon is here. It's gonna take me a little while to adjust. Put some of the water in there. Oh, right, we need a food cabinet. That's fine, we can take care of that. So, 1, 2, 3. And... food. We start with mushroom, mushroom, badger, badger, snake, snake. Oh, wait. I had 2 more. So I need the iron and all that, so boom, boom. Boom, boom. The indoor ladder stays? Yeah. Alright, and we also had, well, we could go ahead and set up a beacon over here. Just because that'll be a thing we'll want as well. Oh, I need water. That's... Okay, I mean, that's fine too, I guess. I didn't mean to just sit there and chug it right there, but that's fine. I hate that. We can put it on the other side. That's what I'm choosing to do. I'm not gonna have the last two over there slightly askant because the room is ever so slightly not long enough to support it. We'll end up needing way more of these anyways, and we'll move on to other things over time, so it's fine. So you drop all of you off. We've got what we need to survive. Alright, so with all that said, what I'm gonna quickly do is I'm gonna quickly use the restroom, because I need to do that. And so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and thank you again so much for tuning in. I was going to wait to the next ad break, but I have to use the restroom. Actually, what I'll do is I'll trigger the ad break to go use the restroom. It does mean what'll end up happening is the next ad break, instead of being in 1 hour, it'll be like 1 hour and 20. Anyways, I'll be back, so thank you again for tuning in, I'll be right back. Stop shaking my screen, you giant worm. Man, giant worms, all they want is attention. We're looking for the restroom door. I want to find the restroom door, and I'll make those go to the kitchen. I'll disarm it by doing that. Alright, You're not better than anything I have. No, okay, wait, what? Well, not entirely sure what happened, but you know, okay. Yep, really, wait, can I? I probably went too far. For a very long time. It's the classic of, you can do first aid to make it so you can spend, like, less time limping around, but then you have to limp around because you've been doing first aid. Kind of defeating the entire point. What did it say, add a spice? Oh, it's because there's tomato paste in the back of the truck in front of me. Okay. I was like, wait, what? Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like, hit him with the axe and ran through him? I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. Like, the new novelty, and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just attached itself from my desk, so give me a second. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. Okay, sorry about that. I regret this decision. I went to go and get a drink, and there were ants got into the house. It's not surprising. When there's a lot of rain outside, the ants will end up coming in, which I don't like. Alright. So I just had to deal with that real quick. Alright, so we are in the Moss stage. We have unlocked an incredible amount of stuff while we waited. So let's even see where we're at. So we didn't get anything new on this list here. Well, that's good news. Nothing new there. We got a new letter. Message from the Galactic Accreditation Tribunal. Automatic message sent to the inhabitants of Humble IP 168. By decision of the Galactic Accreditation Tribunal, the attribution of ownership of the planet will go to the first corporation to completely terraform it and bring life to it. This decision is irrevocable and is made in accordance with the Charter of the Galactic Accreditation Tribunal signed by every major galactic corporation. Well, okay, but if we're already terraforming it, like it's not like someone could be like racing us here and we could lose and all that. Okay, so we did get that. So we get the lake water connector. That's new. Yeah, so we got the lake water connector. Nothing to do there. We did get the biodome level 2. We need to do that. All right, so it looks like the biodome level 2 is the big one there. We also got the plant rocket, which is a big one. So otherwise, it is just continuing to upgrade all the other stuff. So let's figure this out. So for you, I need 2 sets of bacterial samples, 2 fertilizers, some sulfur, and all that. That's going to be a little bit of a work. We did have some algae we put up here, so let's grab that. And we go and we combine that with water. It makes us a sample. And I needed 2 of those. Yep. And then meanwhile, for you, I need more algae. I basically need algae. That's just the answer, is I need algae. We also need the mushrooms, so we can go here. I've got 4 mushrooms. And then it was sulfur, I believe. Which is, I think, over here. It's going to take me a little bit to... That doesn't go there. It's going to take me a little bit to adjust to where I put everything. No, as the mushrooms doesn't need sulfur. The sulfur's for the other stuff. So I would need mushrooms, 2 silicon, 2 water. And that'll give us more of the bioplastic. And I know... Okay, so there's 3 bioplastic was for the water collection, which will be way faster than... Like, that's faster than those things and takes up less space. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm getting pretty good water for the time being. Until we start manufacturing stuff, it won't be a big deal. So, fertilizer. Fertilizer, I need more algae. Let's see if we got algae going yet down here. Probably not ready. Oh, it is. Give. Give all algae. Alright, so we do have algae down there. And a lot of it, so that's good news. Yeah, so I needed the tier 1 fertilizer. So I need to eggplant. And you're not grown yet, so that's fine. We get our tier 1 fertilizer. And then with that, I just need another bottle of water. A magnesium and 2 of the super alloy. And that'll give us a second thing producing algae, which the second thing producing algae will just mean 1, I have more algae, and 2, it gives a lot of plants. So that's good news. So the next thing I also need is to get more samples, which means more water. I'm understanding that water is looking like it's going to actually be a concern pretty soon. Okay, let's just grab that, we'll bring it in. Alright. Because now I should be able to make another bacterial sample. And with that, I just need 2 fertilizer again. And a super alloy. Let's grab the super alloy because that'll be easy. Just grab that and have that in inventory. Drink some water. So I will need the 2 eggplant again. And I am growing eggplant here. They're just going to take a minute. But then once we get that, I'll get the tier 2 biodome. And the tier 2 biodome will give me tree bark. I don't actually know how much I need and or care about tree bark yet. But it's a thing I don't have and I know I eventually will need. So, you know, that's good enough for me. I don't really see a need to worry about that more. Okay, so it's going to take a minute to grow. What else can we go and work on? I'm not worried about those. We have them at the other location. We've already got that set up. Not worried about that. The shredder, honestly, could be a good... Well, no, the shredder... Yeah, no, shredder destroys items. So let's build that. Because that is eventually going to be an issue. And then a uranium, and that also takes care of... I've got an extra explosive powder here. And so the shredder will sit right here at the door. So yeah, so when I get a bunch of junk that I just need to get rid of, that's what that's for. And how are we doing on voltage? 67 kilowatts of power extra. Alright, that's fine. How are we doing on you? Are you still like... Those are gonna take a minute. That's just the answer. Those are gonna just take a minute. Alright, I don't care about the recycling machine, which breaks things down to their base components. That's fine. It's a thing I'll probably care about eventually. I don't think I have nearly enough uranium to... Yeah, I don't have enough uranium to make another one of the big generators. We do have the biodome there. So that's 75 energy. Do I have 75 energy? I do not. Alright, so let's go over here. I need to get more uranium. I would really like to get the 2 squash done real fast, but I don't think that's going to happen. And I want to make my life easier for finding stuff later. So let's just tuck all of this in here for later me to deal with. I'm going to need water for wandering around. We're going to eat our bean and grab more food. Are you ready to grow? Nah, you're still fine. It's fine, we'll come back for it. Okay, so I want to find uranium. Now, I did see on the way over here... Don't explode that, please. I was all happy about getting that out of the cabinet, by the way. Alright, let's try this again. Where we grab those into our inventory. So I did see, just up here, what look like green geodes that I'm assuming will have uranium in them. Yeah, right over here. Those to me look like uranium. Cool. Yeah, so I'm just cleaning these up. Take a peek up here. That's just iron. And weird, not quite lining up textures. That's fine. Yeah, so we did have a couple more up here. So this says it starts melting at 200.0 MTI. But very clearly, I've been able to get back in there farther and farther. So it is definitely already melting. The other thing we should check is we've got this ship over here, and we got whatever the heck that is way out over there, like way over there. We haven't checked any of that out. that would probably be something worth doing. But with this much, that's looking pretty encouraging that I might actually be able to get some other good stuff done. Aluminum. I look forward to when we get the machines that can autocraft for us. I'm assuming we'll get those because they were a thing in the other one too. Alright, we can go down here and start you processing. Yeah, I'll just race over it, it's fine. I was debating whether or not it's taking the vehicle, but that looks like it's not a big ship that goes underground. It looks like I'm going to go into the cockpit and there might be a room or two in it. And that's probably about it. So it's probably not going to have a ton of stuff. Well, that's not what you want. There we go. Ah, tier 2 deconstructor. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, so it looks like I will have to get the better deconstructor, and then I'll be able to open the doors to get into, like, its storage room or whatever it is. Yeah, good luck on your interviews if you're still here. I apologize, I did see the message, and then I thought I acknowledged it, and then I realized I may not have. Real easy to get yourself in that situation. That you just get ahead of yourself, get distracted, then you forget where you left off. Okay, so we did get more tech. Fence we don't care about. And an inventory mark II on the ship, which is good news. The cobalt... Oh wait, don't we have like windows we could put on this building? Yeah, that's right. Living compartment window. That's right, we could burn some cobalt here. I forgot that was a thing I used to do to be like, oh, cobalt's getting ahead. Let's just go ahead and glass up this place and make it look nice. Get rid of some cobalt. Alright. And just like that, a whole lot of cobalt's gonna disappear. And we get a much nicer looking view of the lake. Because what's the point of having lakefront property if you can't even see the lake? Alright, so drop the rest of cobalt back in there. Drop the rest of the iron back in there. And the magnesium is full. That's another thing to deal with. I don't even remember what I used to burn the magnesium to get rid of it. We should have the eggplant ready now. You know, plan to deal with all that. So, doot. Grab the eggplant. Eat the bean, carry a bean. And then you are all here. Alright, I needed that for the fertilizer. So there's our 2 fertilizer that I needed for the biodome, was it? Yeah, the biodome. That's 75 power for the biodome. We do not have 75 power. That said, I do have a lot more uranium now. So I could probably get another one of these online, which I'd love to see. Cool. Oh, right. I didn't need those on me. Okay, so we can drop the uranium off here. Okay, so for the generator, I would need 1 explosive powder. I would need a super alloy. And I would need 3 water. Yeah, which will probably just need more water. I think that's gonna be a regular occurrence, is just more water. Okay, and that means I should be able to pop right over here. And just plunk down our nuclear reactor. Power settled. And then with that, I should be able to go and build whatever the heck... The biodome. Right. If I put over there, how will it even look? Why are you being weird about actually, like, connecting to my base? Oh, it's... Right, I gotta rotate it. I understand what's happening now. So if I connect you over there... That'll work. How does it look from the outside, though? Yeah, that'll work. That's a nice aesthetic. Cool, so we've got our biodome going, which is going to be generating a ridiculous amount of oxygen compared to what we were. So yeah, so we can watch that start going. So our biomass is climbing really quickly, so that's good news. The air pressure is climbing slowly, the oxygen is climbing slowly, and the heat is just crawling. We are making moves towards that. We are getting really close to unlocking machine optimization. Nowhere near on that. Nowhere near on that. Nowhere near on that. We can also do the plant rocket. So that's probably the next thing to look at, is what I need to do a plant rocket. Because we do the plant rocket, that multiplier will go a huge way to getting us through plants quicker. So plant rocket is... Ooh, a Lirma seed. Okay, well I don't have a spare Lirma seed, and I can't just make one, so that's just gonna sit doing its thing. Alright, fair enough. I do not need the giant mountain of water I have on my person, so we could drop that off as well. But I figured to pull that out, grab that. Where did I put the algae? It's fine, I can go in here. Alright, so we've got all that going for right now. And I did look at, like, where I was like, oh man, the storm's nowhere near as bad. It's apparently only a category 1 now, which is a total snoozer. Like, the houses here are built for category 3, and I want to say they're logarithmic in their strength up. So, where I was like category 3 and that category 2 is not a big deal, that is super snooze. Okay, so that's an interesting requirement. So you need 2 tier 1 to make a tier 2. That's fine. Give me your tier 1. So for another tier 1, I need a fabric silicon super alloy. So silicon, fabric, super alloy. And just double check it before we do it. Yep. So the downside though is I'm not gonna be able to upgrade it right now. And the reason is I only have 1 fabric left. So we gotta find another fabric. So right now I'm just gonna chuck you in here, chuck you in there. I've got my spare water, I've got some spare air. Just as a precaution, I'm gonna go over here and make myself a little bit more spare air. Okay, we checked this ship that's right nearby us. We kind of explored what we could. We need a better deconstructor to really get into the back of it, though. So I'm going to go over to whatever that wreckage is behind it and see what we got going on there. You did see something about flash floods in Orlando? Yeah, no, any town or city or whatever is going to have areas that are low-lying, that when you have the rain, you will get flooding. I am not in one of those. But yeah, no, that's, was it Polk County? I want to say Polk... Oh, is that... I was not really expecting to see the, Uranite over here. It does seem like they're also much more generous about those generic materials being all over the place, and not forcing you to go, these all look like combat ships. Oh, and they have a male icon on them. Which Ow. Which will probably need a better jetpack to reach. Okay, so that's interesting. Oh, I didn't set up my beacon yet. I should do that. Because weirdly, everything gets super dark the moment I go over there. Yeah, no one's surprised me there's a lot of flooding and all that. We'll see how bad it is tomorrow. I know I'm not flooded. Like, what I could probably do, and I'm not going to do it right now because I'm still technically in a hurricane, even if it is down to a Cat 1. You know, even a Cat 1, if you take a piece of sheet metal or a piece of plywood to the face, it's a good, like, it's a real dumb way to get hurt. So I'll wait till it's done, and then I'll survey to see what the damage is. Alright, so we got the machine optimizer, which lets you boost the productivity of various machines. I remember really liking that for my power production last time I played. Alright, so seeds look good. Seeds look bad. Seeds look good. You can put the explosive powder over here. The iridium rod. A little uranium. A little silicon, little magnesium, which is full. A little sulfur. We did get a rocket engine for free, which is pretty nice. We could also check. We put a couple uranite in here. And drop another one. And drop you in there. Cool. With that, we can drop off our iron, uranium, iridium. Super alloy. Okay, so what rockets can we put up that are worth putting up? Because I got a freebie rocket engine that is burning a hole in my pocket. And I feel like we want to get some in the air. So we could definitely go for the magnetic and all that. I'd like to do the plant, but we don't have the layer mount. Let's actually save that, because we already have the GPS 2 up. I'm pretty sure we have the GPS 2 up. Let's check if we have the GPS 2 up. The other one I can't get until we get the super alloy stuff. So honestly, this is probably going to go here. So for the GPS 2, we can go to our map thing. Yeah, so we do have the GPS 2. Yeah, so we do have these like weird busted up walking mechs. It looks like there's 6 of them. Let's keep looting those, because those seem like they had some pretty good goodies in them. Even if it's just like a bunch of random scattered good goodies. Yeah, you still go, well, I'll eat a squash. Alright. You may want to check the sulfur cabinet. Did I put something wrong in there? I've done that a bunch of times. I think what happened is I think I had the iridium on the other side previously, and so I'm just in that habit of you put this here, you put that there. And because it's in a different order now, I keep just defaulting to what I got used to already. Yeah, let's check out these mech things and see if we get anything really good out of them. Because I figure we might as well full loot all of them. Because they do seem to have a bunch of good materials. They also have some junk in there, but... I'm willing to bet there is going to be either a cave or something over in this corner. But very clearly these are combat things. Because they have like what looks, as best you can describe it, as like a railgun over each shoulder. Take a quick peek over here. It feels like a good place to just tuck a box out of sight. Nope, we're good. Alright, we got a blue chip, that's good. Our rocket engine, we got one last left here. Explosive, iridium, squash seed, I don't care. Alright, so we basically checked all the mechs. I didn't see any cave spots there, but still. So many of these things. Yeah, I'm willing to bet when I can get just a little bit higher with like a higher level rocket pack or whatever, we probably can get at least one of their computer things. I'm also seeing that there's a giant ledge that goes over top of us. Pretty good chance there'll be something worthwhile up there. So there's not a path over there. Over there's the volcano edge. Which I suspect we'll actually find more goodies down in the volcano. We also have like this area over here that's been slowly thawing. We'll probably find goodies down in there as well. Alright. So, what goodies do we get? Vehicle speed increase 2. I don't think we even remotely have what we need to do the vehicle anything. The speed increase 1 requires zeolite. The speed increase 2 requires multiple of the version 1. And then the beacon also requires zeolite. We probably need to explore, honestly, because I believe we should be able to find zeolite and hand mine it by now. Like, that should be a thing we can do. Assuming it's something I can get at and isn't, like, blocked behind some wall. The beacon, yes, thank you. Beacon? So I need 1 silicon. And we have the color set. Also home. Excellent. Good names. Sulfur. Iridium. Oh, there's some gustiness outside. It's been a while. We were overdue. Because it still is a Category 1 hurricane. Cobalt. Titanium. Still some spare magnesium over there. Alright. So it's looking like I'm starting to get a point where I really need some zeolite. Because of that, we'll start upgrading some stuff. Because I don't think I want to build, like, a bunch of biodomes. Like, they're good. But you can only have so much polyshore in your life. Yes, I will probably keep making that joke. And I should apologize. But you know. tree. Alright. Because also it's a terrible movie. Okay, so I've got all that sorted out. I've got multiple air tanks. I am finding I could zip around a bit faster than the vehicle. So what I'm gonna try and do is we're gonna go back into like this volcano lake area. We didn't come at it from this side. I'm gonna see if maybe we have like an outcropping cave or anything like that. That we either find like the gems in it or the oxalite. Nah, it's not gonna be over there. We can check over there later if not. Yeah, so it's exactly where the lava is coming down. We got bauxite all over the ground here. I just remember that we set up a drill on bauxite, and that's been that way for a while. Found obsidian. Another one of the big mech things. I don't really care about hardly anything in there. I was looking for a different rare material. But finding obsidian is certainly not bad. So you get that. I don't care about the rest of this. Okay. So this area right below the waterfalls, or the lava falls, seems to be my source of obsidian. Okay, now we're back down to bauxite. We have 3 air bottles. That looks like more obsidian over there? No. We have silicon. Now we're getting out of the area. We got iridium, I'll grab that. I'm gonna actually leave the rest of this crap. Oh, wait. Lirma. Lirma we want. That's just glitchy terrain. Let's not take our chances with the glitchy terrain where it's like clearly there's supposed to be lava there, but the texture was just broken. I'm like, one, if I do successfully bypass it, I'm probably falling out of the map and dying. If I don't pass it, it just starts hurting me because it's literal lava. That's also bad. So, there's a no-win situation. Why is my flashlight so useless? Well, that's wild water. Okay. Alright. So I'm trying not to go way too far. Now, interestingly enough, that appears to be that there is water with volcanoes on top of it, but I'm not seeing any caves or anything like that we could go into. And I'm guessing what's going to happen here is when I go up this way, it is going to go out where we've been coming in here previously. And it'll just look like familiar to us and all that. Yeah, so we're just going out where I was coming into this area. So interestingly enough, I don't think this is where we're going to find the zeolite. I think the zeolite... Oh, you know what I bet? Where we saw that rocket come down and there's be like the little chunk of zeolite there that we couldn't interact with. Oh, I forgot you're up here. We could top our health up out here. We'll tear this thing down. And erase down to the bottom. Yeah, so we did get a bunch of obsidian and a pressure multiplier and 2 circuit boards. So it definitely wasn't a bad trip. Didn't get what we were looking for. We already checked those boxes. Yeah, so there's a good chance... I'm gonna guess the crystals are behind all that ice over there that's been slowly melting. The zeolite is probably underneath where we saw that one big chunk of zeolite we couldn't interact with. I'm willing to bet there's like either where there's all the mining stuff or whatever, you can pop in there and get it. Or something like that. So let's go over here. We can go obsidian. Iridium. Titanium. Silicon. We've got 2 computer chips. Let's go see what those are. Microchip map. So we can have the map with us. And a spacesuit display. Alright, so what does a microchip map cost? Microchip map is 1 obsidian and 2 aluminum. Well, that's... I mean, I guess it makes sense that we would find it with the... Well, yeah, no, because we found it with the obsidian. Alright, I mean, fair enough. And so with that, when I hit M, I now have a map on me. I have to go to the computer terminal. Yeah, so that's where we found our osmium is up here. We still haven't been to that ship there. We really should. That was an ice area that we found in. We found... I don't remember what we found down there. This is where we started. This is the mountain with the lava and all that. So honestly, we can't see a lot of that well. And this is, like I said, I think we're going to have caves down in this area. There's going to be a bunch of gems on it. They found any golden chests in this world? Not yet. I haven't been looking super carefully or anything, though, so it's very easily that I might just have not seen them. Alright, so what was I going to make that was like, oh, but I need a Lirma, so I can't do it. There was something I was going to make. It'll be something for... Not the original biodome. I don't care about that. We've already got the better one. It's none of those. What was I going to make? Oh, it was a rocket. That's right. I was going to make the plant rocket. We should definitely do that. So let's double check what I need for the plant rocket. We'll send one up. Because even if you don't send a bunch up, at a minimum, you should always send one up because of the multiplier. So we need the tree. Okay, so we need 1 fertilizer, 1 tree bark, and then the typical rocket stuff. So the tree bark is easy. It's right there. The fertilizer, I will need 3 algae, 2 eggplant, and a sulfur. Let's just go down here and grab ourselves some algae real quick. Cool. We needed a sulfur. And a soup. Well, we need 2 super alloy. Need a sulfur. Oh, right, the eggplant, which should be fully grown. Just grab all of these in case I need them. So, squash. We'll hold them, those drop off the mushrooms. Okay, let's make our fertilizer. Alright, and we were going to make the rocket. I believe I have a rocket engine already sitting here. I think that might be everything. Okay, plant rocket. So we're sending some plants to space. Alright, so we got a ton of algae in our inventory. That's fine. I just figured to grab a bunch right then. Alright. Doesn't that building you added to your base, the one with the bark in it? Or you misunderstand? Yeah, no, we got the bark out of it. Yeah, so everything just turning green because that's what happens when you send a single plant into space. It's probably fine. So the beacon boost thing, so that requires a uranium rod. And we can get boosters. You can do some clever things with that. Because like I have the oxygen and the pressure multiplier. So if I were to put that in range of the machines making stuff, we can boost it a lot. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing and all that? But welcome in, raiders. Don't mind me, I'm just juggling a whole bunch of things. But welcome in. Good to see you, Big Bibrophy and everyone else. But, so what were you playing today? Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out real quick. That is not how you spell shout-out, no matter how much you push it. So, Simcopter1. There we go. So, it says you were playing some Satisfactory, which is absolutely excellent. I hope your Satisfactory has been going well. Today we decided to take, like, the day off ruining a planet, and we're making one better, since we're enjoying the
Thank you,
new one.
FG Squared, for subscribing for 22 months. Hack the planet. Oh wait, save the planet. Cap.
Hey, FG, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 22 months, coming up real quickly on 2 years. So I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. But I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But welcome in. But yeah, so what even is time? I know, right? Which for the record, because I know a lot of the people who did pop in who are like, oh, you know, stay safe and all that. We're already well past the worst of the hurricane. I have been in Hurricane Milton. I still technically am, but it's down to a Category 1 hurricane now, so it's just a minor natural disaster now. But yeah, so we're good. No idea what the outside looks like because still in a hurricane. Don't go outside. But otherwise things have been going well. But welcome in, raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever stream in Project Zomboid. That record had been, at the time, 135,121 zombies and one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten. Hey, I can make flowers grow. Aw. So that's 325 oxygen at 38 power. How's my power doing nowadays? Oh, it's doing great. But yeah, so that record has been beaten. But it is one of the things that, like, you know, claim to fame and all that. But I'm a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games. I need to get more of these planters because I need more eggplant, which is kind of a weird thing to say. Like, nothing wrong with eggplant, but I can't often think of people just being like, man, I need more eggplant. You know what I need in my life? I just need more eggplant. Again, nothing wrong with it. It's just not a thing I hear people often feeling a need to request. But yeah, so I do play a variety of games, though. Lots of simulation, strategy, We've been doing a lot of Satisfactory lately. I did just enter Phase 5, like, right at the beginning on yesterday's stream. But the DLC for this just dropped today, and it's been a lot of fun. We are going hecking fast in this one. And I am really struggling on what the heck I was doing. So I wanted the... Oh, wait. It's in Seeds But Bad. That's right. Because I need more seeds to make more fertilizer. We can grab more aluminum and all that to continue to expand this, because I'm getting caught up by the fertilizer. And you make fertilizer using eggplant. It's just the way it is. But yeah, so that's it. It's been a pretty fun evening. Been mostly just chilling, streaming, making the most of it while we sit in the storm, because for those who've ever been in a hurricane, you want to know what you do during a hurricane? Nothing. That's what you do. You sit inside and you just there's no doing anything else. You're in a hurricane. So might as well be streaming. Alright, so we got that. What did I need? Oh, I needed the zeolite. No, I needed fabric for you, and I needed zeolite, which we haven't figured out where to find that yet on the map. So I've got more eggplant for more fertilizer. Then we can worry about that stuff, because that's what I'm going to need for this is fertilizer. So, alright. It would be mad kite weather, though. Honestly, on just a regular storm, your poor kite will not survive. You get like a regular storm, you can just watch your kite fall apart. I've done that one. Or, you know, it's serious when Waffle House closes. Yeah, the Waffle House index. Kind of a meme, but also kind of true. Okay, so you drop that in there. No power issues, no internet issues during the storm. We had one, like, just the lights dim for a second kind of thing, but it wasn't even enough to knock us off stream. Which is honestly pretty surprising. I do know a lot of people have lost power. Like, weirdly enough, my parents did lose power before the storm even got here, while they were on the other coast from where the storm is arriving. I don't honestly know what to tell you with that. I don't really know what to make of that. It was like the power got scared of the storm showing up and then just said, nope, I'm out. Alright, so... Oh, I dropped the wrong one there. Okay, so we're getting overfilled with cobalt. Tornadoes? Not where they were at, but yeah, tornadoes do happen a lot with hurricanes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. That's not what I need. For those who don't know, the leading corner, like, there's a quadrant on each side of it, but the leading corner of hurricanes tend to spawn lots of tornadoes. So that is actually a very genuine concern, which I spent the whole hurricane up until it got past us in that corner. Luckily, we didn't have any big problems. Not where I was at. Or am at, actively, in this time. And I'm just doing this to delete cobalt, because I got too much. And besides, now I have a sunroof. Cool. And just like that, a bunch of cobalt disappeared. Okay, so I still have 264 power. We are making good progress on stuff. The biomass screen... Oh, hydration's low? That's fine. Alright. So, we can unlock the biomass screen. We're about halfway there. We're a little over halfway to our next heater. We're getting pretty close to getting to our really big drill. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And nowhere near a gas extractor. Okay. Right. So the things I need to be working on right now is let me go ahead and grab some more cobalt to make myself some spare oxygen tanks. And we need to go and try and find where the zeolite is. That's a material I haven't located. Where the gems are. And then I also know there's a ship way over here on this side of the map that I have not explored yet. That I really should. And they did add this vehicle to the game, like for this DLC. It's kind of cool. It's not amazing, but it also is nowhere near fully upgraded. Oh right, this path was blocked off before. Let's check up here. Ooh, also let's check behind that spot. Because this ice is melting and usually a lot of good stuff gets hidden behind the ice. That's just iron. Okay. More uranium. That's still useful, but not important right now. Okay, we got goodies over there. And goodies over here. I'll take you. Yeah, so this area wasn't available previously. We're just seeing what we can find. Yeah, so we have technical debris that once I get more stuff we could do with. Alright, so we got explosives, we got Lyrma seeds, which are good. We'll grab the uranium. The rest of that could just live in the box. Like, I'm finding it so easy to get a hold of relatively good materials this time that all those, like, mid-game materials, I'll eventually want to go through and just yank those boxes just to not have the boxes everywhere. Oh, and this thing's terrible at going over rocks. Case in point. The good news is, when it does that, I just push that little button, and it goes in my inventory, and I hit that button, and we're back in business. We gotta just put it away and not use it right now. Because honestly, it's not that much faster. The big advantage it has its own inventory, which you cannot put it in your inventory while it's got stuff in there. But that does open it up for a lot of good stuff. I don't imagine we're going to find stuff up here, right? But yeah, so areas like this, it just can't go. Yeah, so this looks like where we could just get on top of stuff that we don't need anything. There's our first bottle of air. Yeah, so we checked that ship. Alright, so let's go over there. That's the ship I want to check out. And I probably shouldn't dilly-dally getting over there. I just noticed this path is available. And it does look like it might just be a shortcut. Pretty sure we've been over there. If not, I could check it out later. Either way, I know I haven't been to the ship. We have been back there. Was good stuff back there. Don't care about any of you. We've already looted all this. That's good to know. And so that ramp will get us up there. And this is basically the opposite end of the map from where we're at. But my suspicion of where I'm going to find the zeolite is there is an area right by this ship where you see a rocket kind of smashed into the ground. And there's a giant, like, zeolite outcropping coming out of it, but you can't mine it, you can't explode it, you can't interact with it. So my suspicion is somehow we're going to get through the floor there. And it could be the way we get through the floor there is we just, you know, do something with this ship to trigger something, or when we hit a certain stage, like something melts and it collapses in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's see what we got here. That scrap we can take apart. Scrap we could take apart. Well, once I have the thing to take it apart. Nothing I could do with that. I could take apart some of this stuff for materials like aluminum and all that, but I'm not going to. Because I don't need those materials. Let me through. We got circuit boards, which is nice. I need that fabric badly. The Lyrma seed is good. Super alloyed. Alright. Let's do things. So what I could do real fast is go out here. Drop our vehicle again. It's got its own storage. I'm gonna take that air tank. Drop in the stuff I know I'm not gonna use anywhere around here. So I still have 2. Alright, let's... This is probably something I shouldn't be worried about. Let me make a quick little hidey hole I can hide in real fast to recover air. And we're going to explore this ship. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I can go here, plunk a little room just down in the ground, grab a door, and now I got a little place I can go in that's got air in it. Don't ask why it does that. It's got power. It's fine. I haven't been doing much of that just because it feels real cheesy. But in this particular case, I'm on the opposite end of the entire universe. And I just don't feel like it. I don't have to run back and forth to just bring 1 or 2 things. Or have to, like, super lightning explore. Alright, heaters are always good. Grab all you. We'll be able to take those servers apart later. I need the fabric and the Lyrma. Those are good things. Okay, so later I'll be able to get that working. That's all fine. We'll read that later. Because they get saved. I'm not gonna worry about most of this stuff. Blue chips, we want those. Huh. I can't see it, but that's fine. I trust it. They look like they're all the same spacesuit. I'm assuming that way if you co-op with people, that everyone can have one, and you don't just have the one person who gets the cool thing and everyone else just doesn't. Okay, we gotta run back out, doing our drop-off. Ship is big. Yeah, so then I'll have to take my vehicle back. But that should be pretty easy. I'm pretty close to where my original base was. Yeah, we got a lot of iridium, we got some blueprint microchips, and a whole bunch of good stuff. So you can drop all of you in here. The fabric. The fabric was one I was really hurting on. I believe that'll let me upgrade my vehicle. Yeah, so we're full there. Okay, so now I can run straight back. Let's see what else we can find in here. Yeah, so grab those, grab that, grab you and you. We got pink crystals. Those are the first of those we've seen. The rocket engine is good materials.